Chapter 44. I Love You. The Christmas ball was bustling with activity throughout the illustrious Hogwarts castle. Even the younger wizards, who were unable to attend the event officially due to lack of invitations, eagerly gathered in their respective common rooms to host their own spirited gatherings. It was likely that the time for the ball to commence had already arrived. Severus Snape sat alone behind his desk, wielding a quill to amend essays that he was not particularly eager to complete today. Nevertheless, he had no obligation to partake in any ball this evening. As Snowrong had remarked, no one had insisted upon their attendance. However, it was probable that Dumbledore would express his mild discontent come the following morning upon realizing their absence. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door, prompting Snape to furrow his brow. He assumed that Snowrong, who was most likely to appear at this hour, would have already traversed the space unimpeded, especially with most of the faculty, students, and guests congregating in the Great Hall. Even Karkaroff, that persistent fellow who always sought conversation, should have been mingling as a guest at the ball. So who could possibly be knocking on his door? After all, he had not confined anyone recently. Who is it? There was no response from the other side, yet the knocking continued unabated, persistent as ever. Snape, slightly irked, waved his wand towards the door. The words brewing within him, born of a rather foul mood, nearly escaped his lips, only to come to a sudden halt upon discerning the silhouette outside. Snowrong stood at the threshold, her head tilted slightly as she smiled at him through the door, which had been somewhat brusquely opened, before gracefully stepping inside. She was clothed in a flowing gown, a deep navy blue that accentuated her slender waist. As she moved, the delicate gems adorning her waist shimmered, casting a gentle luminescence around her, as if enveloped in a soft glow. Her long hair cascaded down, partially veiling her shoulders, and the lustrous sheen of her skin was striking against the backdrop of her dark tresses and gown. He held his breath for a fleeting moment, watching as she closed the door and approached his desk. Snowrong turned gently before him, her gown billowing like petals in the wake of a shooting star. "Does it fit well?" she inquired, causing another occupant of the room to remember the act of breathing in the presence of her voice. Snape rose from behind his desk and walked around to stand before her, his gaze traversing her form inch by inch, ultimately resting upon her smiling eyes. "You look exquisite." Snowrong extended her hand, grasping Snape's palm gently, and playfully tugged. "Then, Mr. Snape, would you care to dance with me?" Snape's voice emerged hoarse, yet imbued with confusion. "You are not." "Indeed, I have no desire to attend the ball, but that does not imply I do not wish to dance with you." Snowrong paused thoughtfully before adding, "Of course, it is true that I am unfamiliar with this style of dance, so, Mr. Snape, would you be willing to instruct me?" "It would be my honor, Mississippi." The ball had just commenced, and the Great Hall was at its most lively. At least for the moment, there were no young wizards who had danced their fill and snuck away to the astronomy tower, which was now braving the cold wind. Surprisingly, the weather was quite pleasant tonight, with the moonlight shining brightly, devoid of clouds. Clad in a seemingly delicate gown, yet imbued with a warmth charm by someone, Snowrong spread her arms beneath the moonlight, resembling a bird poised to take flight, though the bird did not truly ascend. A hand reached from behind to draw her back. The bird turned, her skirt tracing a dazzling arc as she fell into the waiting embrace beside her. True to her word, in such an enchanting atmosphere, she indeed began to learn the steps of the dance within his arms. However, in all honesty, her commitment to learning was rather limited. After a few attempts, she began to grow lazy, relinquishing the rhythm and movements, even leaning a significant portion of her weight onto her dance partner, who was also her instructor for the evening. She leaned against him, allowing him to securely wrap his arms around her waist, shielding her from the brunt of the chilly wind, moving her feet with a lackadaisical rhythm. And when she inadvertently stepped on his foot, she would quickly look up and apologize. From time to time, a gentle kiss, deliberately placed at the corner of her mouth or chin during apologies, successfully rendered the dance instructor, whose pedagogical achievements tonight were rather meager, unable to harbor any resentment. In truth, the instructor tonight was not particularly adept at this social skill either. However, in comparison to a certain past student who was both underinformed and apathetic, he appeared exceptionally proficient, gradually nurturing a sense of responsibility that came with his role as a teacher. Given the rather dismal results of the evening, he deemed this teaching activity worthy of preservation, believing it could be revisited occasionally rather than relegated solely to this evening's ball. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two beneath the moonlight heard a commotion in the distance. It seemed that the ball in the auditorium had reached its midpoint, and a few small wizards had astutely chosen this chilly observatory as their rendezvous point. Before Snape could furrow his brow any further, Rong grasped his hand and whispered, "Shall we sneak back? Could you cast the disillusionment charm for me as well?" Snape turned to look at her, his brow remaining furrowed. Rong chuckled softly. "Do not be so stern, Severus. It is rather inconsiderate to disrupt young lovers on their dates. Encountering a professor who might deduct points could significantly dampen their romantic spirits. After all, you yourself have just, been a little more lenient towards newcomers." Snape gazed at her intently, then sighed in resignation, acquiescing to her request. Thus, the two, cloaked in invisibility, made their way down the stairs towards the dungeons. Although Snape, leading the way while holding her hand, likely walked with an air of nonchalance that she could not perceive, Rong felt an odd sense of secrecy as she watched the small wizards pass by without noticing them. He guided her back to the dungeons. It was not until they entered the office and the door closed behind them that she had a chance to glimpse his face. The sound of the door shutting echoed, and in an instant, the enchantments upon them ceased, leaving Rong abruptly pressed against the door. His face drew near, and before she could fully comprehend his expression, he captured her lips with his own. The fervent warmth of his breath enveloped her, and in a moment of stunned realization, she quickly conceded defeat. After a brief interlude, Rong tilted her head back to steady her breath, while he lowered his forehead to rest against hers. The quiet room was filled solely with the sound of their unsteady breaths. After another moment, Snape's husky voice broke the silence. "Do you not wish for others to know?" Rong paused, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. He certainly had not misunderstood. Her feelings had always been laid bare before him, pure and unfiltered. He had never doubted them. Therefore, the reason for her current reticence was not difficult to infer. Rong met his gaze, fully aware of his thoughts. She blinked, and under the scrutiny of his dark eyes, sighed. At that moment, she found herself uncertain whether to be pleased that he had finally cultivated a sense of confidence, or to lament his keen understanding of her. Ultimately, she chose to speak the truth. Had he not noticed or considered this direction, she would have refrained from mentioning it. But given the circumstances of his inquiry, she could not deceive him. "I am concerned, Severus. I fear I may become a burden to you, a problem that impacts your life." Rong inhaled deeply. "Although I am striving to prevent certain things from occurring, I have never dared to claim absolute certainty. What if one day you need to? I worry that I might obstruct you. I dread the thought of you having to expend effort and concern on matters related to me, fabricating stories about me in such difficult and perilous circumstances. I cannot help but dwell on this. Therefore, at times, I even wonder whether I should have returned to Hogwarts at all. Perhaps I should have, as I mentioned that night, waited to reunite with you at the crossroads of victory's conclusion." Snape listened, his brow furrowing deeper, lifting his hand to rest upon her shoulder, his fingers brushing against her skin, which felt slightly chilled. "I'm truly lacking, Severus." She tilted her head slightly, offering him a smile that feigned ease. "Even though this matter weighs heavily on my mind, even though a voice constantly reminds me to be cautious, even though I occasionally contemplate maintaining my distance from you, I find it impossible to do so. Indeed, once I have received a response, it becomes exceedingly difficult to revert to my previous state of mind. I can hardly control myself. I yearn to be near you, to draw closer, losing all semblance of self-restraint. Thus, I indulge in self-deception, thinking that at the very least, I can maintain a facade that appears normal to others, fantasizing that if I cease to be ostentatious, if to the majority we merely present ourselves as ordinary colleagues, then, if by chance you are ever questioned, you could merely offer a few simple sentences to explain the past. So, yes, you are right, Severus. I do not wish for others to know, or perhaps it is more accurate to say, I dare not let them know." Snape held her shoulders tightly, trembling slightly as he inhaled and exhaled, momentarily at a loss for words. Rong lowered her eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. In retrospect, it truly is a classic case of self-deception. This approach is hardly secure, is it? Snape's voice was hoarse as he replied. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Shui Rong sighed once more, using her now freed hand to gently caress his face. Are you suggesting that I should leave everything to you? Snape replied. Snow Rong inquired. Then may I request one thing from you? Snape felt an indistinct sense of foreboding, as if the forthcoming words were ones he would decidedly loathe to hear. What is it? Shui Rong hesitated momentarily, summoning her courage to speak. What if during the time you truly need to earn their trust, you are asked about me? You need not conceal anything. My identity, my origins, my abilities, my weaknesses, my sentiments towards them, everything can be disclosed. You may even take me before them. Shui Rong. This was the second time she had heard him call her name in such a frantic manner, full of urgency. I am serious, Severus. You know full well that even now, I am safer and more secure than others. Setting aside the potential consequences of being discovered, for any non-emergency situation has its solutions. And even if confronted, a few Avada Kedavras would hardly be a concern. Shui Rong. He glared at her with a fierce intensity, the grip on her shoulder tightening to the point where the veins on the back of his hand stood out. Yet, she felt no pain radiating from her shoulder. He appeared as if he might be driven to distraction by her words, yet he remained extremely restrained, not even squeezing her shoulder hard enough to leave a mark. Shui Rong fell silent, refraining from adding fuel to the fire. However, as she met his gaze, her eyes carried an urgent and fervent plea. Snape took several deep breaths, ultimately turning his face away to evade her gaze, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. Yet, he lifted Shui Rong, pressing her back against the door, and tenderly carried her over to the fireplace, gently placing her on the sofa, before rising to leave without uttering a word. Shui Rong grasped his hand. He did not pull away, merely refusing to turn back to face her. I am sorry, she whispered softly. I know I am making an unreasonable request. I understand it may cause discomfort or even pain. I realize, if the roles were reversed, I would be unable to comply with such a demand. Yet, I am here insisting you acquiesce to my wishes. I am sorry, I recognize my own cruelty, but I am willing to pay any price and bear any consequence, as long as you remain safe. All I ask is for you to return to me whole after this ends. I would do anything. The hand that Shui Rong held trembled slightly. I know you are angry. If you no longer wish to see me. If you. Her words were cut short as he suddenly turned, grasping her wrist and pinning it against the sides of the sofa. He knelt upon the couch, pressing his body closer to hers, effectively trapping her and silencing her lips. This was not a gentle kiss. His chest heaved violently, the warmth of his palm on her wrist alarming, the force of his lips considerable, as if he sought to consume her entirely, ardent, fervent, even bringing a hint of pain. Initially, she struggled to respond, attempting to soothe him, but soon found herself overwhelmed. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his head slightly, releasing her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. He gazed into her eyes, breathless, his own filled with a fiery passion. I love you. Shui Rong was momentarily stunned, her mind a blank slate, unable to process his declaration at that moment. She had not anticipated hearing those words from him today, at this time. She merely opened her mouth, and in the face of his intense gaze, a smile broke forth, though the glistening tears slipped down the corners of her eyes. Mingling with her hair, she moved her wrist, and he paused, loosening his grip. Then, she raised her arms, sitting up to embrace him. The flames in the fireplace crackled fiercely, casting long shadows of the entwined figures. Snape sighed, burying his face in her hair, his heart stirring with a different kind of urgency for the first time. Everything must come to an end soon. It was imperative. It was essential. It was absolute. Chapter 45, The Plan. After the Christmas ball, before the commencement of the second task, Dumbledore temporarily departed Hogwarts with Harry. Aware of their mission, Shui Rong did not remain idle. She seized the opportunity to venture out on her own. She had indeed promised someone beforehand that she would do so, though she had declined their offer to accompany her. Dumbledore and Harry returned swiftly, even before Shui Rong arrived back. Upon returning, Dumbledore attempted to contact Shui Rong in the dungeons, only to be informed by the surly potions master that she was not in the castle. When Shui Rong finally returned from her late-night procurement, hauling 2 sizable boxes through a larger window on the 5th floor, she was met with a summons from the portraits in the corridor before she could make her way back to the dungeons. Glancing at the 2 boxes filled with her purchases, Shui Rong hesitated momentarily, but then decisively proceeded to the headmaster's office. In some respects, it was safer for her to keep such highly dangerous items close until they were properly handled. Dumbledore had heard that Shui Rong intended to procure items from the Muggle world, though she had not disclosed the specifics of her shopping plans to Snape, and thus, Dumbledore was unaware of them. When he saw her enter the office carrying 2 seemingly hefty boxes, his curiosity was piqued. Dumbledore believed that Shui Rong's excursion at this juncture was not for trivial matters, especially since he recalled her mentioning a desire to purchase something shortly after her return from seeking the Horcruxes. Shui Rong, what is this? Shui Rong set the boxes aside. Having taken precautions, and knowing that in this scenario, smashing or burning the boxes would pose no issue, she instinctively handled them carefully, placing them well away from the fireplace before turning to approach the chair before Dumbledore. These dangerous muggle items, she said as she sat down at the table. I had intended to come before, but now I am more eager to proceed. I hope you will not hinder me if the opportunity arises. Dumbledore's curiosity deepened. What is it that you believe I would prevent you from doing? Shui Rong raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it is best you remain unaware, as I intend to pursue it regardless of your disapproval. Dumbledore cast another glance at the two boxes, casting a spell to ensure their safety and confidentiality before steering the conversation back to the pressing matters at hand. I have good news, Shui Rong. Thanks to your assistance, our progress has been far more favorable than anticipated. I subtly hinted at certain matters and employed a few minor tactics. Oh, and Harry has been of help as well. Shui Rong sat up a little straighter. So, Professor Slughorn has responded to your inquiries? Dumbledore chuckled. He would certainly not provide a direct answer. In fact, he was reluctant to offer any memories at all, but he did give Harry a few hints. Shui Rong replied, well, I am not particularly concerned with how you and Harry managed to extract this information, nor am I curious about the small tactics you employed to persuade the professor to relent. I simply wish to know the answer. Dumbledore wasted no time. 7 is a magical number, is it not? Shui Rong contemplated this, then asked with precision, does this 7 include himself? Is it 7 objects? Or divided into 7? I believe there is a substantial difference. Dumbledore nodded. We believe he intends to divide them into 7. Shui Rong furrowed her brow, counting silently in her mind, then posed a critical question. Do you think he himself is unaware of this? Dumbledore sighed. Shui Rong did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, yet both of them understood the essence of her words. It pertained to Harry Potter, who, by a twist of fate over a decade ago, inadvertently became a Horcrux. Dumbledore remarked, I cannot claim absolute certainty, but based on my deductions, at least when Barty Crouch Jr. impersonated Alastor and entered Hogwarts, he was likely unaware. Shui Rong nodded, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Considering his past actions and his previous selections of Horcruxes, he appears to possess a strong sense of ritual. Thus, I believe that if he indeed perceives the number 7 as significant, he would strive to fulfill that condition. Disregarding the possibility that he may not even be aware of the last one, we have already destroyed 5. If he has completed his ritual, it signifies that there is still 1 remaining. Dumbledore interjected, Shui Rong, I have a hypothesis regarding what Barty Crouch Jr. mentioned earlier, and I would like you to help me recall it meticulously. Shui Rong turned her gaze toward Dumbledore, quickly grasping his intention. Recall? Are you referring to the location of that detritus I previously circled? Dumbledore affirmed. Yes, at that time you were experimenting with another Horcrux, correct? How did the effects and sensations compare to when you located the ring and the cup? Shui Rong lowered her eyes, carefully reminiscing about the scene. If there is any distinction, the power there felt notably stronger. I assumed it was because that was the primary soul, thus its reaction was particularly pronounced. However, do you consider the possibility that he carries the last Horcrux with him? Dumbledore nodded. As you said, Shui Rong, he is a person of great ceremonial significance. Hence, I suspect he would not intentionally place his Horcrux beyond this land. Here, you have thoroughly searched, even uncovering the cup from Gringotts' vault. I believe there is little likelihood of oversight. Outside of this, there is only one other place that still reacts to Horcruxes. If another truly exists, it is conceivable that it remains close to him, constantly by his side. Shui Rong inhaled deeply, her expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. That is merely your conjecture, Dumbledore. At present, we cannot verify it. If you are correct, then as long as we have a solution to Harry's predicament, we can promptly confront him and eliminate that detritus along with the unknown Horcrux he carries. But what if you are mistaken? I believed our reason for waiting until now, despite knowing his whereabouts, was to ensure absolute certainty. You are correct, Shui Rong, Dumbledore replied earnestly. Thus, I propose that while we resolve Harry's issue, we must also devise a means of verification. Shui Rong reclined against her chair's backrest. I have an idea. Dumbledore regarded her with a knowing glance. I fear that may not be a pleasant notion. Shui Rong countered, yet it may be the most precise and effective course of action at present. Dumbledore fell silent. Shui Rong continued. As long as I can position myself nearby and observe closely, I can confirm whether your hypothesis is accurate. The only concern is that getting too close will inevitably draw attention. Even if Voldemort's primary soul is weakened, he may not be overly sensitive. Yet the snake he accompanies is rumored to be no ordinary serpent. Thus, should I approach, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. That wretched Voldemort can communicate with snakes through Parseltongue. which cannot be concealed. In truth, this was the very reason Xuerong had refrained from drawing nearer to assess Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew's locations. Having learned of the snake's existence from the young Barty Crouch Jr., she was acutely aware of her own intimidating effect on non-human entities, particularly magical beings. And after her harrowing experience with the unusually sensitive dragon at Gringotts, she was even more cautious, fearing any misstep could provoke unforeseen repercussions. Nagini, Dumbledore sighed. As if stirred by distant memories and reflections, yet he quickly regained his composure, his expression resolute once more. As you pointed out, Xuerong, if you are to verify in person, it is difficult not to rouse his suspicion. Therefore, I suggest we postpone this confirmation until the very end. Xuerong furrowed her brow at Dumbledore. He elaborated. He has already acquired a rudimentary physical form, albeit still fragile and unstable, which is why he is scheming to genuinely regain his corporeal existence. In fact, this may work to our advantage. In his spectral state, he is challenging to capture, as we previously allowed him to escape from Hogwarts. Oh, I believe Harry remembers that incident well. However, if he possesses a body, it is perilous. We must ascertain that we have sufficient means to contain him and buy ourselves time. If my earlier conjecture proves erroneous, and he has another Horcrux not in his immediate vicinity, then at least restraining him will afford us some time to search again. I may not be as confident as I once thought, but I believe that given our advanced knowledge and preparation, coupled with your assistance, it is worth attempting. We can confirm the presence of a Horcrux by him at the end. If it exists, we shall destroy it before confronting him. If not, we will devise a means to contain him while we continue our search, which may not seem entirely prudent, yet it is indeed worth a try. After a moment of contemplation, Xuerong concurred with Dumbledore's plan. Of course, I must admit, my eagerness to confront that wretch has significantly influenced my agreement. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I believe I can understand that sentiment. Xuerong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. So, now we await only Harry? Dumbledore reflected. Harry informed me that with your assistance, his occlumency practice has progressed swiftly. Oh, I personally verified it, and it is indeed far better than I anticipated. By the way, we are making final adjustments to that alchemical instrument. Xuerong replied. Actually, I have another question. Although the initial concept was mine, my understanding of the magical realm remains insufficient. I can hardly comprehend your current achievements. But can we not resolve Harry's issue in advance? For instance, if the alchemical tool proves effective, could one of you simply deliver an Avada to Harry? Dumbledore shook his head. I too wish it were simpler. But the reality is that the foundational premise you provided is that the other party possesses a complete soul, while the subject you are resisting has been aware from the beginning and has thus been resisting. Essentially, it remains a struggle between two complete souls. Harry's situation is somewhat more complex. He remains oblivious, and that fragment of soul has even begun to influence his own, prompting us to alter our approach. By leveraging the resonance of the same source soul, we can ensure that the fragment acts under the allure of the primary soul, allowing for a complete and thorough severance while maximizing the safety of Harry's own soul. Xuerong sighed. So, it means Harry must face Voldemort directly. There is no shortcut of sending someone to extract blood. Dumbledore affirmed. Yes, and this is a matter requiring careful consideration. We must exercise caution. If he senses our approach and escapes, it would be quite troublesome, especially since many of his former followers are already stirring restlessly. Having received this somewhat positive news, Xuerong returned to the cellar, her two large trunks in tow. She did not seek out Snape immediately, but first went to her room to stow the trunks properly before tidying herself up and knocking on the door of the potions professor's office. However, she did not wait for a response, but instead pushed the door open. Snape appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, causing Xuerong to feel a twinge of guilt. Since her departure 3 days ago, they had not crossed paths until now, but upon their reunion, he did not approach her to greet her first. Instead, he waved his wand at her. Xuerong sighed and relaxed her body, allowing him to inspect her. Noticing the slight easing of his brow after casting the detection charm, she stepped forward, unable to resist saying, I told you, I merely went out to buy something. I wasn't up to any mischief, so there's no need for such concern, is there? Snape remained silent, his expression stern as he took her hand, then frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, encircling her hand within his palm. Xuerong's fingers stirred within his grasp, prompting him to lift his gaze to meet her eyes. And he smiled as he continued, You weren't upset that I didn't let you join me, were you? Don't be so petty. Snape regarded her with an air of misfortune, stating, Regrettably, the individual standing before you is indeed a remarkably petty and vengeful one. Xuerong blinked playfully. Well, you see, petty, vengeful, often lacking in patience, with a temper that leaves much to be desired, not exactly the epitome of a good person in the traditional sense, and frequently unable to express thoughts openly, preferring to brood over them. The corners of Snape's mouth slowly turned downward. But what can be done? Xuerong mused, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she added, "It just so happens that at this moment, in this scenario, that person is you. Perhaps there exist many who are deemed exemplary by the standards of the common populace, but so what? They are not you, and thus hold no significance for me." Snape sighed and pulled her into his embrace. She had never concealed her feelings, and he had long resolved that even if he felt unworthy, he would selfishly clutch her hand and never let go. Yet, each time she chose him with such unwavering determination, he felt as though a beam of light pierced through his otherwise murky existence, growing ever brighter and drawing him back into the light. Resting her head upon his shoulder, Xuerong sensed that he had indeed ceased to dwell on her solitary departure of 3 days, and she comfortably closed her eyes. The tumultuous emotions that had plagued her since leaving the headmaster's office dissipated in that moment, yielding to tranquility. Chapter 46, Birthday, January 9th. An unremarkable day, passing like any other. However, as evening approached, the house elf tasked with delivering meals failed to arrive. In the dungeons, Snape observed another elf entering with a tray. This elf was not clad in a black cloak, but rather wore a deep blue wizarding robe, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's style, though with fitted sleeves devoid of elaborate embellishments, appearing quite neat. Xuerong entered naturally, placing the tray before him, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Snape. She had occasionally prepared food in the past, but this time, it was accompanied not by forks and knives, but by a pair of wooden chopsticks placed beside it. On the tray lay a large bowl accompanied by several small dishes, which bore a striking resemblance to the dining ware commonly used at Hogwarts. Yet Snape felt he had never encountered such before. The small dishes contained an array of meats and vegetables, some familiar, others not, all prepared in distinctive styles, yet undeniably different from what he was accustomed to. Even in the modest portions, the chef had taken great care to artistically arrange the food, and Snape noticed intricate designs carved from parsley and carrot adorning the edges of the petite plates. However, these fragrant delicacies served merely as accompaniments to the staple in the bowl, a porcelain white vessel containing a clear broth and delicate white noodles. He raised his gaze to her. Xuerong smiled as she handed him the chopsticks, which he noticed were delicately engraved with patterns resembling a fusion of tortoise and serpent, Xuanwu. Seeing his attention on the chopsticks, Xuerong explained, "A creature of Eastern mythology, it embodies the element of water, representing stability, wisdom, and longevity. It wards off evil, averts disaster, and brings good fortune." Clumsily gripping the chopsticks, his gaze remained fixed on her. Xuerong pointed at the noodles in the bowl. "This bowl contains a single, unbroken strand, longevity noodles. It's a tradition from my hometown that on one's birthday, we eat noodles, long and slender, as the Chinese pronunciation for long life is a homophone, symbolizing a beautiful wish." Snape tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Xuerong sat across from him, resting her elbow on the table and cradling her chin in her palm. Her eyes sparkling. "I made this with my own hands, spending most of the day on it. Do try a bite. Oh, and by the way, I've already had my share in the kitchen. This is all for you." Though she utilized Hogwarts kitchen facilities, every step was executed by her own hand, kneading the dough, boiling the noodles, washing the vegetables, chopping, and simmering the broth. Her presence and insistence on doing everything herself had startled the house elves. Even Dobby, the peculiar house elf that Xuerong had heard Harry mention twice, did not exhibit much composure today. It was commendable that the house elves managed to timely provide meals without leaving Hogwarts staff and guests hungry. Meanwhile, at the long table in the Great Hall, Ron, having taken a bite of his dinner chicken leg, muttered, "Is it just me, or does today's lunch and dinner taste a bit different from before?" Harry, spearing a piece of meat with gravy-soaked potatoes, nodded silently. While the flavors remained pleasant, they felt oddly peculiar compared to what they were used to. Back in the dungeons, Snape bowed his head, awkwardly attempting to grasp the noodles with his chopsticks. His first attempt failed. Xuerong supported her chin, observing him. "How about I feed you?" Snape couldn't help but glare at her, though the intensity of his glare was open to interpretation, and the tips of his ears, concealed beneath his hair, betrayed a faint blush. "Don't be shy," Xuerong beamed, leaning over the table with her head tilted. "The birthday star certainly deserves such treatment." Taking a deep breath, Snape cautiously made a second attempt. It turned out that Hogwarts Potions Master was indeed intelligent and dexterous. He did not truly require someone to feed him to enjoy his dinner. The noodles had a pleasing texture, not soft and mushy, but rather chewy, and the broth appeared clear, starkly contrasting with the common thick soups made from crushed ingredients. Yet the taste was anything but bland. It was exquisitely flavorful. Of course, Snape was unaware that the broth had simmered for nearly an entire day. Xuerong patiently waited until he had taken a few bites before softly inquiring, "How does it taste?" Snape lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Quite good." Xuerong smiled brightly. "It's rare to hear you give such straightforward praise. It makes me very happy, Mr. Snape." Snape glanced back at the tray before him. Did you prepare this for long? Shuerong replied. Not particularly. It wasn't too troublesome since I didn't make anything extravagant. I hope you won't mind that I've been somewhat perfunctory with your birthday gift. Snape fell silent, gripping the chopsticks. If this was perfunctory, he could not fathom what could be deemed thoughtful. His birthday. In the years past, no one had cared, not even he himself. I also had the house elves assist with preparing a cake, Shuerong added. Perhaps you might want to try blowing out a candle later? Snape remained noncommittal. Such beautiful wishes are never too many in my book. Upon uttering these words, Shuerong rose gracefully from across the table, circumnavigated it, and leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon the side of his face. A soft smile graced her lips as she spoke. Happy birthday, Severus. Straightening up to face him, she closed her eyes and placed her hands together in a gesture of prayer. May your remaining days be filled with tranquility, joy, and well-being. The birthday of the potions master went nearly unnoticed, save for the beleaguered house elves of Hogwarts, as it passed in an unremarkable manner. However, an intricately carved pair of chopsticks was confiscated by an unnamed individual. That evening, Snape inquired about Shuerong's birthday, and he felt a twinge of regret for his apparent negligence, realizing he had yet to grasp such matters. To his surprise, Shuerong replied, I do not recall. When she spoke of the past, she did so with a casual ease. Regarding my homeland, I retain vivid memories of many common facts, knowledge, and even historical narratives. Yet when it pertains to matters concerning myself, my family, friends, and even information like my birthday, the details have become rather hazy. It is not that I wish to conceal it from you. I genuinely cannot remember the specific date, not even my zodiac sign. I distinctly recall having been quite fascinated by astrology at one point, after she had resolved to sever her ties to her past. Such memories began to irreversibly fade from her mind. It was as if her homeland continued to exist in its own rhythm, embracing the joys and sorrows of countless souls, yet lacking the trace of a seemingly inconsequential individual. Even within the confines of her own memory, that world remained intact. But the evidence of her existence within it had gradually vanished, rendering her merely an observer, as if she had never truly belonged there. Hence, she could empathize with the Eastern visitor's intervention from years past. The disappearance of her own traces in the world caused her anguish, and the certainty of never finding a similar existence would further drive her towards madness. The desire to return home left her perpetually adrift. Devoid of even a semblance of solace, self-deception was beyond her grasp. Sometimes, despair truly was but a fleeting moment. The individuals of that time could not have foreseen that emerging from despair was not an insurmountable task. Perhaps fate had not entirely forsaken her. She ultimately clutched a newfound hope. Today, she could recount these experiences with a light-hearted tone. Oh, what an idea. Shuerong tugged at Snape's hand, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her smile devoid of shadows or sorrow, infused instead with a spark of enthusiasm. Severus, how about we explore astrology? For instance, researching which signs might be most compatible with you? I believe this is a splendid idea. After all, I feel we are quite harmonious as it is. We could select a reliable zodiac sign that I find appealing, and then choose a date that resonates with me, and voila, that could be my birthday going forward. What do you think? If you wish, you could even gift me something on that day. Snape opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that she had genuinely moved on, that she no longer cared about these matters, and had indeed devised a rather casual method to arbitrarily select a date. Yet, her indifference evoked a dull ache within his heart. All he seemed capable of was enveloping her in his embrace. In a daze, he followed Dumbledore outside, even unaware that Harry, in his own confusion, had inadvertently accomplished something significant. In the days leading up to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, he continued to attend the dungeon for lessons on mental occlusion. From that day forth, their lessons included 3 participants. Harry felt he was progressing rapidly, yet he sensed that Shuerong, in her role as a guide, was subtly attempting to steer him towards something more. Severus, as the instructor, had noticed this much sooner and with greater clarity, yet he said nothing. Harry only had a vague inkling of this until the day it would truly come to fruition. Thus, the days silently slipped by. The entirety of Hogwarts was enveloped in a tense and exhilarating atmosphere as the next competition loomed. Meanwhile, the few who were privy to the situation remained remarkably composed, making it difficult for others to discern any difference. Notably, during her occasional visits to the headmaster's office, Shuerong would catch a distant glimpse of Moody, the genuine Alastor Moody. She did not approach or attempt to engage him. Instead, she observed him from afar, noting his somewhat dejected demeanor as he left the headmaster's office, a picture of frustration and disappointment. On the day of the second task, the weather was still chill, and indeed, the event itself lacked much spectacle. After all, the true arena lay beneath the depths of the Black Lake, and the audience could only gaze at the surface. waiting for the champions to emerge. Nevertheless, Snape and Shui Rong attended, though they did not join the spectators. Instead, they stood at a distance by the edge of the lake, ensuring all was well before retreating. Upon their return to the dungeon, Snape guided Shui Rong to sit before the fireplace, stoking the flames to a comfortable warmth. The sofa before the hearth had been transformed since their last encounter. Now a spacious love seat, allowing them to sit side by side in the glow of the fire. Shui Rong allowed him to habitually take her hand, relaxing against his shoulder. And with a playful blink, she mused, Severus. Snape, focused on tenderly rubbing her hand, responded, Shui Rong continued. I have yet to see what lies beneath the Black Lake. Snape paused, turning his head to regard her. You can see it from the Slytherin common room. Shui Rong pouted slightly. Only a corner, and it's unclear. Snape raised an eyebrow. Curious? Shui Rong nodded. Today, I saw the little witches and wizards competing. They could swim down for a look, which piqued my interest even more, especially since I heard there are merfolk below. In Eastern mythology, we have tales of the Jiaoren, but I hope the merfolk aren't too sensitive. I do like to observe the differences without causing them distress. Just like in the Forbidden Forest. I should be safer than others, right? No worries about creature attacks. Before she could finish her thought, Snape furrowed his brow in contemplation. Not at present. Of course. I won't consider it now. It's still cold and the water is chilly. Even if there were a way to keep my body warm, I sense I would still feel the cold psychologically. Perhaps we can wait until it warms up? Shui Rong gazed at Snape with a twinkle in her eye. Will you accompany me? Snape felt a surge of satisfaction at her request for his company, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Shui Rong's laughter brightened, and then she pressed her lips together, recalling something. Oh, speaking of which, the champions swimming today must be wearing swimsuits, right? Oh, and the two gentlemen have even donned vests. Snape's brow twitched momentarily. Shui Rong rested her chin on his arm. If we were to swim, Severus, you wouldn't still insist on being fully wrapped up in robes, would you? That would be cumbersome and restrict your movements in the water. Snape fell silent for several seconds, lowering his head to meet her gaze. Yet, even under his scrutiny, Shui Rong remained remarkably composed. I have yet to see you in other attire. I am quite curious. I recently endeavored to envision the attire of either Crumb or Diggory that I glimpsed today, yet I found myself utterly unable to conjure such an image. I have never witnessed you donning so little. Snape felt the heat from the fireplace causing his ears to flush slightly. Strangely, someone displayed an unusually nonchalant demeanor, seemingly speaking without ulterior motives. When Shui Rong observed Snape's silence, she pouted and murmured softly, Stingy, it's not like it's just for you to wear alone. At that moment, Snape felt his ears grow even warmer. Chapter 47, the plan commences. As he made his way from the Headmaster's office back to the dungeon, the Potion Master's perpetually cold visage betrayed no excess emotion. For his part, he found that his feelings were not as intense as he had once believed. Whether it be fear, anxiety, or calm acceptance, they seemed to have been swept away like leaves in the wind, leaving behind only faint traces of intensity. He was, in fact, more composed than he had imagined, even harboring a subtle sense of anticipation. He was certainly not looking forward to the event itself. Rather, he anticipated the significance represented by the commencement of this journey. Upon reaching the door to his office, Snape struggled to suppress his worries. He was not afraid of anything else. His sole concern was her reaction upon discovering the truth. Nevertheless, he composed himself and pushed the door open. Shui Rong had let her hair down, reclining on the now double-sized sofa, engrossed in a book, appearing leisurely and languid. In that moment, it seemed that the emotional turbulence previously stirred in the headmaster's office had been smoothed over, leaving only a gentle warmth illuminated by the sunlight. Snape hesitated for a moment, closed the door, and approached her, reaching out to grasp the book she held aloft. With a gentle tug, he effortlessly liberated it from her grasp. Before carelessly tossing it aside, he caught a glimpse of its contents. Surprisingly, it was not a tale of foolishness, but rather a tome on the history of magic. No wonder she appeared somewhat fatigued. Shui Rong allowed the book to be taken from her, slowly retracting her hand and propping herself up to gaze at him. You're back? Her long, dark hair flowed freely, cascading over her shoulders in a manner that conveyed a relaxed languor, a stark contrast to her usual neatness. He had only seen her in such a state on 2 prior occasions. The last time was that fateful evening when she returned silently, her hair unfettered, having transformed the broken hairpin in her hand into the cufflinks now adorning his sleeve. The feelings from that night seemed entirely different from now. Back then, he had been engulfed in worry and confusion, lacking the tightness in his chest and the slight itch in his throat that he felt now. He sighed silently, taking a seat as she made space for him. Shui Rong instinctively leaned her head against his shoulder. With her hair cascading down, it brushed against his hand, the cool, silky sensation causing his fingers to tremble slightly. Unbeknownst to her, she effortlessly wrapped her arms around his, Is there anything else you need to attend to? Snape inhaled deeply without uttering a word. No. Shui Rong closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Then may I steal a bit of Professor Snape's time? I wish to doze off resting against you. Snape turned his head, lowering his gaze to her, and leaned in to place a gentle kiss atop her head. If you're tired, you can return to sleep, or his words trailed off, his eyes drifting toward the depths of the office, specifically, the direction of his own bedroom. In truth, aside from that one night when she had been cradled in his arms and had slept there, she had not ventured in since. Shui Rong, reclining against him with her eyes closed, did not wait for his unfinished thought, nor did she seem to mind. I don't want to go back. I wish to be with you. Snape, he lowered his head once more, this kiss landing softly on her forehead. Shui Rong did not open her eyes. But a gentle laugh escaped her. I don't need to sit for long. I merely wish to take a brief nap. As her voice softened, one of the hands encircling his arm began to glide down his forearm, her fingertips delicately grazing his palm. In response to his slightly stiff reaction, their fingers intertwined. He heard her exhale softly upon completing this gesture, her lips curving into a faint smile as she drifted into light slumber. As she had stated, her intention was merely to rest briefly, and she did not fall into a deep sleep. Snape sat quietly on the sofa, gazing down at her, unmoving. This tranquility did not endure for long. That evening, Shui Rong learned of the news while conversing with Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. The Ministry of Magic had recently appointed a new head for the Triwizard Tournament, detaining Barty Crouch. At that time, Shui Rong, diligently gathering materials, was blissfully unaware until the news rapidly spread throughout Hogwarts within a matter of hours. Along with this revelation came whispers and conjectures from the young wizards, some of which bore a semblance of truth. Barty Crouch's son, who was presumed to have perished at the hands of Death Eaters in Azkaban, had infiltrated Hogwarts with nefarious intent, only to be apprehended by a seasoned Auror, Professor Alastor Moody, their defense against the dark arts instructor this year. Unfortunately, during this encounter, Professor Moody had sustained injuries requiring treatment and recuperation. It was said that some curious students had ventured to the hospital wing to check on him, where he appeared to be in relatively good spirits, at least ensuring that they would not need to replace him with another professor just yet. As for the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., his escape from Azkaban and infiltration of Hogwarts was widely believed to have been facilitated by his father, who, conveniently, was active at Hogwarts this year due to his position. This was precisely why he had been taken away by the Ministry's personnel. Despite the terrifying fact that a Death Eater had infiltrated the castle, the young wizards, having previously endured the incident involving Black's intrusion a year ago, remained relatively composed, especially upon learning that there had been an insider aiding the operation, and that it appeared the Death Eater had been captured before their plans could truly commence, which did not incite widespread panic. In contrast to the students, the guest, Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, reacted more dramatically, displaying the classic demeanor of a startled bird. Some well-informed young wizards expressed understanding, given that they had heard that Barty Crouch Jr. had been betrayed by Karkaroff, allowing him to be captured, while Karkaroff himself had evaded the fate of Azkaban. Thus, Karkaroff's response, believing that Barty Crouch Jr. sought revenge against him, seemed quite reasonable. When this news reached Shui Rong, one of the few who considered herself well-informed, her first instinct was not to rush to the headmaster's office to seek out Dumbledore, nor to check on Moody in the hospital wing. Instead, she dashed back to the dungeon, bursting through the office door. The room was empty. Snape was not there. The night had fallen, and dinner had long since passed, yet he was absent. Shui Rong's complexion paled instantly. After a moment of stunned silence, she clenched her teeth and turned on her heel, racing up the stairs toward the headmaster's office. The situation had become glaringly evident. The inexperienced little wizards were, of course, oblivious to everything, and even Minerva McGonagall, who had some knowledge of the events concerning young Barty Crouch, would never have suspected the truth. However, Snow knew of Dumbledore's plan. She was aware that according to their proposed strategy, they intended to allow Voldemort, as he himself desired, to attain a corporeal form. While this would significantly restore his strength, it would also facilitate their ability to besiege him. The wizarding world had limited understanding of souls, at least. They currently lacked the means to precisely capture or confine Voldemort in his spectral state, much like the events she had heard of that occurred during Harry's first year. Under such circumstances, possessing a high degree of certainty in confining Voldemort in his physical form was certainly preferable to allowing him to revert to a weakened state of mere spirit. This plan necessitated presenting Harry before Voldemort in a manner that would not arouse suspicion. It aimed not only to grant Voldemort a true body, but also to simultaneously resolve the issue of the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. The most suitable candidate to execute this plan was Moody, or rather, Barty Crouch impersonating Moody. The entire premise relied on Voldemort believing that young Barty Crouch's subterfuge remained remarkably successful. Yet now, young Barty Crouch had been taken by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry, having failed to prevent a criminal's escape only to apprehend him again, would undoubtedly resort to more effective, even extreme measures to confirm his identity, even if the captured Barty Crouch was in a confused and semi-mad state, incapable of providing useful information. This meant that Voldemort would be acutely aware that young Barty Crouch was no longer a pawn in his game. If the plan to deliver Harry to Voldemort was to proceed, who within Hogwarts could both earn Dumbledore's trust and potentially gain Voldemort's confidence, convincing him of their loyalty to undertake such a critical task? There was only one. Indeed, there was but a single individual. Thus, upon hearing of young Barty Crouch's capture by the Ministry, Snow's immediate reaction was to rush back to the cellar in search of Snape. As anticipated, he was nowhere to be found. This confirmed her suspicions. It even suggested that the earlier request for her assistance in gathering materials from the greenhouse had been a premeditated tactic to delay her from learning the truth. Gritting her teeth, Snow sprinted to the headmaster's office. This time, she didn't even need to utter any incantations. Dumbledore had been waiting for her. Upon seeing Snow, who entered with an aura of coldness and a face devoid of expression, Dumbledore exhaled a sigh, relieved yet anxious. He understood that Snow would quickly grasp the situation. But witnessing her now, despite her ghastly pallor, her eyes retained their original hue, indicating that although she was evidently agitated, she had managed to maintain her composure. Dumbledore refrained from unnecessary words. He merely waved his wand to ensure their conversation remained confidential and directly addressed her potential queries. I am truly sorry, Snow. But Alastor is not suited to execute this plan. While he may indeed possess a resolute spirit as a fearless warrior, he would find it exceedingly difficult to convincingly impersonate another, particularly a fervent Death Eater whom he has relentlessly hunted and despised. In the face of Voldemort, he would not flinch from death, but he cannot feign loyalty to Voldemort. Moreover, I have attempted to have Alastor practice occlumency as much as possible, but regrettably, his skill is adequate to deal with ordinary dark wizards, yet utterly insufficient against Voldemort. Even in a diminished state, we cannot afford to underestimate him. Snow's voice was chillingly calm, even as her clenched fists trembled with exertion. So, while Moody can maintain the facade of Barty Crouch under your careful planning, when it comes to the necessity of further establishing trust with Voldemort, or even potentially meeting him in person, he cannot act with the finesse required to evade suspicion. Nor can he guarantee the secrecy of his thoughts when Voldemort probes his mind. Thus, you have but one choice, to send him, do you not? Dumbledore bore no regrets regarding this choice, even in the presence of Snow. Yet, this did not imply he could assert with conviction that it was the best decision. He would make many seemingly cruel choices for the sake of a greater good, a brighter future, but this did not preclude him from feeling compassion and sorrow. He believed that costs and sacrifices were unavoidable, yet he did not consider them to be justifiable. Noticing Dumbledore's silence, Snow's tightened grip fluctuated between relaxation and tension. After a considerable pause, she merely posed one final question. When did you convene to reach such a decision? The you she referred to undoubtedly included Snape himself. Within this plan, the crucial players were, in fact, only three: Dumbledore, Moody, and Snape. The most pivotal individual was Snape, who must have been aware long before. Dumbledore opened his mouth, seemingly prepared to explain, but Snow had already closed her eyes, raising a hand to halt his forthcoming words. It is futile to know now. There is no need to tell me. Dumbledore sighed. Severus will say that he proved his loyalty during the last window of opportunity before young Barty Crouch was taken by the Ministry. Young Barty, realizing he had no further chances, entrusted the most vital task to Severus in those final moments. I have already arranged matters on Barty's end. We deduce that Voldemort, currently in a weakened state and needing to conceal himself, would not reject a loyal subordinate willing to pledge allegiance at this time. There will likely be tests and verification. But he won't act recklessly. He still requires the completion of crucial tasks. Severus is merely going to convey Barty's message tonight to gain Voldemort's trust. With no further assignments, he will return safely tonight, and you shall see him again shortly. Chapter 48. Not now. With a pale complexion, Snape returned to Hogwarts, entering the cellar with a sense of tension that perhaps surpassed even that which he had felt when he had left the castle earlier. Pushing the door open, he was unsurprised to find someone waiting inside. As the door closed behind him, the person who had been waiting almost the entire evening rushed towards him like a bird in flight. However, she did not fling herself directly into his arms. Snape had witnessed many facets of Snow, observed a myriad of expressions upon her face: indifference, detachment, calmness, kindness, curiosity, joy, and perhaps even the playful warmth that only he had seen. Yet, for the first time, he beheld her in a state of anxious helplessness, fraught with worry and trepidation. She halted before him, her slightly reddened eyes scrutinizing him intently. Just as he was about to utter something, her hands reached out, seemingly afraid to inadvertently hurt him. Gliding gently over his cheek, the tip of his nose, his neck, and along his chest to his arms, finally grasping his wrist. But he swiftly turned his wrist to seize her hand, holding it firmly in his own. Her hand felt cold, as if the nurturing care she had devoted during her return and the potions she had readjusted had all suddenly lost their efficacy, returning her to a state of vulnerability. He couldn't help but exhale a sigh at this moment. Severus Snape pressed his icy, trembling hand against the side of his face, lowering his head slightly to gaze into her eyes. In a gentle, soothing tone, he murmured, "I am fine. I have returned." Yet, the breath of Shui Rong quivered. Her gaze averted as she lowered her eyes, appearing utterly untouched by his words of comfort. With a sigh, Snape released her hand and gently grasped her shoulder, urging her to meet his gaze. She did lift her head, cradling his face with her hands as she rose on her toes to press her lips against his. He quickly sensed that something was amiss. She rarely took such initiative. Her arms encircled his neck, drawing them closer. Her head tilted back with an ardent fervor as she kissed him fervently, inching ever closer. He sighed and closed his eyes, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist, responding to her kiss with a burgeoning intensity. He sought to soothe her, but he also craved solace for himself, following an experience that, for most, might seem entirely ordinary. He yearned for more warmth, for a glimpse of hope and beauty, drawing strength from her presence to regain his equilibrium. However, this passionate kiss was abruptly interrupted. As Shui Rong's hands ventured toward his front, fumbling awkwardly with the buttons of his robe, Snape momentarily lost his focus, quickly snapping back to reality as he suppressed the urge to continue, seizing her fumbling hands before she could even unfasten a single button. He lifted his head away from her lips, grasping both her wrists with his right hand while gently pushing her shoulders with his left, attempting to create a bit of distance between them. She opened her eyes, furrowing her brow in confusion, her gaze still clouded with unshed tears. He swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths, unconsciously tightening his grip on her wrists, as if fearing that relinquishing his hold might lead to chaos. Though he grappled with the realization that he was equally concerned about losing control of himself. Pressing his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse and strained, he implored, "No, not now." With his other heated hand, he tenderly caressed her cheek, striving to extinguish the fire igniting in his eyes, beseeching her with utmost sincerity. "Just give me a little more time." Shui Rong closed her eyes and lowered her head, resting against his chest, breathing irregularly and deeply. She offered no reply but ceased her struggles. Snape exhaled slowly, easing his grip on her wrists and encircling her once more in his arms, burying his head in the crook of her neck. "I have gained your trust," he murmured softly. "I am not the formidable, unhinged man I once was. I have not resorted to extreme measures to punish the servant who has crawled back to me. I am merely exhausted." Upon hearing his words, Shui Rong did not lift her head, remaining nestled against him, yet her arms tightened around his waist, her voice muffled and trembling as it emanated from his chest. "I am not a healer, but I am an apothecary, Severus." Snape paused momentarily. Shui Rong suppressed her sobs, striving to speak in a steadier tone. "Indeed, I am not well versed in healing. My skills are limited, but I am not entirely ignorant, Severus. I can see it. I can feel it." Snape fell silent, sighing heavily, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only tighten his embrace, attempting to reassure her that, at the very least, he had not suffered irreparable harm. After a lengthy silence, he heard Shui Rong, finally calming down, express with fierce determination, "I want him dead." Snape gently stroked her back, remaining silent. Shui Rong clenched her teeth. "I want him dead without closure. I want him to have no resting place, not even a single bone left intact." Snape sighed softly, holding her closer. "Very well." The young witches and wizards at Hogwarts soon found themselves in mourning, realizing that potions class had once again become a trial. The atmosphere of this year's potions lessons had been tumultuous. Since the beginning of term, particularly during the time when Shui Rong, as a teaching assistant, had temporarily left Hogwarts to attend to personal matters, the ambience in potions class had darkened dreadfully, with hardly anyone escaping the venomous tirades of the potions master, including most of the Slytherins. During that period, the potions master's office had once again become a place of confinement. However, upon Shui Rong's return and apparent reconciliation with the potions master, the class experienced a brief thaw. It seemed, perhaps due to the students' imaginations, that although the potions master remained sharp-tongued, his mood had improved significantly, and no one was subjected to confinement. Yet, after only a few days of improved morale, the students found themselves trembling once more. This time, however, the despair felt even more profound. Their potions master, Professor Snape, exhibited little change. He remained as unapproachable as ever. Still ruthless with point deductions, albeit not worsening. The true decline lay with their usually affable and emotionally stable teaching assistant, who had, until now, been a source of calm even in the face of the potions master's provocations. The young witches and wizards were witnessing, for the first time, the stoic silence and pressure on the face of their typically smiling assistant. They realized that when she adopted a cold demeanor, her intimidation rivaled that of their potions master. In the past, the students had anticipated that if they made a mistake or overlooked something, Assistant Shui would be there to offer guidance. Now, however, when Shui Rong approached them without expression, they felt no better than when they were berated by Professor Snape. Consequently, at the end of class, the students fled much more quickly than usual. The potions classroom was left with only 2 individuals. Shui Rong, head bowed, was busy sorting the potions submitted by the students. Snape approached and stood beside her, yet she did not turn her head. Rumors would soon circulate throughout the castle about yet another falling out between the potions master and his assistant. Upon hearing Snape's words, Shui Rong paused momentarily but continued packing away the students' particularly dreadful assignments, murmuring, "That's quite all right." Snape sighed, preparing to reach out to her, but Shui Rong, having already finished organizing all the potion vials, stood upright and turned to leave. "Let us head back. There is still more to handle." When the two returned to the office in silence, Shui Rong wordlessly moved to one side, adeptly sorting the potions. Today posed no challenge. As few vials could be deemed even barely acceptable, most were destined for destruction. Snape stood nearby, observing her finish her tasks before turning to organize the collected essays. He moved to block her path, standing before her. This time, Shui Rong could no longer disregard him. "At this rate, Dumbledore will soon be concerned about you," he remarked. Taking a deep breath, Shui Rong turned her face away. "I do not wish to see him in the next few days." Snape, however, was unconcerned about how Shui Rong dealt with Dumbledore. He would find it rather amusing to watch Dumbledore encounter some difficulties with her. What he truly cared about was her current melancholic state, which left him momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to alleviate her sorrow and restore her joy. In moments like these, he found himself yearning even more to witness her radiant smile, to see her eyes glimmering with laughter. Shui Rong appeared remarkably composed and rational. He had, of course, committed no error. As a competent leader, one must possess the decisiveness to make sacrifices when faced with significant matters. "I understand the principle that mercy does not govern the military. I am fully aware of it." Yet, despite knowing rationally that he had made no mistakes, and that his choices were indeed the most fitting, I found it challenging to accept this reality with ease. My previous efforts had always aimed to avert the arrival of this very day. Does that count as a case of me speaking too soon? I had once claimed that our paths would inevitably cross again, but I had imagined it would occur at the conclusion of our journey, not so prematurely. I was not adequately prepared for this moment. Shui Rong was perhaps the person, aside from Dumbledore, who understood the situation best, and thus she was acutely aware of the inevitability of this choice. Unlike Snape, who remained oblivious to any matters concerning Horcruxes and was unaware that delivering Harry Potter to Voldemort for the purpose of bodily resurrection also served to resolve the fragment within Harry's forehead. Shui Rong comprehended the situation fully. Snape simply knew that continuing Dumbledore's and Shui Rong's plan required Voldemort to obtain his body without suspicion, and he had received Dumbledore's absolute assurance that Harry's life would not be in jeopardy. He even mentioned that this guarantee included an arrangement from Shui Rong. Thus, he accepted this arrangement with equanimity, more than willing to risk anything for a plan that promised to resolve matters swiftly. He thought he could no longer wait for the future that lay beyond this conclusion. Yet now, the resolute Snape, who had made his choice, found himself grappling with a measure of self-doubt when confronted with Shui Rong. As she had said, despite the difficulty in fully controlling her emotions, she maintained the requisite calmness and rationality. She had not reproached Dumbledore or Snape for their secrecy and was able to recover swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, lifting her gaze to meet Snape's with a more tranquil expression. "I'm fine. I'm just indulging in a bit of whimsy, so there's no need to worry about me. I don't wish to hinder you at such a critical moment, nor do I want you to be troubled by my feelings when you are already facing such tense and dangerous matters. Let us focus on the task at hand. It will be over soon, won't it?" Snape sighed again. Shui Rong tilted her head slightly, offering a faint smile. "By the way, given that we've reached this point today, and you previously suggested that they might say we had a falling out, should we not simply embrace that notion? Would it be better if we maintained a bit of distance for now? It might reduce some of your troubles. I think, at least, it could lessen the memories of me that linger in your mind." Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself embraced, pulled into his arms. Snape's grip was firm. One arm supported her back while the other encircled her waist. holding her tightly as though fearing she might truly attempt to escape. He leaned close to her ear and insisted softly, "No need." Shui Rong was not intentionally teasing him. She genuinely felt this way, as she had previously worried that their interactions might complicate his deceptions. However, that particular conversation had never progressed to a resolution. She had indeed been concerned even before this incident, and now that he had stepped into the fray. But he ceased his attempts at persuasion, turning to cradle her face and kiss her. Perhaps this act of silencing her would prove more effective. In the intervals of kissing her lips, he murmured softly near her mouth, "Stay by my side. Do not leave." She blinked, closing her eyes as he leaned in to kiss her once more, her hands wrapping around his neck. Chapter 49, Serenity. Shui Rong returned to the headmaster's office, seated across from Dumbledore, when not long after, another visitor arrived. Draco Malfoy, carrying something, paused momentarily upon seeing Shui Rong in addition to Dumbledore, his heart momentarily gripped by confusion. However, it must be said that in recent times, the young Malfoy had exhibited considerable growth. He quickly masked his initial disarray, striving to maintain a stoic expression to conceal his emotions. Shui Rong raised an eyebrow at him, thinking that the model for young Malfoy's impassive demeanor was likely his head of house. As young Malfoy engaged in a mental battle, Dumbledore spoke with a smile. "I presume Draco has come with matters to discuss? There's no need to worry. Shui Rong is not a concern. Indeed, it was she who facilitated my collaboration with your father." Draco promptly recalled this fact, remembering that Shui Rong had openly acknowledged threatening his father. He pursed his lips, still striving to maintain his expression, and elevated his chin as he approached. Before Dumbledore and Shui Rong, he retrieved a small backpack from the depths of his robe. He placed the backpack on the table and cast a glance at Shui Rong before turning to Dumbledore. "Everything is here, and to demonstrate the sincerity of the Malfoy family, we have included a bit more than the agreed-upon amount. However, we hope to understand the intended use of these items after displaying our good faith." Shui Rong raised her eyebrow again. Young Malfoy's words were no longer those of his father, but rather those of the Malfoy family. Dumbledore maintained his gentle smile, exuding kindness. Yet he firmly declined Draco's request. "I'm afraid, Draco, I cannot disclose that information. Trust me, it is for your benefit." Noticing Draco's furrowed brow, Shui Rong interjected before he could speak. "Dumbledore speaks the truth, Draco. Sometimes, knowing less is indeed better, especially for your family. A bit of ambiguity can serve as a form of protection until matters are settled. You may convey this to your father. If Mr. Malfoy has not forgotten our previous conversation, he should understand." Draco glanced between Dumbledore and Shui Rong, ultimately gritting his teeth in acquiescence. Having completed his task for the day, he turned to leave the headmaster's office, but not before casting one last lingering look at Shui Rong. Dumbledore did not hasten to open the noticeably expanded backpack on the table. Instead, he regarded Shui Rong with a twinkle in his eye. "You see, your recent demeanor has indeed raised some concerns. Even the students have noticed." Shui Rong glanced at Dumbledore. "I apologize, but at the moment, I am not inclined to tend to others' feelings." Dumbledore sighed. Shui Rong stood, preparing to depart. In truth, had Draco not just arrived, she would have already taken her leave. "I merely came to confirm the final signal. That will suffice. Should there be any changes later, please notify me. As for the other matters and arrangements, you can manage them as you see fit. I am not particularly concerned. After all, you are the commander." With that, Shui Rong exited the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore made no effort to detain her. He believed that before everything reached its conclusion, the young wizards of Hogwarts would likely find it difficult to see their potions assistant smile again. Descending the staircase from the principal's office, she soon encountered another individual. It was Alastor Moody, the esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts, the genuine Moody himself. Following the recent tumult surrounding Bartemius Crouch and his son, it was rumored that Moody had sustained injuries and spent 2 days recuperating in the hospital wing. Remarkably, he had returned to his teaching post without missing a single class, as his recovery coincided with the weekend. However, this year, the beleaguered professor of defense against the dark arts, unbeknownst to the young witches and wizards, seemed destined to face a rather unfortunate fate. Many students expressed a tinge of regret over this. Although the newly arrived Professor Moody had initially come across as somewhat eccentric to the point of being unsettling, he was undeniably a professor capable of imparting genuine knowledge. In fact, he surpassed his predecessors, Professors Lupin and Black, due to his wealth of combat experience. As Moody approached, he greeted Shui Rong, glanced around to ensure they were alone, and cautiously cast a silencing charm before exclaiming, "I've never had the chance to thank you, Rong. If it weren't for your discovery of young Bartemius Crouch, I might still be trapped in that chest." Albus said I was quite convincing. Those who know me didn't detect a flaw. But if he had succeeded, well, I've long wanted to express my gratitude to you in person. Only you left too quickly, and after your return, You remained so discreet. Albus even mentioned that I should refrain from disturbing you in the cellar. Shui Rong, upon hearing Moody's words, found herself unexpectedly reassessing her view of Dumbledore. This venerable headmaster could indeed be quite perceptive when he chose to be. Though Moody and Snape were technically allies, Shui Rong was not naive enough to believe they could coexist harmoniously. During her time back, where she had been nearly inseparable from Snape, it was perhaps fortunate that Moody had not sought her out. Moody, being well informed about their plans, recognized Shui Rong as a reliable ally. Therefore, it was rare for him to engage in longer conversations with her. He patted his prosthetic leg, and a fleeting expression of frustration crossed his face as he lamented, "I never anticipated becoming the one who holds others back. It has been years since I've had to admit my own inadequacies." Shui Rong quickly grasped the implications of his words. Dumbledore had mentioned that Moody had attempted to practice mental occlusion and impersonate young Bartemius Crouch to draw closer to Voldemort and advance their plans. However, he had failed. In the face of such a suspicious and powerful dark wizard, Moody's skills were insufficient to navigate all the tests flawlessly. The stakes were high. Exposure could cost more than just Moody's life. Shui Rong recalled witnessing Moody's frustrated departures from the headmaster's office on several occasions. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but in retrospect, it was likely due to this very predicament. This seasoned Auror was never afraid of danger or death. Yet he struggled to come to terms with matters beyond his control that could jeopardize critical plans. Though she had never directed her frustrations at Moody due to Snape, their limited interactions had still prompted her to quietly empathize with him, saying, "Professor Moody, there are other battlegrounds more suited to your talents. If this endeavor falters, you can reclaim your honor in another arena. Surely, you will not let this setback defeat you?" Moody instinctively narrowed his sole visible eye, his magical eye swirling into motion before he broke into a hearty laugh. He patted his leg once more, but his demeanor had shifted significantly. "Indeed, you're absolutely right. I have plenty yet to accomplish." This time, I certainly will." With renewed vigor, Moody's spirits lifted, and his attitude towards Shui Rong turned warmer. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shui Rong departed, only to encounter a trio on her way back to the cellar: Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The diminutive trio clearly harbored a desire to engage her in conversation upon spotting her. Following Snape's clandestine meeting with Voldemort, Harry's weekly lessons in mental occlusion had concluded, and he had not returned to the potions professor's office since. Initially, this hadn't troubled him much. But whispers began to circulate, and Harry had witnessed Shui Rong's transformation firsthand. Coupled with the prior events surrounding young Bartemius Crouch's infiltration and the elder Crouch's removal, Harry sensed that something significant was unfolding. Today, upon encountering Shui Rong, he felt compelled to speak with her, hoping to glean some information. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, he sensed a unique goodwill emanating from Shui Rong, different from that of others, leading him to believe she might be willing to share something with him. His companions, however, reacted differently. Ron displayed a clear apprehension towards Shui Rong, while Hermione remained composed and encouraged Harry to approach her. In truth, Hermione, who had recently played a part in Crumb's escapades, was more perceptive than the boys. She had long doubted the widely circulated rumor of Shui Rong's fallout with Snape. Moreover, she had noticed the subtle harmony between Shui Rong's recent choice of a deep blue gown and the cufflinks that had mysteriously appeared on Snape's sleeves. Thus, she too was curious if something more serious lurked beneath the surface. Ultimately, one was driven by intrigue, another was simply curious. And the last's objections fell on deaf ears, leading the trio to approach Shui Rong. Harry, taking the lead, inquired, "Has something happened recently?" Shui Rong replied calmly, "The verdict for young Bartemius Crouch, taken by the Ministry, will soon be published, along with the penalty for the elder Crouch, if that is what you are referring to." Harry shook his head, attempting to dismiss the superficiality of it. "There's more to it. Isn't there? This year, whether it's Professor Dumbledore, Sirius Black, or you, Professor Shui, I sense something has shifted. Is there anything I can do to assist you? I would very much like to help." Shui Rong offered a slight smile. "Do you feel frustrated, being kept in the dark like a child, yearning for knowledge?" Harry paused, lowering his gaze slowly. Shui Rong continued, "I would argue that some matters are best left to adults. You are still minors, and your focus should be on enjoying a peaceful and joyful school life." Harry, somewhat anxious, interjected, "But, if you truly wish to help," Shui Rong raised a hand and gently placed it on Harry's shoulder, meeting his gaze with a serious demeanor. "Remember my words. No matter what transpires, no matter what you encounter, be it fear, anger, sorrow, or pain, always remain aware of who you are, what you strive for, and what you fight for. Never allow thoughts that do not belong to you to sway you." Harry felt the weight of Shui Rong's earnestness and unconsciously straightened his posture. Yet, Her words resonated with him in a manner that was both profound and somewhat perplexing. Nonetheless, he reminisced about the previous cerebral closure courses, feeling a subtle shift when Shui Rong guided him by his side. As though today held the answer he sought. She had consistently urged him to remember who he was, to take command of his own thoughts. Although Harry did not fully grasp the essence of her words today, he would soon come to understand. After bidding farewell to the contemplative trio she spoke of, Shui Rong retraced her steps to the cellar. Though it seemed particularly crowded today, fortunately, Harry and his companions were the last ones there. She encountered no further obstructions on her way back to the cellar. The corridor was deserted as she entered the office. Severus Snape was present. Not seated at his desk grading papers, but rather standing by the shelves, meticulously checking and organizing the materials and tools. As she approached him, she wrapped her arms around him from behind just as he was about to turn, placing her hands against his back. When Snape embraced her in return, he could lean down and whisper in her ear, yet her position only allowed her to rest her cheek against his back. She exhaled a long sigh, pressed against him. Snape set down the items in his hands and gently grasped her arms, turning his head to softly inquire, "What troubles you?" Shui Rong shook her head slightly. Nuzzling against him, "It's nothing, I just..." Snape prompted him. She sighed again. "I feel that only in moments like this, being with you, can I find peace." Snape paused for a moment, then delicately disentangled her arms from around him before turning to envelop the slightly weary-looking Shui Rong in his embrace. The office's fireplace crackled with vibrant warmth. The two, nestled together by the shelves, spoke not a word, simply relishing the quiet companionship. Chapter 50, Resurrection. The final contest was about to commence. The ultimate moment was drawing near. The oblivious actors and spectators were already in their places. Those with some awareness were prepared, while the knowledgeable assistants had departed from Hogwarts. The fully informed organizers still smiled as they presided over the commencement of the last match. Notably, before leaving, one of the assistants borrowed a backpack, the very one Draco Malfoy had delivered to the headmaster's office, enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. However, its contents had been emptied, utilized by the elderly headmaster for unknown purposes. As an essential assistant, Shui Rong prudently confirmed her ability to extract items from this backpack before borrowing it. Indeed, her method was rather direct. She employed her own means to rupture the backpack, causing its contents to spill forth. Thus, the items were still those that Dumbledore had assisted in placing inside. However, he only recalled inserting two rather fragile-looking briefcases, ones he had previously encountered in his office. By this point, he had not been curious about their contents. This was undoubtedly due to the headmaster's belief that he would soon witness the outcome firsthand, as Shui Rong had worn a rather fierce expression when requesting his help to stuff the cases inside. The intended purpose and potential recipients were quite evident, as the young wizards in the stands cheered excitedly for the brave contestants entering the labyrinth for the final duel. They remained unaware that another group of warriors was risking everything for the safety of the entire magical realm. The cheers echoed into the heavens. Shui Rong had departed from Hogwarts, while Snape stood alone at a castle window, silently gazing into the distance. At this moment, Moody stood at the labyrinth's edge, exchanging a glance with Dumbledore before turning to join the other professors on patrol. Dumbledore maintained a calm, yet expectant smile, watching the direction of the maze from afar, ready to encourage the participating champions. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, having received Dumbledore's instructions, understood that regardless of which champion emerged victorious, Hogwarts would celebrate the champion tonight, temporarily lifting the curfew to allow the students to gather in the Great Hall for the climax of this grand occasion. In this context, it would require the faculty to be more vigilant regarding the safety of the students. The three, especially McGonagall, who had a slightly deeper understanding, sensed that Dumbledore's intentions extended beyond mere supervision of the young wizards. However, their years of collaboration fostered a silent agreement among the three heads to refrain from further inquiries, not only about the meaning behind the instructions, but also regarding the absence of another head. They simply accepted the weighty responsibility Dumbledore had entrusted to them, to protect all students and guests. As time gradually ticked away, ominous sounds emanated from within the dimly lit maze, heightening the anxiety of the spectators who had waited so long. Not one champion faltered in the face of danger, nor did a distress signal illuminate the air, until singed hair, tattered clothing, and a few scratches and bloodstains marked Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion, who held the Triwizard Tournament trophy tightly as he was transported to the prearranged podium outside the maze. The stands erupted in thunderous applause, with the young wizards of Hogwarts exultantly shrieking, their excitement nearly piercing the skies. The professors swiftly began dismantling the maze, simultaneously bringing forth the other two champions as the competition concluded. Although the other two champions felt a tinge of regret, they graciously embraced the victor, offering their congratulations. While Mr. Diggory, the proud father, stood nearby, nearly fainting with excitement. Harry had also forgotten his earlier worries and musings about the invisibility cloak that Remus had borrowed 3 days prior. Joining the other young wizards in a fervent celebration of Diggory's victory and the glory of Hogwarts. The entire castle was submerged in an ocean of joy and excitement. And upon learning of the curfew's cancellation and the grand feast in the Great Hall, spirits soared. Many young wizards even resolved to don their formal attire from the previous Christmas ball for the festivities. The Weasley twins, having prepared celebratory fireworks for Diggory's triumph, found their wares in high demand, as Hogwarts sky erupted in dazzling displays, thrilling Mr. Diggory to no end, albeit rendering the victorious champion himself somewhat bashful. In this jubilant atmosphere, while on his way to seek out Fred and George for fireworks, Harry unexpectedly encountered Snape, clad in his dark attire and robes. Snape's stern demeanor stood in stark contrast to the joyous ambience enveloping Hogwarts, causing the surrounding warmth to dissipate upon his arrival. "Potter," Snape's tone was calm yet distant. "I fear you may be delayed in joining tonight's festivities. Come with me to the cellar. We have an impromptu lesson." Harry's mind was awash with questions, his resistance surging to an unprecedented height. Why? Tonight is the celebration of the Triwizard Tournament champion, Hogwarts champion. Snape scoffed coldly. "The champion is not you. What concern is it of yours?" Harry's face flushed with indignation. "But I am also from Hogwarts." Silence. Severus Snape appeared distinctly impatient. "I lack the stamina to elucidate to our illustrious savior the necessity of your additional lessons. I trust that your mind, currently clouded by an uncharacteristic excitement, recalls that the pursuit of knowledge is not merely a request from your humble potions professor." Harry found himself momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware that Snape referred to the occlumency lessons, and he remembered that this was part of Professor Dumbledore's request for his assistance. Even at this moment, he recalled the parting words of Cho Chang, which evidently had some connection to occlumency. However, Harry furrowed his brow and replied, "But wasn't it cancelled?" Snape raised an eyebrow in sardonic amusement. "So, Mr. Potter believes his skills are sufficiently advanced, rendering him beyond any need for guidance." Harry yearned to retort that it was not he who had requested the cancellation. Yet, under Snape's withering gaze, he swallowed hard, managing only a feeble protest. "Professor Dumbledore." Snape curled his lips slightly. "He is, of course, fully aware of my purpose for visiting you tonight, Potter. This is his arrangement." Dejected, Harry averted his gaze, bidding farewell to Ron and Hermione, and reluctantly followed Snape towards the dungeons. Before departing, Hermione felt a twinge of unease and decided to seek out Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall in the Great Hall, while Ron patted his chest, assuring Harry that he would save him some of his favorite treats, lest he return from Snape's torment too late to partake in the celebratory feast. With a heavy heart, Harry trailed behind Snape towards the dungeons, initially contemplating inquiring whether Cho would also be present this evening. However, Snape's evident impatience quickened his pace, his robes billowing behind him as Harry had to break into a jog to keep up. Before he could fully express his frustrations internally, upon entering the office, he lost consciousness the moment the door closed behind him. Yet, his fainting spell was brief. He awoke, jolted by intense pain in his arm. To his horror, he discovered not only was he no longer in the potions master's office, but he was utterly outside the confines of Hogwarts. He now found himself in a desolate graveyard, bound to a shattered statue, utterly immobile. He sensed a new weight around his neck, vaguely familiar and firmly concealed beneath his clothing. Before him, a sinister cauldron simmered with an ominous concoction, and a once familiar acquaintance, Peter Pettigrew, with one arm severed and bleeding, chanted incantations as he dripped blood from a knife into the pot. "Snape!" Harry cried out in agony, struggling against his bonds. "What is happening?" Snape ignored him, standing silently with his head bowed. Soon, Harry's questions were eclipsed by a surge of pain radiating from his scar, which intensified beyond the wounds inflicted by the blade on his arm. Nevertheless, he fought to keep his eyes wide open. Witnessing a figure emerge from the grotesque cauldron, at least a humanoid form, he watched as this being donned a black robe, observed Pettigrew and Snape approach in subservience, and saw that figure summon a multitude of robed and masked individuals with a flick of his wand. In that moment, all illusions shattered. Harry comprehended with chilling clarity who this figure was: Voldemort. Voldemort had returned before him, instantly rallying his loyal Death Eaters. The Dark Lord had even used Harry's blood to resurrect himself, and he realized he had been deceived by Snape, leading him directly into Voldemort's clutches. These thoughts reverberated painfully in his young mind, exacerbating his headache. He could scarcely focus on Voldemort's address to his summoned followers, as he shouted with piercing indignation at one of the few Death Eaters present without a mask, "Snape, how could you betray Dumbledore's trust? How could you?" Snape, still bowing his head in deference, offered no acknowledgement of Harry's fury. Unbeknownst to Harry, his sudden outburst inadvertently liberated another figure present, Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy, still masked, was gripped by a profound panic. He understood all too well the gravity of his past actions. Suddenly summoned by the dark mark, he felt the specter of death looming over him. His mind raced with chaotic thoughts of what Dumbledore and Cho were concocting, and he feared the repercussions should Voldemort confront him directly. He even considered how his family, Narcissa and Draco, would fare if he were to perish here tonight. He had little time to ponder the emotional turmoil of seeing his old ally Snape in this dire situation. Voldemort's speech, or rather his intimidation, had barely commenced when he was abruptly interrupted by Harry's shout of defiance. The Dark Lord stepped closer, his eyes filled with a predatory intensity as he explained the true nature of Harry's survival, maliciously relishing that his blood made him capable of touching and harming him. See, isn't it marvelous? Your blood holds such power. The pale, noseless Voldemort cast a glance at the respectfully poised Snape. Thanks to my most loyal servant. It is quite a delightful surprise, is it not? After Barty Crouch's failure, he presented himself to me, exhibiting a loyalty even more steadfast than yours. He successfully delivered the boy who lived right under Dumbledore's nose, Severus. You deserve commendation. Amidst the gazes of the assembled Death Eaters, including Pettigrew, who had served Voldemort for months, Snape bowed his head in reverence. It is my honor, Master. At that moment, Harry's fury reached a boiling point. Beyond Dumbledore's unwavering trust in Snape, he recalled Cho's unwavering support over the years. Snape, you despicable Death Eater. You deceived Dumbledore. You deceived Cho. Dumbledore trusted you implicitly. Cho trusted you. How dare you? You are unworthy. While Snape's bowed head concealed his expression, Malfoy, still masked, could not suppress his doubts. Neither Dumbledore nor Cho had yet appeared, prompting him to consider whether Harry's accusations held merit, that their blind trust in Snape had led to this catastrophic unraveling. His mind raced as he sought to devise potential escape plans, pondering whether he could extricate himself from this treacherous alliance with the resurrected Voldemort looming ominously. Voldemort's attention returned to Harry. He waved his wand, freeing Harry from the statue's grip. Draw your wand, Potter. I had Severus save it for you. We are about to partake in the final duel of your life. Harry staggered to his feet, indeed retrieving his wand from his person. Now liberated from his previous constraints, he became acutely aware of the weight that hung beneath his collar. It seemed he had begun to grasp something, albeit imperfectly. Soon, a brilliant light erupted in the graveyard. After a blinding flash, a green curse light, which should have appeared less striking than before, emerged. Yet, this heralded the true commencement of the final battle. Chapter 51, The Decisive Confrontation. Shui Rong waited at a safe distance, fortunate to have previously scouted the area while searching for Horcruxes, ensuring she remained undetected. Initially perched atop a tree, she donned a dark outfit as night descended, soaring into the air to circle nearby, poised to rush in at the first sign of action. A modest backpack hung from one side of her waist, while two tightly sealed vials were secured on the other. Beyond that, she bore no weaponry, thus traveling light and unencumbered in her haste. After a prolonged and dazzling display of light, a green beam sliced through the air. Shui Rong no longer hesitated, propelling herself forward at her utmost speed. Though her anxiety had nearly shattered her teeth throughout the night, reason prevailed, guiding her to fulfill the most crucial task of the evening. By the time she arrived, chaos had already erupted. Dumbledore and Moody had nearly reached the scene simultaneously, while numerous figures emerged from the nearby rubble and underbrush, discarding the invisibility cloaks they had worn for 2 days and brandishing their wands to engage in combat. Familiar faces were among them: Black, the Weasley couple with their eldest son Bill and their second son Charlie, as well as Auror Shacklebolt and Tonks from the Ministry of Magic. As Voldemort and his Death Eaters were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Shui Rong's eyes shimmered with a new hue, her presence intensifying so dramatically that even Voldemort, who had to confront Dumbledore, was momentarily distracted. However, Shui Rong's focus remained elsewhere. She called out to the serpent that, sensing her arrival, hastened towards its master Voldemort, seemingly intent on fleeing with him. It is. This sudden proclamation left many of their allies puzzled, unaware of its significance. Yet, from his concealed position behind the serpent, Lupin finally emerged, decisively wielding the Gryffindor sword. Nagini. At Voldemort's furious shout, Nagini dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Dumbledore, quick to act, unleashed a lethal curse upon Voldemort. Simultaneously, the encircled Death Eaters were astonished to find that the graveyard had suddenly become impervious to apparition. Just moments before, it had not been the case. Clearly, those who had long been lying in ambush had enacted this barrier to prevent their escape. As Lupin vanquished the last Horcrux, Shui Rong, her eyes still glimmering with a violet gold light, overlooked the fierce skirmish between the Death Eaters and the members of the Order of the Phoenix. raising her hand to unleash flames upon Voldemort. Her fire had never been solely for potion making. Sensing imminent danger, Voldemort acted decisively, yanking Pettigrew to shield himself from Dumbledore's spell. He hurled a killing curse towards Shui Rong before attempting to ascend and flee from the clearly perilous situation. The green, unforgivable curse did not reach Shui Rong, for it was intercepted mid-flight by the ever-watchful Snape. He stood with his back to the fierce clash, disregarding any potential attacks from the Death Eaters or the oblivious members of the Order. Voldemort had no time to seethe over his loyal servant's betrayal. Just as he lifted off the ground, he witnessed the strange woman, untouched by his death curse, swiftly maneuvering her hands. From her palms, shimmering lights dispersed, rapidly coalescing into two long luminescent ropes that ensnared him with precision, then yanked down with tremendous force. The noseless Dark Lord was brutally slammed to the ground, the impact shaking the very earth of the graveyard. This jolt roused Harry from his daze, his mouth agape in shock. He shook his head, struggling to regain clarity, as his godfather shielded him while fiercely battling the Death Eaters. Before him lay a chaotic battlefield, spells flying in every direction. He had intended to shout a warning to Dumbledore about the traitorous Snape, but before he could utter a sound, he witnessed Snape's sudden shift to protect Shui Rong. A clear act of defection. Perhaps still influenced by the momentum of his earlier duel with Voldemort, Harry, seeing Voldemort yanked from the air, quickly stepped around his godfather. Aiming his wand at the fallen Dark Lord, Expelliarmus, the wand soared from Voldemort's grasp, landing a short distance away. Shui Rong fell to the ground beside it. At this moment, the surrounding combatants froze. Several Death Eaters had succumbed and were now restrained, while a few stood in a standoff. Most, however, despite remaining vigilant, directed their attention towards the incapacitated Voldemort, whose condition appeared dire. It seemed all present, both members of the Order and Death Eaters alike, awaited a resolution. This was precisely why Shui Rong could alight with focus to confront the foe she had long despised. At least in this brief lull, Snape, who had previously disregarded his own safety, was momentarily secure. Dumbledore cautiously advanced, wand aimed at Voldemort, while Shui Rong, her eyes still radiating violet and gold, glanced at Harry, who had just successfully disarmed Voldemort yet appeared somewhat dazed. Satisfied that the issue on his forehead had been resolved, she retrieved 2 vials from her side. Dumbledore was confident that Harry's issue had been resolved. He had received word through the two-way mirror that Harry had been hit by the killing curse and had rushed here with Moody via the portkey. Harry's continued existence proved their success, and it seemed unnecessary to ascertain whether the object hanging around Harry's neck had fulfilled its ultimate purpose. However, given the gravity of the situation, a cautious confirmation from Shui Rong, who was conveniently present, would be prudent. As Dumbledore awaited Shui Rong's verification, she suddenly extracted a vial and smashed it against the ground, right atop Voldemort's discarded wand. Immediately, all eyes, including Harry's, widened in astonishment as smoke began to rise from Voldemort's wand, which rapidly corroded and dissolved into a small pile of black residue. Dumbledore had not intended to inquire, but upon seeing Shui Rong retrieve another vial from her belt, he could not suppress the urge to voice the question that intrigued nearly everyone present. "What is this, Rong?" Without turning her head, Shui Rong replied, "Aqua regia." Dumbledore, perplexed, asked what? Shui Rong answered, "I wanted to test whether its destructive power against physical entities would prove significant." Dumbledore nodded. "It has proven to be quite effective." As the snow came to a halt before Voldemort, it cast a disdainful glance upon the once mighty figure that had been so brazenly boasting moments ago. "The fruits of Muggle chemistry, mere refuse, meticulously prepared for you. Is it not a delightful irony to obliterate your most cherished remnants with the very tools of the Muggles you hold in such contempt?" Voldemort, who had been yanked to the ground and swiftly petrified by Dumbledore, widened his eyes, still glaring at her with a murderous intent even in his incapacitated state. "Your immortality has failed. Refuse." Snow was reluctant to utter his name. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that you will find no scrap to resurrect yourself with, using Muggle methods." Just as she was about to violently dismantle the backpack he had borrowed, Dumbledore, quick to react, conjured a grave beneath Voldemort. And as the Dark Lord fell into the pit, he even mercifully cast the killing curse. When Snow shot him a glare, the old headmaster felt an unexpected lightness, a rare smile gracing his lips. "It is not that I am particularly inclined towards mercy, but rather, I prefer to err on the side of caution. Wouldn't you agree?" Dumbledore said, casting a glance at Snape nearby. Snape, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark had completely faded, and he could distinctly feel its loss of power. Only a scar remained where it once resided. With a mix of complex and fervent emotions, he confirmed to Dumbledore in a calm tone, "He is dead." Simultaneously, the Death Eaters present began to react, many either elated or frantically rolling up their sleeves to verify. Most of those who had been stubbornly resisting immediately surrendered, and the atmosphere stabilized completely at the moment Voldemort's death was confirmed. Snow chose to remain silent. It was prudent to cast a curse to ensure this refuse was truly gone, preventing any infinitesimal chance of his return. What a pity it was that he would never know that all his Horcruxes had been destroyed, nor witness his demise at the hands of Muggle artifacts. Her movements did not cease. Her eyes glimmered with a golden-purple radiance as she waved her hand, obliterating the backpack of Lucius Malfoy, which seemed vaguely familiar. Two seemingly fragile suitcases tumbled from the air and fell into the pit where Voldemort lay. The sound of shattering glass erupted, accompanied by an even more chilling, corrosive noise than before. Yet, due to the depth of the pit Dumbledore had created, anyone standing back from its edge could only hear the not overly loud sounds without discerning the scene below. Snow herself did not feel compelled to approach. She stood her ground, her eyes still aglow, her chest heaving with a tumult of relief and excitement at the conclusion, yet also tinged with a fatigue from the tension that had been held for so long, causing her eyes to sting. She gritted her teeth, intending to step forward to witness the wretched remnants of that accursed refuse, but before she could move, her face felt a sudden warmth. A familiar hand gently covered her eyes, and then someone embraced her waist from behind. "It is over now, Rome." Her lashes brushed against his palm as she closed her eyes and turned to wrap her arms around his neck, clinging tightly to him. In that instant, as she nestled into his embrace, all the swirling emotions that had surged within Snape moments before abruptly quieted. He smiled subtly, his palm resting against her back, stroking her gently in a rhythmic manner. This scene exuded a tranquil beauty. However, most onlookers were left in a state of stunned disbelief. Harry, having just returned to his senses after the momentous event of Voldemort's demise, tugged at the hand of his godfather standing before him. "Sirius, is Professor Snape on our side?" Having been inadvertently exposed to the truth by Snow at the Black family home, both Black and Lupin were among the few who knew about the Horcruxes. They needed to cooperate in tonight's affairs. Lupin had taken care of Nagini, donning an invisibility cloak that he had borrowed from Harry. Meanwhile, Black was responsible for ensuring Harry's safety after resolving the issues with the alchemical devices, and he had notably refrained from appearing during Harry's duel with Voldemort. In such circumstances, the duo understood that Snape, who had brought Harry safely before Voldemort with the alchemical results, was very likely an ally. Thus, though reluctant, Black nodded at Harry. Then, Black was the first to approach the edge of the pit to take a look, though he wore an expression as if he might be sick, preventing Harry, a minor, from getting too close. The smile of vengeance on his face was unmistakable. Following Black's lead, others gradually snapped out of their stupor. The first to react was Lucius Malfoy, who, removing his mask, raised his chin defiantly at Tonks, who was pointing her wand at him. "Clarify yourself, miss. I am not your enemy." Unfazed by their familial ties, Tonks retorted with a cold laugh. "You're a Death Eater." Malfoy pointed at Tonks and the others, who had secured invisibility cloaks to evade capture. "The cloaks you are using were purchased and provided by the Malfoy family. Dumbledore, care to explain this?" Tonks looked bewilderedly at Dumbledore, yet saw the unusually relaxed Headmaster nodding. "Indeed, Lucius contributed significantly to our plans, not just today, but also provided valuable information on various matters." Black could not suppress a derisive snort. This matter, particularly the invisibility cloak, should have been his responsibility, although he had inherited the Black estate. His years in prison and his obvious ties to Dumbledore had made it difficult to utilize many past connections. He could afford an invisibility cloak, but lacked the ability to procure them in bulk without attracting attention. Thus, the task fell to Malfoy, who became the unsung hero of the day. Fortunately, there were no other hidden Death Eaters among them, ensuring the nerves of those who had spent 2 days in tense anticipation were not further challenged. Thus, unbound and free to leave, Malfoy could depart ahead of the others. After enduring such a harrowing night of rapid twists and turns, he cast a complex glance at his old friend, who was embracing that terrifying woman, a sight that had altered his perception of her. The long war had finally come to an end. A new future dawned ahead. Chapter 52, Celebration. Moody, accompanied by Tonks and others, escorted the captured Death Eaters back to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore was acutely aware that Fudge would vehemently oppose the dissemination of news regarding his victory over the Second Dark Lord, as it would undoubtedly enhance his own standing. Therefore, even amidst the throngs present tonight, having captured numerous Death Eaters who witnessed Voldemort's brief resurgence and subsequent obliteration, the Minister of Magic would likely endeavor to suppress all reports, treating the entire affair as though it had never occurred. Consequently, Dumbledore had no intention of participating in the final cleanup of tonight's battle. Instead, he prepared to return to Hogwarts, eager to partake in the grand celebration filled with laughter, commemorating their ultimate triumph. Yet, few would accompany him back for this jubilant occasion. In a bid to remain undetected, most members had concealed themselves 2 days prior, cautiously inching closer while maintaining a safe distance, ever vigilant and unable to afford a moment's respite. Nearly all had gone without sleep during this time. Now, aside from a few still holding their positions as aurors, most were heading home. This group included unfortunate workers like Mr. Weasley, who had taken leave specifically for this matter. And now, regardless of any lingering tumult, they needed to return to their mundane lives. Both Black and Lupin chose not to accompany Harry and the others back to Hogwarts, opting instead to remain in the vicinity of the graveyard for one more night to ensure thorough security. In a somewhat dazed state, Harry received a profoundly heartfelt embrace from his godfather before departing. He felt that this embrace was not solely for him, but also for his father, whose vengeance had finally been avenged today, transcending time and mortality. Ultimately, only 4 individuals returned to Hogwarts: the headmaster, the head of Slytherin, the potions assistant, and the underage Gryffindor wizard. Accompanied by Dumbledore, Harry repeatedly hesitated, glancing at the 2 shadowy figures before him, whose atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the earlier events. After witnessing the Death Eater's dark garb earlier that evening, Harry had anticipated feeling somewhat discomfited. Indeed, he now acknowledged a sense of unease, believing he did not belong here. Yet the headmaster, despite sharing his predicament, appeared remarkably at ease, smiling contentedly at the 2 entwined figures. Harry was momentarily at a loss, too preoccupied to voice his myriad questions regarding the truths of the night. He was certain that his survival was intricately linked to the collar that Dumbledore had taken from around his neck. This collar had been prepared long ago by Dumbledore, Sirius, and Remus, and during the pivotal confrontation with Voldemort, he had sensed a warmth at his throat that momentarily disoriented him. That fleeting moment felt interminable. As he recalled the numerous lessons on mental occlusion and the importance of remembering one's identity, as taught by Remus, he finally grasped the significance of their meticulous preparations, which had enabled him to maintain clarity and resolve at a critical juncture, ultimately feeling a profound release as something deep within him was severed. However, immediately thereafter, he was nearly overwhelmed by the shock of that severed entity's destruction. Following this, the previously isolated Harry found himself surrounded by allies, and then, it was over. Now, it was the present. Before departing the graveyard, Tonks had treated his arm wound, and Dumbledore had personally ensured his attire was clean, rendering him seemingly unchanged from before the events transpired. Upon entering the vibrant Great Hall at Hogwarts, Harry felt disoriented, as if the life and death crises of the night had been but a dream. Yet now, he refrained from rushing to uncover all truths. He merely turned back to smile at Dumbledore, who was watching him with a kind expression, before hastening toward the jubilant throng of Gryffindors, eager to reunite with his friends who were waving their arms in anticipation. The other 3 heads of house exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Dumbledore's return. The arrival of the 4 did not attract undue attention in the bustling Great Hall, aside from Harry and his companions who seamlessly made their way to the forefront. Among the faculty, the only one appearing somewhat dazed and clutching his arm was the guest Karkaroff, who seemed less spirited than usual. The revelry among the young witches and wizards had yet to wane. The long tables of the 4 houses had been pushed to the edges, clearing the center once more, where a number of students donned in formal attire had begun to dance. Others sang or cheered, with younger students, previously ineligible to partake in the Christmas ball, now exuberantly participating. Occasionally, champions like Diggory found themselves being stopped by students from various houses who insisted on capturing photographs, leaving him feeling awkward yet unable to refuse. Professor Flitwick, in a moment of relaxation, conjured a flock of singing birds to accompany the dancers in the hall. The atmosphere was suffused with laughter and cheer, punctuated by the occasional indoor fireworks display. It was remarkably joyous. Dumbledore had even invited McGonagall to join him on the dance floor. Meanwhile, Severus insisted that Snowy, who had likely gone a day without sustenance, sit and have her dinner before anything else. Snowy savored her dry roasted potatoes with evident delight. After Hagrid poured her a generous glass of brandy, she even requested half a glass of sherry from Trelawney, with whom she had barely exchanged words before. To Severus's surprise, he refrained from intervening, merely urging her to eat something, understanding the significance of the day. He had once imagined he would feel exhilarated by its arrival, yet now, witnessing her radiant smile devoid of shadows, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and stability. After downing 2 glasses of brandy, Snowy insisted on finishing her drink. After a glass of brandy and half a glass of sherry, her gaze began to blur. As the dance concluded, Snowy blinked and suddenly leapt to her feet. This marked the second occasion the Hogwarts staff and students heard the potion's assistant's melodic voice, a voice they had previously witnessed dispelling Dementors. However, tonight's singing was distinctly different from that fateful day. She began to dance as she sang, her movements understated yet contrasting sharply with the usual exuberance. Even beneath her unremarkable black robes, she radiated an extraordinary grace. As before, most could not comprehend the majority of her lyrics. Yet, everyone could feel from her song and dance that tonight's Snowy was exceptionally joyful, a stark contrast to the somber demeanor they had observed the previous day. As if she had shed all burdens and, like a light-hearted bird, flitted before them, wings unfurled in joyous song. Of course, a few could understand snippets, for instance, Autumn, who was in close proximity to the evening's celebrated champion. Diggory leaned in, her cheeks flushed, whispering softly in his ear. Diggory, momentarily taken aback, observed how Snowy tended to gaze toward another person while singing, his astonishment heightened by the gentle gaze that the object of her attention returned. The Hogwarts hero, having triumphed through 3 perilous challenges, found his mind momentarily blank. He found himself entangled in a dilemma over whether to divulge the accidental discovery to others, pondering the consequences it could have on his standing in the Triwizard Tournament, potentially leading to an unforeseen demise in Potions class. However, it soon became apparent to Diggory that he need not wrestle with this quandary any longer. Albus Dumbledore, having understood some of the lyrics as well, was more than willing to share. Yet, his method of sharing was rather unconventional. It would be inappropriate for him to whisper directly into Snape's ear. Thus, the venerable headmaster transcribed the lyrics onto a piece of parchment, using his wand to translate the lines he had comprehended, and then sent the paper soaring accurately to Snape, ensuring that no one else could glimpse its contents. Snape accepted the parchment, casting a displeased glance at the smiling headmaster, whose presence was disrupting his contemplation of the melting snow outside. He intended to tuck the parchment away, but before folding it, he caught sight of a particular line that caused his eyes to widen slightly as he read through the few lines. A solitary meeting leads to a peach blossom calamity. Devoid of wind and moon, one wanders through the throngs. It is far better to be forthright, to extend a hand and seek your favor. 2 sleeves of clear wind hold little worth. A lap of evening light counts for but a mere coin. The spring nights of your life are worth my delicate offerings. With a sudden motion, Snape crumpled the paper in his fist, ensuring that it would remain unseen by any other eyes, before casting a sharp glare at the ever-smiling Dumbledore. Then, with a flush creeping to his ears, the potions master stood and stepped onto the dance floor, deftly catching the stumbling form of the student, Shui Rong, as she lost her balance during a final leap. Approaching from behind, he expertly wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to lean back against him. In that instant, the small group of young witches and wizards who had been joyfully gathered around Shui Rong froze in place. But in the next moment, the entire hall witnessed as Shui, now embraced, blinked in surprise, freed herself from his hold, and promptly returned the gesture, beaming as she leaned in to plant a kiss on the corner of Snape's lips. The hall fell into an abrupt silence. Snape's ears turned crimson, yet he maintained his composure, turning to glance at Dumbledore, who was watching from the staff table with a knowing smile. She is intoxicated. I shall take her home, he stated. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. And so, the little wizards and professors present watched as the enigmatic potions master effortlessly lifted his assistant and strode confidently towards the exit. As their figures vanished from view, the hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Dumbledore exchanged astonished glances with McGonagall, who was equally taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Ah, youth is indeed a marvel, Minerva. Look at how our students care for their professors. McGonagall struggled to glance at the frenzied students, lamenting the realization that, despite her perceived closeness with Shui Rong, she had failed to notice the burgeoning connection between her and Snape. She had merely assumed they shared a friendly rapport, never contemplating this deeper bond. Harry, perhaps the most composed among the young wizards, recalled witnessing their embrace in the graveyard not long ago, as well as their return, hand in hand. Unlike Ron, who was so startled he nearly dropped his chicken leg, Hermione, though surprised, quickly regained her composure, exuding a sense of nonchalance that piqued Harry's curiosity, prompting him to lean closer and engage in hushed conversation with her, across a still-dazed Ron. The 2 figures, now outside the hall, paid no heed to the commotion behind them. Shui Rong wrapped her arms around Snape's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, her body relaxed as she closed her eyes, a smile never leaving her flushed face. Severus? The new term has begun. Indeed. I am quite happy, Severus. So am I, Severus. This is nice. Yes. After this brief exchange, silence enveloped them once more. Though words ceased, the atmosphere remained remarkably gentle. Yet, upon Snape's return to his office, he discovered that the person nestled in his embrace had drifted into slumber, unguarded and blissfully unaware, her lips curving into a soft smile. Snape hesitated for a moment, abandoning the thought of waking her with a restorative potion, and instead carried her into his bedroom. This marked the second occasion he had laid her upon that bed. Unlike the previous time, she appeared at ease, sleeping soundly. Even as he meticulously untangled her hair, removed her shoes, and tucked her in, she remained undisturbed. Once he completed these tasks, Snape settled beside her. As before, he leaned down to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. However, this time, he did not rise immediately but lingered, gazing intently at her serene face, his fingers gently caressing her cheek. Although his heart brimmed with an emotion that could undeniably be termed happiness, a faint sense of frustration lingered. Just moments ago, she had sung to him. And not long before that, she had attempted to unfasten his clothing. Now, she lay before him, utterly defenseless in her repose. He chuckled softly, bending down once more to kiss her lips, which still bore the lingering sweetness of wine, enticingly intoxicating. Yet, the potion's master managed to restrain himself, planting a final kiss on her forehead before rising and exiting the bedroom that had once been solely his. He first made a trip to the Ollery, and then swiftly returned to the dungeon to begin brewing potions. In the aftermath of a long-prepared and arduous battle, as Hogwarts reveled in the triumph of the Triwizard Tournament, the potion's master remained, laboring late into the night. Chapter 53. Apologies and Gratitude when Shui Rong awoke. A lingering haze of a hangover clouded her mind. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her from instantly recognizing her surroundings, having been here before. As she sat up, her tousled hair cascaded over her shoulders, her shoes positioned neatly beside the bed. Apart from her slightly disheveled hair, she appeared quite presentable. Rubbing her temples to ease the dull ache, she was about to throw off the covers when the door opened. Turning her head, she was greeted by the original occupant of the room. Snape entered, holding 2 vials of potion and a cup of warm honey water. Noticing her awake and sitting up, he approached with an air of ease, handing her the potions before adjusting the pillow behind her. Shui Rong couldn't help but smile as she leaned back against him, drinking the potions under his watchful gaze. However, unlike her usual calm demeanor, she grimaced and closed her eyes, sincerely lamenting, "This tastes dreadful." Snape raised an eyebrow at her, but continued to offer her the honey water without interruption. Shui Rong took a sip, her lips glistening with moisture, and smiled up at him, saying, "What should I do? It seems that my heart is so sweet now that I can no longer endure bitterness." Snape chuckled softly, settling down beside her and gently running his fingers through her hair. "Very well, I shall endeavor to improve the flavor." Shui Rong handed him the cup that had contained her honey water, then knelt on the bed in an attempt to appear slightly taller. "Is this what you meant?" Severus Snape sighed softly, reaching out to grasp her hand and pressing a gentle kiss to her palm, not as warm as before. Shui Rong couldn't help but fidget slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt, but fortunately, he did not cling to her hand insistently. After all, it was a night of serious confrontation, and she had indeed been a bit forced in her actions. Yet, he too had turned his back to danger, neglecting to protect himself. If truth be told, both of them might bear some blame. Shui Rong did not pull her hands away from his grip, but leaned in to plant a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. Snape raised an eyebrow, for the placement was exactly the same as the one from the previous night in the Great Hall. "You were drunk last night," he remarked. Shui Rong conceded. "By the end, my awareness was a bit foggy. I was simply too elated, and with you around, I didn't worry about fainting from intoxication. However, I did wake up with a slight headache, but after taking some medicine, I felt much better." Snape regarded her intently. "Do you remember what you did while drunk?" Shui Rong blinked. Snape chuckled softly. Shui Rong exerted a gentle effort to withdraw her hands from his grasp, cupping his face to compel him to meet her gaze. "What is it? You must tell me." He still did not answer her question, merely wrapping his arms around her and guiding her head down. He found no bitter taste of potion upon her lips, only the alluring sweetness that likely stemmed from that cup of honey water. Perhaps it was not, but at that moment, it mattered not. The day following the Triwizard Tournament festivities, there were, of course, no classes to attend. Yet, many overly excited young wizards awoke quite early, and Hogwarts Castle buzzed with students huddled together, gossiping in every corner, including a few guests from the other schools unable to resist joining the lively scene. It was difficult to ascertain whether the students' excitement stemmed from victory or mere gossip. The weather was surprisingly pleasant, with the sun shining brightly, likely a sign that the dark clouds had finally been dispelled. In high spirits, Shui Rong decided to take a stroll outside the castle, as she realized she had never truly explored Hogwarts in depth. Initially, she had been indifferent, and later, she had lacked the mood to do so. Snape, of course, would not refuse her. On that sunny afternoon, the two emerged from the dungeons. Shui Rong, naturally holding his hand, felt a bit unaccustomed. "Severus." Snape turned to look at her. Shui Rong wiggled her fingers held in his. "Are you certain we are so publicly displayed?" Snape raised an eyebrow, noticing her serious expression, confirming once more that she truly had no recollection of the previous night's events. He silently resolved that, aside from their private moments, he should refrain from allowing her to touch alcohol in the future. Snape tightened his grip on her hand slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. It is likely that the entire school is already aware. Shui Rong exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Snape offered no further explanation, his smile remaining steadfast. Together, they walked through the corridors toward the castle's exterior, encountering two groups of young wizards along the way. One group, which Shui Rong recognized as Hufflepuffs, quickly yielded to their path, peering at the pair with evident interest, though they appeared not overly surprised. The other group, braving Snape's gaze, awkwardly greeted them before hastily retreating, glancing back at their intertwined hands with incredulity. Shui Rong thought to herself. Now, she believed what Snape had said. Upon exiting the castle, they strolled slowly along the edge of the Black Lake. The farther they ventured from the castle, the fewer people they encountered, and the surroundings gradually quieted. By the way, Severus, she began, as the holidays approach, may I ride the Hogwarts Express once more? Shui Rong smiled as she made her request. Since I took the train here at the start of the term, I should be able to return the same way, right? There's no restriction on students riding. Is there? Snape was somewhat taken aback by her request, having assumed she would, as before, simply exit through the headmaster's fireplace with him. What prompted the desire to take the Hogwarts Express? Shui Rong explained. I rode it once at the beginning of the year, but I didn't pay much attention to the scenery. I feel I missed out and wish to remedy that. Snape couldn't help but reminisce about their arrival at the start of the year and the events leading up to it. He sighed softly, pulling her into his embrace. He had been the one to send her away, the one who had spoken coldly during their rare moments together. It was he. Shui Rong returned the embrace, nuzzling against him, resting her chin on his shoulder. Severus, will you accompany me? Snape loosened his grip slightly, kissing her forehead gently. Of course. Shui Rong chuckled. I wonder if the esteemed head of Slytherin appearing on the train will frighten a few young wizards on their holiday. Snape smirked. As long as they retain a modicum of common sense, they will realize that our unfortunate potions professor will not be deducting points on the return journey and has no desire during the delightful holiday to ponder how to assign extra homework to those little imps, ensuring they cram essential knowledge along with their chocolate frogs. Shui Rong bit her lower lip, stifling a laugh. That evening, Shui Rong still opted not to dine in the Great Hall. After finishing their meal in Snape's office, she sat beside a steaming cup of herbal tea, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Snape. I heard them say I sang last night. Snape paused, immediately recalling the note Albus Dumbledore had handed him the previous evening. His hand tightened in his lap. Shui Rong furrowed her brow, straining to remember. It was a song in Chinese. They didn't understand, and I can't recall what I sang. It seems Dumbledore comprehended it. Did he send you a note? Snape inhaled deeply, turning to face her fully. Shui Rong's heart skipped a beat. He leaned closer. The already limited space between them on the couch further compressed, forcing her back against the armrest, yet he supported himself on the armrest behind her, drawing near enough for her to see his eyes. So, you wish to know? Shui Rong felt an unprecedented pressure. She sensed that the Snape before her was somehow different from the past. It was ineffable, yet her feelings were clear. At that moment, she felt an unusual sense of urgency, though she could not articulate its source. Unable to resist, she raised a hand to rest against his chest, attempting to slow the pace at which they were drawing closer, her gaze faltering. It seems, perhaps, it's not absolutely necessary to know. For instance, I feel that as long as I am unafraid of being teased, I could simply ask Dumbledore how much he understood last night. There's no need to hear it secondhand from you right now. At this moment, Snape's gaze subtly shifted downward, landing upon his chest. Ingeniously, her hand, pressed against his heart, had her fingertips resting upon a button. This inevitably reminded him of a recent occasion when her hand had attempted to unfasten the button, but had failed. His expression darkened slightly. However, Shui Rong seemed oblivious to that particular memory. Well, let it be. Ignorance can sometimes be bliss. Nevertheless, it reminded me that mixing brandy and sherry is still too challenging for me, and I shall be cautious henceforth. At that moment, Snape let out a low chuckle, causing Shui Rong to feel her fingers stiffen. When he lifted his eyes to look at her again, she nearly wanted to leap from the sofa and flee. They were seated in such close proximity, acutely aware of each other's increasingly erratic breaths. The fireplace beside them appeared to be blazing too fervently, making the temperature in front of the sofa rise to an almost unbearable level for Shui Rong. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Snape, momentarily taken aback, swiftly darkened in countenance. After a sudden sigh of relief, Shui Rong almost burst into laughter. Ultimately, Snape opened the door. Standing outside was a particularly familiar young boy, Harry. Confronted once more by Snape's murderous glare, Harry, who had just learned all about last night's plans and truths from Dumbledore, bore a mixture of unexpressed gratitude towards Snape and guilt for his passionate reprimand the previous night. Though he trembled slightly, he mustered a smile to greet him. "Good evening, Professor Snape." Snape displayed no intention of empathizing with the boy's complex emotions, his expression darkening further as he spoke. "Points off for Gryffindor." Shui, who had stood up beside the sofa, quickly leaned in to cover someone's mouth. Consequently, both the silenced Snape and Harry, who was on the verge of losing points, turned their gazes towards her. Shui winked at Snape. "It's a splendid day, and I haven't finished celebrating yet, so let us not deduct points, shall we?" Harry, somewhat surprised yet unsurprised, observed that even after Shui released her hand, Snape glared at him fiercely, yet he truly refrained from mentioning point deductions again. Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Last night, you were taking a great risk to help me. You were protecting me, and I misunderstood you. I apologize and thank you." Snape stood with his arms crossed, glancing at Shui, who smiled back at him, and, unusually, refrained from his usual sharp-tongued sarcasm. Harry, of course, felt compelled to express his gratitude to Shui as well. This morning, after leaving the cemetery, Sirius made a special trip to bring Creature along to meet Regulus. Sirius specifically asked me to convey his thanks. Without your help, he might never have learned about Regulus. I only found out through Professor Dumbledore that you discovered the Horcrux when you were bleeding in the Black family home. Oh, and about what happened to me. Shui had initially been eager to listen to Harry, but upon hearing this, she suddenly felt a powerful gaze behind her. Unable to resist before Harry could divulge anything further, she interjected. "Harry, has your godfather prepared a new house?" Harry, momentarily caught off guard, responded, "Huh?" Shui pressed on. "With Voldemort completely gone, the greatest danger has been resolved, so you shouldn't have to stay with your aunt anymore, right? I recall that previously. Black wanted you to live with him completely. Now that can finally come to fruition. You aren't still unprepared, are you?" Harry stood there, stunned, his mouth slowly agape. In his beautiful green eyes, excitement and exhilaration began to surge. Shui continued to encourage him. "If your godfather happens to forget, I think you should write him a letter to remind him. After all, there are just a few days until the holiday." "All right. Thank you, Shui." Harry nearly jumped 3 feet high, momentarily forgetting everything else, beaming with excitement as he bid farewell to the two in the office. "Good night, Shui." "Good night, Professor Snape." With that, the young boy dashed away almost as if he were flying. Once the office door closed, Shui was enveloped from behind by someone who had been holding back for quite some time. His arms tightened around her, trembling slightly, as he held her closely as if fearing she might vanish if he loosened his grip. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Perhaps she need not have endured all of this. She could have escaped such struggles, could have avoided further pain. Shui placed her hand over his arm, encircling her waist, gently shaking her head. "It's not your fault. It's that scoundrel ass. Besides, the facts prove that your choices were not wrong. We indeed resolved everything in the swiftest manner possible by choosing different paths, did we not? Professor Moody was not a suitable choice for a spy. Without you, we might have struggled to find a better solution, perhaps even inadvertently allowing that scoundrel to escape, necessitating even more effort. You were right. We succeeded, quickly and thoroughly. That is indeed commendable." Snape sighed deeply, holding her tighter. "Could you elaborate on that difficult process for me?" Shui blinked, reluctant to recount the arduous ordeal. "It's all in the past. I want to know." Snape gently kissed her cheek. "I want to know." Chapter 54, The First Night. For Shui, the headmaster's office at Hogwarts felt like a familiar place. Yet now, returning, her mindset was entirely different, giving her a sense of novelty in every corner. Dumbledore, in good spirits, observed as Shui enthusiastically surveyed the office and warmly recommended the roach pile. Shui turned her head, pretending not to notice. Dumbledore was not surprised. "You look remarkably well, Rome." After a couple of spins, Shui sat down opposite him. "Everything has been resolved. I can finally relax. And my mood is undoubtedly excellent." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed." Shui smiled at him. "We can relax, but you, Headmaster Dumbledore, still cannot. Can you?" Dumbledore sighed at Shui. "I thought you could bring a little joy to an old man for a few days." Shui nodded. "I believe you can be happy for a while, although the Ministry of Magic is currently suppressing matters and may be even more wary of you lately. It is only temporary. Once the Malfoy family starts to stir, everything will be fine. It has only been a few days since this was resolved. The Malfoys will want to observe for a while, and once they are certain there are no problems, they will emerge themselves. They have already invested heavily, ensuring that other pureblood families are aware of this alliance. Of course, they must reap sufficient benefits. If this matter remains concealed and unknown, their contributions will not be maximized. Therefore, Fudge will soon realize that the true efforts to unveil the concealed truth do not lie with you, Dumbledore, but rather with the Malfoy family, whom he believed could become allies against you. if the Malfoys can be astute enough to recruit additional supporters under certain conditions. Fudge may soon discover that his interests conflict with those of the Malfoy family, prompting him to seek you out again. You may not return to a honeymoon phase, but it is evident that he does not genuinely wish to undermine you. After all, allowing either of you to dominate would surely not serve his interests as Minister of Magic. Although what Shui Rong spoke of might indeed be good news, Dumbledore could not help but sigh. In his own words, an elderly gentleman, having exerted himself tirelessly, almost to the point of sleepless nights, managed to rid the magical world of the merciless Dark Lord. He had once believed he could retire in peace, but little did he know that he was now being inexorably pulled back into the fray, compelled to navigate the treacherous waters of political intrigue and stand at the forefront to stabilize the situation. However, it was evident that the young man seated across from him harbored no sympathy whatsoever. His assistance was limited to mere suggestions. By the way, Skit, have you not reached out yet? You must leverage public opinion, he exclaimed. Honestly, I believe you could glean some insights from your old adversary. That wretched. Ugh, let's disregard that lunatic. But your previous nemesis possesses many admirable qualities worth emulating. His oratory skills and ability to incite fervor are quite formidable. Dumbledore fell silent, taken aback that Shui Rong would suggest such a person. Shui Rong was unaware of the intricate history between Dumbledore and his former rival. She simply perceived Gellert Grindelwald as more commendable than Voldemort. Dumbledore acknowledged this truth, but decided to indulge in a bit of dark humor with Shui Rong. Speaking of which, Shui Rong, I specifically sought you out to convey an important matter. Shui Rong raised an eyebrow, momentarily at a loss as to what pressing issue Dumbledore could possibly have. With a grin, Dumbledore continued, for the next academic year, I hope you will transition from being the potions teaching assistant to assisting our defense against the dark arts professor. Shui Rong paused, a slight frown creasing her brow. I assume, Headmaster, that you remember I am not a conventional witch and cannot wield a wand. Dumbledore remained unfazed. You have never brewed potions, Shui Rong, yet you have assisted admirably. The students find your presence incredibly beneficial, and I believe that in defense against the dark arts. Should you choose to accept, it would be no different. Leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed, Shui Rong retorted, you mentioned that it requires my willingness. What if I am unwilling? Dumbledore feigned surprise. Ah, so you are quite eager to collaborate with Professor Slughorn next year? Recognizing the name, Shui Rong dropped her arms and gazed curiously at Dumbledore. What do you mean? Dumbledore chuckled. Oh, did I not mention? Alas, my memory falters with age. I hope you can forgive me. For the upcoming academic year, I have invited him to take on the role of potions professor. When I received his hints, I promised him a small favor, though I did not specify when it would commence. Now, I believe the time has come. What do you think? Shui Rong speculated. So, the new defense against the dark arts professor? Dumbledore replied, indeed, I think I can finally fulfill Severus's wish. Of course, I have yet to inform him. So I would appreciate your assistance in relaying the message, Shui Rong. Also, do let him know that his assistant prefers the role of potions teaching assistant. He will need to handle defense against the dark arts on his own. However, I have complete faith in Severus's abilities. He will manage just fine. Shui Rong took a deep breath and offered a friendly smile to the elderly headmaster. She believed the headmaster's playful revenge had concluded, oblivious to the fact that the elderly gentleman, compelled to remain on duty, possessed a rather spiteful streak. After bidding farewell to the guests from the other schools and witnessing the emotional farewells of the seventh-year students, the little wizards of Hogwarts were soon to embark on their journey home. Since the headmaster had agreed to temporarily take on the responsibilities of the Slytherin head after the students' departure, Shui Rong left alongside Snape with remarkable ease. There should have been no burdens. However, their departure was interrupted when Dumbledore kindly posed a question before they boarded the train. Shui Rong, where will you be returning for the summer break? Dumbledore inquired, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Shui Rong, who was intertwined with Snape. I recall you mentioning that you rented a house where you could receive owls. Snape turned to look at her, and she felt him shift slightly, grasping her hand. Shui Rong narrowed her eyes at Dumbledore. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. Dumbledore continued to smile. I neglected to ask earlier, but does your house have a fireplace? If necessary, I can assist you in applying to the Ministry of Magic for a connection to the Flu network for your convenience. What do you think? Shui Rong maintained her smile. That would be great. I appreciate your help, Headmaster. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, who was pursing his lips, and nodded cheerily. Not a problem. Shui Rong quickly pulled Snape away. The entire way to the train, Snape remained silent. Shui Rong had intended to find a compartment to explain further, clarifying that Dumbledore's actions were deliberate. Fully aware that her current level of magical acceptance was far from sufficient for independent use of the Flu network. Yet, the train was crowded with young wizards, and the sight of them reacting to Snape was akin to encountering a ghost. Particularly with Snape's not-so-pleasant expression, The little witches and wizards instinctively made way, hesitant to approach. Finding an empty compartment in the nearly full train proved nearly impossible. Ultimately, Xuerong decided to select a target for her plight. The candidates for her choice were none other than Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, whom she had come to know quite well. It would be a matter of determining whether Harry and his friends or Draco and his entourage would be luckier. The selection method was simple, whichever group they encountered first. Ultimately, it proved true that the young savior had better fortune. Xuerong knocked on the compartment door occupied by Harry and his friends. Just before she knocked, Harry was excitedly discussing his future with his godfather alongside his two companions. Although Xuerong politely inquired about their intentions, it was evident that Harry was still caught up in the emotions of their final confrontation, unable to refuse her entry. And he awkwardly welcomed both a professor and a teaching assistant amid Hermione's serious demeanor and Ron's incredulous expression. The three Gryffindors soon realized that the journey from Hogwarts to London was indeed rather lengthy. Despite Snape maintaining a stoic facade, his gaze lingered on Xuerong, seemingly oblivious to the trio, who could not ignore the dark, silent presence beside them. Because of Snape's presence, even though Ron and Hermione had already heard from Harry about the previous events, they remained too curious to inquire further about that night. Eventually, it was Xuerong who suggested to Snape that they step outside for some fresh air. After they left the compartment, the three young wizards collapsed in their seats. Just as I thought, Ron lamented, Snape that night in the Great Hall was an anomaly. Look at how he was just now, all stern and serious. Harry sighed. I completely forgot to invite Xuerong to visit during the holidays. Sirius is eager to thank her properly. However, Remus might be busy, as I heard he has some obligations with the Ministry Ors. Hermione couldn't help but interject, Harry, if you invite Xuerong, do you think Professor Snape? Harry recoiled slightly. I could extend the invitation to both, right? Ron also shrank back. Harry, if you do manage to invite Snape, remember to let me know. I'll make sure to avoid that day and find another time to hang out with you. The trio did not catch sight of Snape and Xuerong until they disembarked from the train at the station. However, they merely exchanged a distant glance. And before they could wave a greeting to Xuerong, Snape had already taken her away, vanishing from view. Upon opening her eyes again, Xuerong found herself, rather unsurprisingly, standing before the door of the house on Spider's Tail Alley. It was only when she stepped inside without any objection that someone's long-held anxiety finally dissipated. Everything here seemed unchanged, including her room on the second floor, which had not been reclaimed by its owner after her departure, remaining just as it had been when she left. By the time they arrived home, it was already quite late. After a simple dinner, Snape pondered for a moment, ultimately letting out a silent sigh as he allowed her to retreat to her room early to wash up and rest. Indeed, after such a long train journey, she deserved a good night's sleep. Yet, until midnight, neither of them had managed to find slumber. With a sigh, Snape, clad in his night attire, rose to open the door, deciding to head downstairs for a drink. To his surprise, he discovered that the other inhabitant of the house was also awake. She had changed into a nightgown, a Christmas gift from McGonagall, the hem reaching just past her knees, with sleeves that stopped at her elbows. The slightly loose neckline revealed a generous expanse of her lovely neck and shoulders. Standing by the window, she gazed outside, a cup of steaming tea resting beside her. Snape promptly abandoned the idea of red wine and walked over to her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xuerong did not turn. But when he skillfully wrapped his arms around her from behind, her hands naturally settled on his arm, which encircled her waist, and she leaned her head to nuzzle against his cheek. He inhaled deeply, whispering in her ear, "What are you looking at?" The warmth of his breath made Xuerong shudder slightly before she relaxed against him, replying, "I'm just reflecting on how many so-called significant events occur in the tranquil ignorance of most people. Look, it's so quiet outside. Perhaps ignorance is not so bad after all." Snape followed her gaze out the window. The dimly lit street scene was neither particularly tidy nor aesthetically pleasing. It was far from beautiful. Yet, indeed, nothing had transpired here, and it was serene. At that moment, Xuerong lowered her head. He was different now. Not wrapped in his usual tightly buttoned shirt robe, the sleeves of his dark gray nightgown were noticeably looser. Snape felt her sleeve push up, revealing her arm. Her slightly cool fingertips brushed over his arm, gently caressing the scars that had settled there, sending a tingling sensation through him. He observed her concentrated profile, her head bowed. A hint of tenderness in his heart as he felt the continued coolness and itchiness on his arm. His throat moved as he took a deep breath and leaned down to kiss her cheek. When his lips met her skin, she remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere. But as he drew closer to her ear, the warmth of his breath made her heart race. When his lips glided down the skin of her neck, her breathing became erratic, and she instinctively tightened her grip on his arm around her waist. In the next moment, she felt his embrace tighten even more. The heat of his body pressed against her through the fabric, and she felt his burning lips traverse her neck and shoulders. The warmth of his breath compelling her to evade, yet she found herself utterly immobilized by his firm hold. Severus. She had never known her voice could sound like that. After softly uttering his name, she felt the rise and fall of his chest against her back quicken, his hand on her waist nearly scalding her. He breathed heavily as he leaned closer to her ear, his raspy voice laced with a different kind of temptation. Do you want me to stop? In that instant, Shui Rong felt a bit dazed, as if she did not comprehend what was meant to cease and what was meant to continue. Yet he was evidently patient. Before she could respond, he continued to hold her tightly, his lips tracing the curves of her neck and shoulders, his increasingly unsteady breath enveloping her in warmth. She clutched his arm tighter, her breathing becoming sporadic as she instinctively tilted her head back like a drowning bird. Go. Hearing her attempt to speak, he pressed his lips against her ear once more. What? Shui Rong blinked hard, tiny beads of moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes. Go to the bedroom. The moment the words left her lips, she found herself swept off her feet. Ultimately, the room that once belonged to her remained untouched, left entirely vacant. Chapter 55, Happiness. On the first day of the holiday, Shui Rong was reluctantly compelled to sleep in. However, on this same day, she still needed to take her medicine. When Professor Snape handed her the potion, he received a rather feeble glare from her. It was not until the evening that Professor Snape finally managed to cradle her in his arms on the newly appeared love seat downstairs. Shui Rong, feeling languid, nestled in his embrace, shutting her eyes and remaining perfectly still as he gently stroked her long hair that cascaded down her back, uncombed. The room was quiet, and for a long time, no one spoke, yet the atmosphere felt warm and cozy. After a considerable while, as darkness enveloped the sky, Shui Rong slowly opened her eyes, still nestled in his embrace. I was thinking about whether to drag you out shopping today. Snape smiled slightly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on the crown of her head. We can go tomorrow. Shui Rong huffed, then let us leave early. Snape, having somewhat grasped her meaning, chuckled softly. Still nestled in his arms, Shui Rong not only heard his low laughter, but also felt the vibrations resonating from his chest. Her ears flushed slightly as she unconsciously ground her teeth. He leaned down to kiss her forehead again, and as she began to poke him with her fingers, he acquiesced. All right, let us rest early tonight. Shui Rong pressed her lips together, satisfied that her goal had been achieved, and let out a relaxed sigh. Although it's a holiday, we can't let ourselves become too languid. We still have many things to do and prepare. Snape's hand continued to stroke her back, his chin resting against the top of her head as he gently rubbed it. What do we have to prepare? After a moment's thought, Shui Rong recalled an important matter she had yet to discuss with Snape, her eyes lighting up as she looked up at him. I think during this holiday, I should familiarize myself more with the textbooks and materials to enhance my understanding of defense against the dark arts. Snape furrowed his brow in confusion. Defense against the dark arts? Shui Rong pushed herself up with her palm against his chest. Yes, Dumbledore informed me that after the new term starts, I will be changing my duties to become the assistant to the new defense against the dark arts professor. Snape's lips, which had been faintly upturned all day, finally fell into a frown. A new defense against the dark arts professor? Shui Rong playfully poked his chin. Yes, I didn't know much about this subject before. And since I'll be the assistant for this course, I need to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I worry that, well, the professor might not be pleased. Snape's brow knitted tightly, his hand that had been stroking her back now encircling her instead. He opened his mouth, but hesitated before speaking. He had intended to say that he would communicate with Dumbledore to rescind this unreasonable decision, as Shui Rong was clearly more suited for assisting with potions. And the potions professor evidently required assistance far more than that uncertain new defense against the dark arts professor. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, especially as he faced Shui Rong, whose smile radiated a hint of joy and anticipation. Snape let out a sigh. Naturally, he wished to keep her by his side at all times, but he could not hinder her from pursuing her interests or engaging with those who intrigued her. However, articulating words of encouragement and support proved utterly beyond his capacity at that moment. He felt that any utterance from his lips would inevitably be laced with sarcasm, directed at the new defense against the dark arts professor, whose identity remained a mystery. Heaven only knew whether Dumbledore had once again brought forth a fool akin to Lockhart, whose presence was unbearable. Shui Rong leaned in with a cheerful demeanor and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. What's this? Even before the school year begins, Professor Snape is already expressing dissatisfaction with his assistant? Snape, momentarily taken aback, struggled to respond. Shui Rong kissed him again. If Professor Snape is dissatisfied, perhaps you should personally tutor your assistant during a holiday? It suddenly dawned on Snape that the target of his inner mockery was, in fact, himself. It was all Dumbledore's doing. He had undoubtedly instigated this wicked amusement. While he could not deny the joy of finally realizing a long-held aspiration that had been repeatedly denied, It did not prevent him from continuing to mentally berate the headmaster. In that moment, he pulled her closer by the waist and leaned down to capture her smiling lips. This summer, most had enjoyed fulfilling and joyful experiences. For instance, Harry had finally moved out of his aunt's house. The young lad had been exceedingly busy during the holiday. As his unreliable godfather, eager to accommodate both a swift transaction and the expansive estate's conditions, had purchased a somewhat dilapidated manor, hoping to provide ample space for his beloved godson to practice Quidditch during the break. Amidst the unusual absence of Lupin, who was preoccupied, Harry, being a minor, found himself compelled to assist with the laborious tasks of clearing overgrown grass and moldy walls. Halfway through the holiday, he had scarcely touched his broomstick. Yet his proficiency with the spells used for labor had noticeably improved. Had it not been for Mrs. Weasley learning about the situation from Ron, the two would have struggled to find even a few decent bites of food while toiling away in the house. After all, Creature, despite having somewhat reconciled with the Blacks due to Regulus's affairs, remained resolutely unwilling to leave the Black family home. Especially furious at the notion of his only heir abandoning it for another life, refusing to prepare even a sandwich for them. Nonetheless, Harry was genuinely delighted. This was his home, a place where he could enjoy a spacious room, arrange his textbooks, snacks, and broomstick to his liking, and allow Hedwig to soar freely about the manor, assisting in catching mice. He had a loving relative by his side, who would guide him in magic, share in his mischief, practice Quidditch with him, and whimsically prepare meals, though their taste left much to be desired. Yet Harry remained joyful, even when witnessing his godfather being chastised by Mrs. Weasley for secretly allowing him to drink alcohol. Voldemort was dead, everything had come to an end. They had avenged their losses, and he finally had a loving family, able to invite friends over to celebrate in his own home. Life could not have been better. On the other side, Draco Malfoy, Harry's youthful nemesis, was also leading a fulfilling life. Just as Shuarong had surmised, Lucius Malfoy, after a brief period of observation, having confirmed there was no imminent danger and that Dumbledore had no intention of taking credit, began his own activities, gathering allies, suppressing adversaries, absorbing the assets of families that could no longer recover, and applying pressure on the Ministry of Magic through various channels. In short, he was exceedingly busy. Draco, having been compelled to participate in some affairs, found it easy to be drawn into work and learning under his father's guidance. This led to an argument between his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, and his father, due to Draco's severe dark circles from staying up late. Thus, the head of the Malfoy family had no choice but to significantly reduce Draco's academic and task assignments. Nevertheless, the young Malfoy had little energy to dwell on his adversary, Scarhead Potter. Although he had gathered from his father's veiled descriptions that Potter had once again made quite a spectacle during the critical and terrifying final battle, Draco's disposition throughout the holiday remained remarkably stable. It was indeed a delightful break. In other corners of the wizarding world, the Weasley twins found camaraderie with the finally unburdened Black. Having avenged their great enmity and protected his godson, Black felt a nostalgic return to his student days, regaling the twins with tales of his youthful exploits while narrowly avoiding a reprimand from Molly Weasley. Undeterred, he generously invested in their budding enterprise, prompting the twins to eagerly embark on their small business venture during the holiday. Moody, having been forewarned by Dumbledore regarding the Ministry's potential stance, left the oppressive Ministry in a foul mood but did not indulge in a restful holiday. Though he harbored a desire to see Malfoy imprisoned in Azkaban, he ultimately accepted intelligence provided by the Malfoy family, setting off to seek traces of the hidden Death Eaters. Initially, Lupin had intended to assist the Aurors, who clearly struggled to gain official support from the Ministry, but gradually found himself partnered with one of them, Tonks, embarking on a busy holiday. Rita Skeeter received warnings from the Malfoy family, while simultaneously receiving correspondence from Dumbledore. Having been terrified into silence following her last threatening encounter, she had refrained from transforming into a beetle to gather news for a considerable time. Now, faced with alarming revelations from two different sources, she found herself in despair. Tearing her hair out at home, pondering how to craft her next report without inviting trouble, Fudge was overwhelmed, grappling with the aftermath of the graveyard confrontation that multiple witnesses confirmed had occurred one fateful night. Realizing the Malfoy family was up to no good, he reluctantly sought Dumbledore's assistance, knowing that only he could rein in those involved in the battle from spreading tales that would further burden him. Consequently, Fudge had to abandon his unimplemented plan to diminish Dumbledore's influence at Hogwarts. Amidst this bustling holiday, most in the wizarding world remained blissfully unaware, continuing their ordinary lives. Of course, there were those who were well-informed yet still led leisurely lives. For instance, in Spinner's End, Shuarong, having persuaded Snape, began concocting herbal bathing powders. Since she did not need to control the fire for the cauldron with the pre-prepared ingredients, she found herself unrestricted, developing a newfound hobby. The most enjoyable part, however, was that someone would graciously join her in the endeavor. On this particular day, as Shuerong emerged to prepare tea, she chanced upon Snape standing by the window, holding a small package. Upon her arrival, the owl that had just completed its task took flight, showing no signs of fatigue. Realizing Shuerong was approaching, Snape instinctively tightened his grip on the partially unwrapped package, shielding it with his body. Shuerong blinked. What is that? Snape remained silent, appearing hesitant. Shuerong teased. Ah, a secret, is it? Snape parted his lips, feeling as though the small box in his hand was somewhat warm to the touch. Shuerong sighed and shrugged. If you don't wish for me to know, so be it. I was preparing to brew some tea. Would you care for a cup? As she turned to walk away, Snape took a deep breath and decided to approach her, still clutching the small box he had unwrapped from its packaging. He gently pulled her to the side of the sofa, pressing lightly on her shoulder to encourage her to sit down. In the midst of her puzzled gaze, he knelt before her on one knee, appearing somewhat anxious, even unconsciously swallowing hard. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Shuerong harbored a flicker of speculation, though uncertainty lingered, causing her to widen her eyes and stare at him in astonishment. It was only when he gently took her hand and placed a small, yet exquisite box into her palm that she instinctively softened her breath, taking a moment before opening the delicate container. Indeed, within lay a splendid ring, its elegant and flowing patterns cradling a blue gemstone that appeared to shimmer with faint silver flecks. Shuerong inhaled deeply, lifting her gaze to meet his earnest and focused black eyes. He had not planned this moment for today. He pondered that despite being a rather morose and dull individual, she deserved nothing but the finest. He had intended to prepare more thoroughly. Yet, as he gazed into her eyes, his lips trembled slightly with tension as he asked, "Will you accept it?" Shuerong took several deep breaths before responding. "When did you start preparing the ring?" Snape replied candidly, "Before the holiday." "Really?" she questioned. "On the night of the celebration at the Great Hall," he clarified. Shuerong was taken aback, genuinely unaware of this detail. That night, which could be described as breathtaking, marked his complete departure from the past and his stride towards rebirth. Unable to suppress a slight sniffle, she extended her left hand towards him. "Mr. Snape, could you assist me in putting it on?" Her voice quivered slightly, and the intense emotions reflected in his dark eyes were palpable. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, gently cradling her hand as he slowly slid the ring onto her finger with impeccable precision. He did not rise, nor did he look up. He simply remained kneeling before her, with a nearly reverent demeanor, and placed a tender, trembling kiss upon her hand that now adorned the ring. If the concept of happiness could be materialized, it would undoubtedly resemble the scene at that very moment. Chapter 56. Research Plans. Although it was Shuerong who suggested a visit to Diagon Alley to purchase some items, she herself did not linger long. Eventually, she found herself seated alone at a table outside an ice cream shop, idly poking her dessert with a small spoon while awaiting the return of the one tasked with the final purchases. Given the unfortunate encounter at the pet shop earlier that day, it was prudent for her to avoid that street. Despite the holiday having just begun and the return to school still far off, Diagon Alley was relatively quiet, lacking the usual bustle of young witches and wizards. And Shuerong had no desire to stir up any trouble. As she waited, she was somewhat surprised to spot a few familiar faces. Among them were Sirius Black and Harry, emerging from a nearby street, seemingly enjoying a delightful father-son moment during their break from labor. The other pair consisted of Draco and Lucius Malfoy, who were just leaving Nocturne Alley, engaged in hushed conversation. Upon noticing each other, both parties became aware of a familiar figure seated at the street's edge. Thus, Shuerong propped her chin on her hand, and, alongside the silently staring Harry and Draco, began to eavesdrop on the amicable exchange between Black and Malfoy. "Huh, it seems that nature cannot be changed, can it? Even when that person has been utterly disgraced. You still relish mingling with those sorts," Black remarked. "After all, we are different from certain individuals who have abandoned their families. Some connections can always prove beneficial. Of course, I imagine Mr. Black, who seems to have forgotten his own surname, has not put much thought into this," Malfoy retorted. Black scoffed. "What is there to learn? Your narrow-minded arrogance or your pursuit of dark magic?" Malfoy replied coldly. "At the very least, you should learn some manners." Black shot back, "Humph, for you lot." As the two, despite their familial ties, continued to bicker, completely oblivious to her presence, Shuerong gently tapped the ice cream cup with her spoon. The crisp sound interrupted their almost heated exchange, causing both adults to pause and shift their attention, along with the two minors, towards her. With a cheerful and innocuous demeanor, Shuerong maintained her relaxed posture, propping her chin with one hand. "I merely wanted to offer a gentle reminder, gentlemen, that should your quarrel escalate to the point of physicality, I would appreciate it if you could keep your distance. Should innocent bystanders, like myself, become inadvertently involved, I would certainly retaliate. In that moment, both Black and Malfoy were reminded of that fateful evening when one individual had forcefully subdued the Dark Lord. The other had coldly discarded 2 boxes of Muggle items at the Dark Lord's feet. One, who had always considered himself part of the right side, but had once experienced the agony of relentless needle pricks, shuddered involuntarily. The other, who had nearly contemplated betrayal but had been ruthlessly threatened, found himself frozen in place. Soon, under the silent scrutiny of Harry and Draco, the 2 adult wizards fell silent. However, their attention soon shifted back to Shui Rong, and they naturally noticed the ring adorning her left hand. In rare synchrony, Black and Malfoy spoke in unison. "What is that?" Shui Rong blinked, extending her hand to admire the ring, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. As she looked up to see the 4 astonished faces before her, her demeanor softened considerably. "Ah, Mr. Black and Mr. Malfoy, are you congratulating us and offering your blessings?" "Thank you, I accept them." Black and Malfoy exchanged a glance before quickly turning their heads away, each letting out an exasperated huff. None among the 4 could misinterpret the identity of the other individual referenced in Shui Rong's statement. Just then, that very individual made his entrance. Snape approached and immediately noticed the quartet gathered around Shui Rong's table. He pressed his lips together and strode over, completely disregarding Black and Harry's presence. He merely nodded slightly at Lucius Malfoy in acknowledgement as he passed before naturally taking a seat beside Shui Rong. Sirius appeared to instinctively wish to say something, but was swiftly restrained by Harry, who caught him just in time and silenced him. Meanwhile, Malfoy wore a complex expression. Since that night, he had not contacted Snape, and now witnessing Snape with a woman he had previously warned him about. Lucius Malfoy could only internally pray that their years of friendship held some weight, preventing Snape from revealing anything to Shui Rong. Noticing the barely touched ice cream before Shui Rong, Snape inquired, "Not to your liking?" Shui Rong frowned slightly. "It's too sweet." In an apparent bid to enhance her persuasiveness, she spoke while delicately scooping a small spoonful and bringing it to Snape's lips. Shui Rong effortlessly disregarded the 4 individuals before her, and Snape, in turn, naturally ignored them, opening his mouth to consume the ice cream, subsequently nodding in agreement with her assessment. The 4 onlookers were nearly rendered speechless. Shui Rong cast a glance at them and remarked to Snape, "Severus, just now, Mr. Black and Mr. Malfoy. Oh, and of course, I suppose there must be Harry and Draco as well, have already offered their congratulations to us." Despite the proximity of Black and Potter, Snape's spirits were remarkably high at that moment. He glanced at the ring on Shui Rong's finger, a slight smile curving his lips, exuding an air of superiority that he knew would be perceived as ironic by Black. Black's brow furrowed, ready to retaliate. "Aren't you for leaving?" Shui Rong set down her spoon on the table, grasping Snape's hand and looking up at them with a genuinely perplexed expression, as if to inquire, "Or do you wish to linger and join us for a chat?" Eventually, the 4 gentlemen who had just extended their well wishes took their leave. Yet, compared to Black, who was visibly irritated, and Malfoy, who wore a complex expression, the emotions of the 2 underage wizards were far simpler. Harry found it astonishing that he and Draco Malfoy could share an unspoken understanding of each other's emotions through mere eye contact. Quite unsettling. As Snape emerged from the basement after brewing potions, he found Shui Rong seated on the sofa, a notebook in one hand and her customary pen in the other, occasionally scribbling or sketching on its pages, while several tomes on potion-making lay open on the nearby table. He approached and sat beside her. Shui Rong naturally accepted the potion from his hand, tilting her head back to drink it in one swift motion, placing the empty vial and her pen on the small table beside the sofa. Only after she had finished did Snape inquire, "What are you working on?" Shui Rong replied, "I am in search of a research topic. If you recall, before the holidays, I suggested that we could collaborate on a potion when we had some spare time. I believe now is the perfect moment to find something to occupy ourselves with." Snape regarded her. "Are you feeling bored?" Shui Rong hesitated, ultimately confessing, "I thought I might find something for you to do." Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. Shui Rong endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, though her ears flushed as she resumed braiding her hair. Primarily, there was a need for a stimulating and legitimate task to channel some individual's energies productively. Shui Rong turned to her notebook. "I haven't quite decided on a research focus yet. Severus, do you have any ideas?" Snape was momentarily at a loss. Although he had not devoted much time to potion research recently, he had not been entirely inactive. For instance, the restorative potion she had just consumed had been continuously fine-tuned based on her reactions. He glanced at her closed notebook. "What piques your interest?" Shui Rong blinked. "I don't possess extensive knowledge." Snape raised an eyebrow, observing her reaction, and gently grasped the notebook she held. Shui Rong hesitated but ultimately relinquished it. Her written thoughts were often accompanied by information or summaries sourced from books, with rudimentary annotations alongside. They could only be deemed rough drafts, lacking depth. However, as he perused the pages, he suddenly halted. There was something that seemed subtly different. Snape lifted his gaze to Shuerong. Are you considering researching a potion to alleviate the effects of the Cruciatus curse? Shuerong explained, perhaps more specifically, a potion to alleviate or treat its aftereffects. After all, this is not an illness. There is no situation in which the effects of the Cruciatus curse can be mitigated while it is actively being inflicted. The potion's effects can only manifest afterward. Snape held the notebook. What prompted this line of thought? Shuerong sighed. The previous page contained an idea for pain alleviation during the use of bone regrowth potion, which reminded me of something I previously heard about. And that led me to this concept. She paused, biting her lip, as a thought of a certain wretched individual crossed her mind. After speaking, she leaned slightly, resting against Snape's shoulder, intertwining her fingers with his hand that did not hold the notebook. She did not wish to dwell on it. Yet she could not help but recall that one fateful night when a pale Snape returned to Hogwarts, claiming he was merely tired. Snape's brow remained furrowed. He was not particularly concerned about the earlier context of the bone regrowth potion's modifications. His fingers tightened imperceptibly around the notebook. You noted several lines about the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Do you believe the potion's primary target for restoration should be the heart? Leaning against him, and still preoccupied with memories of a certain night, Shuerong responded without detecting any unusualness. Yes, I believe the spasmodic pain indeed originates from the heart, although the rapidity of its spread makes it challenging to distinctly perceive or assess. Moreover, during the stimulation, the rhythm and intensity of the spasmodic pain can indeed be correlated with the heartbeat. Shuerong felt his grip on her hand tighten, almost with force. His suppressed voice broke through. How do you know all of this? As one of the 3 unforgivable curses, literature detailing the Cruciatus curse is scarce, let alone comprehensive descriptions of its effects. Shuerong's detailed account was beyond what even the most profound tomes on dark magic would typically convey from the victim's perspective. Shuerong froze for a moment, quickly realizing the potential impropriety. Since that loathsome individual had perished, her mental state had relaxed significantly. She no longer feared inadvertently disclosing anything that might increase Snape's peril or troubles. And on that night, when Harry had come to express his gratitude, inadvertently letting slip a detail, she had already confided in Snape about her search for Horcruxes after leaving Hogwarts, feeling that he was aware of everything by then. She had let her final guard down. It was unnecessary to mention the current days. She had genuinely relaxed in his presence, temporarily forgetting that there was indeed something he did not know. Unlike the incident with Black's old manor, which involved Dumbledore, Black, Lupin, Harry, and even Creature all witnessing it, this particular matter was known only to 2 parties. Herself and the long-kissed Barty Crouch Jr., it should have been relatively easy to conceal. Yet, she had been overly unguarded lately. Shuerong's silence caused Snape's chest to rise and fall more dramatically. He set the notebook aside and turned her shoulder to face him. When did this occur? Shuerong sighed, her hand still firmly held by him, as she reached up to caress his cheek, smiling gently at him. It was quite some time ago. Back then, my sensitivity to magic was quite low, so it was merely a fleeting moment that passed quickly. I had nearly forgotten until it just came to mind. Snape was not at all comforted. Was it when you went to seek the Horcruxes? You never mentioned whom you encountered. Who was it that did this? Shuerong quickly clarified. No, it wasn't during that time. I told you everything about my time after leaving Hogwarts to find the Horcruxes. Truly, it was not during that period. Was it before then? Suddenly, Snape's eyes flickered with a realization. Barty Crouch Jr.? It had been surmised, and Shuerong did not deny it further. Yes. It was when I apprehended him before the Triwizard Tournament. In truth, everything transpired rather swiftly. He cast 2 spells. The first was a petrifying curse, and at that moment, I sensed that the enchantment had only a fleeting effect on me, merely a second or 2, truly ephemeral, causing no lasting repercussions. It dissipated quickly, otherwise, I would not have been able to catch him off guard and subdue him so easily. Snape closed his eyes, holding her tightly in his embrace. His arms trembled almost uncontrollably, right there in Hogwarts, beneath his very nose. And he had only learned of this today. He had allowed Barty Crouch Jr. to be detained by Dumbledore and subsequently taken by the Ministry of Magic, without ever confronting that scoundrel himself. He had even permitted her to forcibly use her abilities to search for Horcruxes after being so deeply wounded, all while he remained oblivious. On that fateful night, he let her believe he would cast her away yet again. After being tightly embraced by him, Shuerong gently placed her hand on his back. Barty Crouch Jr. has already faced execution, even before Voldemort. I have avenged my grievances, not to mention you witnessed him in a pitiful state that night. I had dealt him a severe blow. Snape continued to hold her close, silent. Though Shuerong could not see his expression, she could feel the turmoil within him. Her soft voice emanated from his shoulder. Please do not be angry with me. Snape inhaled deeply, loosening his grip slightly, resting his forehead against hers with a heavy sigh. I am not angry with you. He was angry with himself. Shui Rong blinked, leaning in slightly to kiss his lips. It is truly all in the past. There will be no more of it. Because in the future, you will protect me and take care of me, won't you? Snape raised his hand to caress her cheek. Indeed, for the rest of his days, he would safeguard her with all that he possessed. Chapter 57, Terms of Exchange. The commencement of the new academic year was still quite lively, even after a holiday. The fervor of the previous year's Triwizard Tournament had not entirely faded. At the Hufflepuff table, little witches and wizards from the same house or others would frequently approach to greet the champions who had brought glory to Hogwarts. This was hardly surprising. Throughout the holiday, the Minister of Magic had been tirelessly managing various rumors and pressures, rather than revealing any details that would remind people of the horrific and absurd events that had briefly occurred and swiftly concluded. It was evidently a wise choice to promote other captivating news to divert the public's attention, especially after Fudge realized he could not afford to sever ties with Dumbledore. The recent victory of the Little Wizard champions in the Triwizard Tournament was undoubtedly a positive story worth grandly publicizing. Though one must commend Hogwarts, Fudge, as the Minister of Magic and the superior of the champion's father, had considerable maneuvering room. Thus, the victorious champion Cedric Diggory spent the entire holiday busy, and upon returning to school, he had become somewhat accustomed to the scene, managing to greet and smile at the incessant stream of well-wishers with good humor. In addition to the bustling Hufflepuff table, the little witches and wizards also noticed the changes among the faculty on the dais. Although last year as Professor Moody had not been particularly amiable, his teaching prowess was undeniable. However, it was not unexpected that he had not returned after suffering injuries twice during the school year. Yet, there was indeed a new face among the staff, one appearing much more approachable than the previous Moody. However, even more noteworthy than the new face was the presence of Shui Rong. By the end of the last school year, the entire Hogwarts community was aware of what had transpired during the all-night celebration, and those who had not been present that night were surely informed by the following morning. As the sorting ceremony commenced, Shui Rong, appearing particularly cheerful this year, rested her chin on her hand, listening with interest to the Sorting Hat song. Some of the little witches and wizards, whose attention had drifted from the hat, keenly observed the new ring adorning her finger. A chorus of chattering erupted from all four house tables, with curious little witches and wizards glancing over, only to be reprimanded by the stern gaze of the Slytherin head of house beside Shui Rong. However, it soon became apparent that no one was reprimanding them anymore, for that person's attention had completely shifted elsewhere. As the new students began to don the sorting hat one by one, Shui Rong gently tugged at Snape's sleeve beneath the table. Severus, I find myself suddenly quite curious. Snape glanced at the performing sorting hat. It is a magical artifact capable of discerning one's traits. It is not the same as legilimency, though there are some similarities. Do you wish to try it? Shui Rong shook her head slightly. I am indeed curious, but I do not wish for it to read my thoughts. However, Snape interjected. Shui Rong turned to him with a smile. You have never attempted legilimency on me, have you? Snape had not. Initially, he had been somewhat wary of her, exercising caution and refraining from acting impulsively. As he grew more familiar with her, he had felt a sense of ease and never considered it. Even later, even if he were to try, he might have hesitated. At a time when he was still somewhat evasive, deluding himself into believing he was unaware, her feelings had been nearly unmasked. Snape, momentarily lost in thought, jolted back to attention at Shui Rong's next words. Perhaps we could try it sometime? Shui Rong naturally suggested. Speaking of which, I have quite a bit of confidence in this matter. Based on my past experiences, I consider my mental defenses to be quite strong. Regardless of whether I am consciously aware of my defenses, they should theoretically remain intact. However, that was before. I have not truly tested it here yet. No matter how confident I may be, I do not wish to undertake experiments with something like that hat. Snape replied. You. Shui Rong blinked. I have not spoken ill of you in your absence, so I have no fear of you knowing. Well, even if I did speak ill, I would not fear your knowing. You would not be angry with me. With a sigh, Snape smiled slightly, grasping her hand that tugged at his sleeve. In truth, Shui Rong's curiosity about the sorting hat was not a newfound interest. She had encountered it on numerous occasions before, but at that time, she had been entirely immune to magical artifacts, thus rendering any curiosity about her experience with the hat irrelevant. Later, during Harry's lessons with Snape on occlumency, she began to ponder her own situation. Yet at that time, she truly did not dare to let Snape attempt it. She knew far too many crucial secrets that required her to maintain some reservations. Even with her confidence in her mental defenses, she could not risk even the slightest chance of allowing him to try. Thus, the matter was set aside. After vanquishing Voldemort, that crisis of concern had dissipated. Yet during the somewhat melancholic and weary holiday, She had completely forgotten about it. Only upon seeing the sorting hat again today did her previous curiosity resurface. The two did not continue the discussion on this topic, as the sorting ceremony concluded at that moment. Dumbledore, who had occasionally cast glances in their direction, stood up and approached the little witches and wizards, personally announcing the changes among the Hogwarts faculty for the year. The newly appointed Professor Slughorn would teach potions, while Snape would transition to the position of defense against the dark arts professor, with Shui-Rong assisting him. Most of the young witches and wizards received a commendable education. Although the defense against the dark arts had, by fortunate chance, 2 reliable professors in the first 2 years, the upperclassmen still recalled the painful history from earlier times, making even Snape seem less formidable in comparison. While they anticipated that this year's defense against the dark arts class might be doomed, they consoled themselves that it could not possibly be worse than it had been 2 or 3 years prior. Rather, they held hope that the potions class might be salvaged. As the meal commenced, the young witches and wizards, persistently sneaking glances at the staff table, soon made a surprising discovery. They witnessed Snape, with remarkable attentiveness, exchange his neatly sliced steak plate with the untouched one in front of Snowdrop, even replacing her evidently unappreciated pumpkin juice. The sight was enough to leave their jaws agape, particularly among the upperclassmen who had experienced love before. The earlier sight of Snape leaning in close to whisper to Snowdrop was one thing, but this gentlemanly and considerate act left many of the young witches and wizards questioning whether Hogwarts had, this year, gained a professor masquerading under the effects of Polyjuice Potion. If they were to relay this to the graduates from previous years, they would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Who could ever trust that Snape would reach such a day? If Snowdrop were to know the wild speculations swirling in the minds of these young witches and wizards, she would surely be moved. They were indeed correct in their conjectures. Though regrettably, a year late, at last year's opening feast, there had indeed been an individual who had taken Polyjuice Potion to impersonate one of their professors. After the feast, the young witches and wizards returned to their dormitories, while Snape, as the head of Slytherin, had matters to attend to, leaving Snowdrop to make her way back to the dungeons alone. Yes, the dungeons. Despite his change in position and no longer serving as the potions master, Snape had no intention of relocating his office, retaining his private collection room. Snowdrop had no objections. She only requested that Snape accompany her outside to enjoy the fresh air and sunshine. Upon entering the familiar office, Snowdrop immediately noticed that after the holiday, the sofa by the lit fireplace had reverted to an ordinary chair. She stood beside it and attempted to move it. The chair wobbled slightly before settling down again, leaving nothing amiss. Snowdrop pressed her lips together, not overly disappointed by this progression. On the other side, having dealt with the few trivial matters, the Slytherin head did not rush back to the dungeons. When he appeared in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback. After Snape candidly stated his purpose for visiting, Dumbledore paused momentarily before grasping the implications. "What is it you intend to do, Severus?" Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, seemed to contemplate something amusing, his mood notably buoyant. "You specifically requested that I convey your message rather than contacting her directly. Are you trying to keep something from Snowdrop? Oh, so you chose to wait until the term began to seek me out rather than sending me a letter during the holidays?" Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "I believed I had made myself exceedingly clear. I will continue to oversee the potion supplies for the hospital wing. Beyond that, there are no other conditions for exchange. I hope our esteemed white wizard, who has triumphed over the Dark Lord on 2 occasions, can suppress his insatiable curiosity." Dumbledore shrugged. "I have no intention of bargaining. I merely wish to check in on a colleague, Severus." Snape huffed, but remained silent. Dumbledore continued, "Ah, Severus. You are not still holding on to my earlier suggestion regarding Snowdrop connecting her rented fireplace to the Floo network, are you?" Indeed. The connection to the Floo network was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the former headmaster's mischievous hint to Snowdrop that she had other housing options. Even though she had described her quest for Horcruxes, she had mostly focused on the key points and neglected to mention her casual rental of a secluded, dilapidated house. Snape had learned of this only upon Dumbledore's mention. Snape shot Dumbledore a glare, resolving that the purpose of his visit had been achieved, and turned to leave. However, before departing, he felt compelled to express his lingering concerns regarding Dumbledore. "Since our astute headmaster has deduced the matter, I trust you will remember to safeguard the secrets of your pitifully inconsequential colleagues before those who should not be privy to them." Sighing, Dumbledore turned to the Phoenix, Fawkes. "After Snape had exited, I would gladly assist and keep secrets, but should any danger arise, and if Snowdrop perceives me as an accomplice, Fawkes, would you mind doing me a favor? Perhaps let her touch you, or pluck a couple of your feathers." Fawkes turned his back to Dumbledore. Upon returning to his dungeon office, Snape pushed open the door to find Snowdrop. She was at her desk, organizing notebooks and books. placing her newly acquired fountain pen and ink on the table, evidently still reluctant to use quills. He cast a glance at the fireplace and waved his wand, causing the familiar love seat to reappear by the hearth. Snowdrop smiled. Perhaps we should place a real sofa there? Where did we buy the new one for home? Maybe we could order another one just like it. Snape, pleased with her description of home, nodded in agreement. Snowdrop set down the last book in her hand. Shall we add a few more things? Snape had approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. What would you like? Snowdrop poked playfully at his arm. Think about it. This is your office. I don't have any extra requests, just a desire for a bit of a fresh atmosphere, perhaps a slight change in decor. After all, things are different now. Snape had no qualms with her latter suggestion. In fact, as long as she was there, he was indifferent to such matters. However, he sensed something in her earlier words. He glanced around the office and then towards the closed bedroom door. Your belongings. Snowdrop blinked, pointing in a direction. In my room. Snape furrowed his brow, tightening his embrace slightly. Snowdrop explained to the silent protester. Well, the term has commenced, hasn't he? We have classes to attend tomorrow morning. As the official defense against the dark arts professor, your first lesson deserves a bit of solemnity, wouldn't you agree? Oh, and as for me, your teaching assistant. I have no experience whatsoever with teaching defense against the dark arts. The theoretical guidance during the holiday doesn't count. Snape raised an eyebrow but did not release her. If you are concerned about being late, I will wake you in the morning. Snowdrop stammered, then poked his arm more forcefully. That's not what I mean. Snape chuckled softly against her ear, making her cheeks flush, and she suspected her ears had turned crimson as well. The one who had caused her to blush continued to chuckle quietly before lowering his voice to whisper, I will not do anything. I just wish to hold you. Stay. One to you? Snowdrop bit her lip but ultimately relaxed, placing her palm against his hand. He understood this as her consent and couldn't resist a smile. Leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, his arm around her waist shifted to grasp her hand, the one adorned with a blue gemstone ring, held in the palm of his hand, which bore dark blue cufflinks. Chapter 58, Things to Do. Severus Snape's inaugural lesson as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has perhaps etched itself into history as the most punitive class in terms of house points deducted. However, Snow Rome, serving as the teaching assistant, observed the entire session and believed that Snape should not be solely blamed for the chaos. The lesson was intended to cover the shield charm, beginning with an explanation of its principles, advancing to its capabilities in deflecting various curses, and culminating in practical demonstrations. In terms of content, Snape's structure was undeniably sound and comparable, if not superior, to the performances of the two highly regarded professors from previous years. The crux of the issue, however, lay in the fact that shortly after the class commenced, a few overly curious young witches and wizards could not resist diverting their attention to the interactions between their professor and assistant. A mere glance or subtle smirk exchanged between the two could leave the students transfixed, their eyes wide with intrigue. This insatiable curiosity soon spread like wildfire among the students. Even with Snape's formidable reputation as a potions master, the students, though intimidated, dared not openly discuss their observations. Instead, their myriad glances flitted about the classroom, making it exceedingly difficult for any educational progress to be achieved. Especially during the practical exercises, the students' lack of focus resulted in rather dismal teaching outcomes. Snow Rome's adeptness swiftly showcased her competence as a teaching assistant in defense against the dark arts. Even after her transition from potions, she demonstrated precise and swift movements, employing her strength to maneuver the students who struggled to defend themselves, ensuring that no harm befell them during the tumultuous class. However, while they witnessed her physical prowess, they did not witness her spellcasting. After all, Snape was present, and his displeasure was palpable when he noticed her intervening. He approached her and whispered a few words, but his voice was too low for the intrepid students to overhear. In stark contrast to the chaotic results of the lesson, the irate defense against the dark arts professor mercilessly deducted points from nearly every student. On the very first day of term, during the inaugural class, they all suffered significant point reductions. The students speculated that had they not been in the classroom, and primarily due to Snow Rome's watchful presence, their professor might have unleashed upon them the very curses they had just studied. As the class concluded, the students, burdened with the assignment of 3 rolls of parchment, dashed out of the classroom, appearing even more frantic than they had been after potions class. Watching them flee, Snow Rome couldn't help but stifle a laugh, realizing they had sprinted faster than they had ever done before. Once she confirmed that the room was devoid of students, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Initially, Snape's expression was one of stern irritation, but her laughter seemed to alleviate his frustration. With a resigned sigh, he approached her and took her hand. In his mind, he would have preferred to embrace her at that moment, but he was unable to resist her countless reminders to maintain decorum in public. As he grasped her hand, Snow Rome noticed his fingers skillfully enveloping hers, gently scratching the palm with his fingertips. I merely acted swiftly and with skill. I exerted no unnecessary force. You needn't be so concerned, she reassured him. Looking up at her, Snape sighed and acknowledged her with a non-committal grunt. Snow Rome smiled brightly. Severus, do you think Dumbledore will regret allowing me to continue as your assistant? Snape raised an eyebrow in response. It seems that whenever I am present, they find it exceedingly difficult to concentrate on their studies. I can hardly blame them. Gossip is an insatiable curiosity for most. Snape scoffed. The ones who ought to reflect are those little imps. Their limited intellect prevents them from recognizing that they are here at Hogwarts to acquire knowledge and power, not to pry into their professor's private life. Snow Rome chuckled again. It's a pity that our Professor Snape's meticulously prepared lesson was wasted. However, I suspect that in time, their curiosity will wane, and they will turn their attention to fresher topics. Snape huffed once more. It is truly unfortunate. The news regarding that rubbish would hardly be appropriate to circulate with so many watching, including the Ministry of Magic. Should anything emerge from Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of chaotic troubles. While Dumbledore may bear the burden, I fear our rare tranquility will be disrupted over such trivial matters, which is hardly worth it. Ugh. Even though Voldemort had long since perished, the mere mention of him still ignited Snow Rome's ire. Snape, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently stroked her back. If gossip were to surpass that of the head of Slytherin, then we would only have the Headmaster's tales left. Snow Rome gazed at Snape. I suspect Dumbledore has quite the story. I have never concerned myself with such matters, Snape replied tersely. With a sigh, Snow Rome conceded. Perhaps we should respect the Elder's privacy. It seemed that the initial group of young witches and wizards in defense against the dark arts had been so severely penalized that subsequent classes saw a marked restraint from other students, particularly the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. The two house leaders, Harry and Draco, who had fortuitously encountered the professor and assistant in Diagon Alley over the holiday, maintained a remarkably composed facade, leading others to emulate their demeanor. Harry, fully prepared psychologically, could hardly believe it until the lesson concluded. He had not lost a single point. Not even one. Ron, who had stolen a few glances at Snow Rome, had lost 2 points. Harry was elated to find himself spared from collective punishment. He mused that Voldemort's demise had indeed been beneficial for the mental well-being of all. Even Snape had begun to exhibit reason. He finally believed that the birthday gift he had received over the holiday would not be poison. In the dungeons, Snow Rome knelt by the fireplace, quietly observing Snape as he brewed potions, his demeanor serious and his movements fluid, an artistic display of mastery. Snow Rome watched in silence until Snape completed his tasks and extinguished the flames to begin bottling his concoctions. I believe it is time to visit the headmaster's office to express my discontent, she mused, resting her chin on her palm as she regarded Snape from across the sofa. Why should you still be tasked with these duties when you are no longer the potions professor? Surely Dumbledore isn't using the excuse of having you care for the former headmaster? Snape paused momentarily before resuming his work, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His dealings with Dumbledore had smoothly commenced, and through Dumbledore's mediation, communication with the other side had successfully begun, even if it had yet to yield any substantial results. Dumbledore fulfilled his part of the agreement, appearing to testify with a few kind words. Naturally, Snape did not delay in executing his own responsibilities regarding the transaction. In fact, Snow Rome, upon witnessing his continued efforts, skillfully rolled up her sleeves, ready to assist. She had previously engaged in various supportive tasks involving materials, and they had even developed modified applications of certain commonly used potions together. However, Snape declined her offer, insisting she rest and refrain from participating. Having not tended to a cauldron for quite some time, Snow Rome still did not meet Professor Snape's health standards, leaving her to watch him work alone. Quickly organizing his tasks, Snape approached the sofa by the fireplace, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on Snow Rome's forehead, which rested against the back of the couch, before settling into the seat and naturally drawing her into his embrace. Snow Rome leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and affectionately brushed her lips against the corner of his mouth. I suddenly wonder if I lack the confidence to say this. During the holidays, I did let you. Snape promptly returned her kiss, though not on her lips. You are nothing like him. Snow Rome chuckled softly. After pondering for a moment, Snape added, moreover, the holiday was not wasted. I merely took a bit of stock. During the break, Harry had his Hedwig deliver an invitation regarding a gathering to celebrate his birthday. Of course, in the letter, Harry extended the invitation to both Snow Rome and Snape. Snape's expression upon receiving the invitation from the owl, which was too timid to enter the window, was far from pleasant, showing both surprise and disdain, but not anger. Although Snape had no intention of visiting Black's territory to engage with a house full of Gryffindors for Potter's birthday, he did not stop Snow Rome if she was interested. However, Shuirong handled the situation similarly to before, declining to attend but preparing to send a birthday gift. After observing her thoughtfully deliberating over what to gift Potter for quite some time, Snape could no longer resist interrupting her contemplation and prepared a vial of Felix Felicis. As a gift, it was undoubtedly a splendid choice, especially as it came from the hands of Master Potioneer Snape. Shuirong gladly accepted Snape's suggestion but rejected his notion of signing it solely in her name, opting to present it as a gift from both of them. Notably, Snape did not own an owl, and with Shuirong present, it was impossible to have one, so the birthday gift he personally crafted for Harry, who was busy settling into the newly acquired estate at Black's, was delivered by a messenger from the Malfoy family. Upon receiving the gift, Black and Harry, the godfather and godson duo, wore expressions that were strikingly similar and indescribable. Though reassured by Snape, Shuirong couldn't help but sigh as she glanced at the assortment of vials Snape had just completed on the shelf. I thought this academic year would afford you more leisure, allowing you ample time to delve into your true interests and engage in what you genuinely wish to pursue. Snape smiled faintly, pressing his hand gently against the nape of her neck, capturing her slightly flushed lips with his. After a considerable pause, he finally released her amidst her uneven breaths. I am engaged in it, he said, his deep voice tinged with a slight rasp, the things I enjoy. Shuirong parted her lips slightly, referring, of course, to the research into potion modifications that she had mentioned during the holidays. Yet, gazing into the depths of his dark eyes, she felt her throat dry, rendering her momentarily speechless. I believe I should go protest to Dumbledore. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly now. Shuirong blinked. Why not? If I think of it, I should act on it. Besides, I reckon the headmaster is still awake at this hour. Attempting to rise from his embrace, she found herself unsuccessful, as his arms around her refused to loosen. In truth, with her agility, she could have easily escaped, but Snape leaned in closer, whispering against her lips. You mentioned wanting me to do what I wish to do. Shuirong felt her breath grow shallow, unable to respond. Yet, he evidently took this as acquiescence. Standing from the sofa and effortlessly lifting her into his arms, turning to make his way inside. Shuirong was quite familiar with the interior of the bedroom. However, in the past few days, he had indeed adhered to his earlier promise of merely holding her as they slept, without further advances. Even though she could always feel the heat radiating from his chest. But today was different. She saw something unique in his eyes. Severus. Shuirong recalled the pent-up emotions of the past days, believing a volcanic eruption might be somewhat daunting, and thus, she could not resist attempting to struggle. Tomorrow. Snape replied, tomorrow is the weekend, there are no classes. Shuirong watched as the bedroom door loomed before them. Night patrol. Snape countered, tonight is not my turn. Shuirong felt her back pressed against the bed. Snape leaned in, his hands braced on either side of her, his voice low and hoarse. I miss you. Lying back. Shuirong gazed into his eyes, inhaling deeply several times before gradually releasing her grip on his clothing, which she had clutched too tightly out of nervousness. He chuckled softly. A searing kiss soon cascaded down, beginning at her lips and trailing slowly along the curves of her body. The temperature in the bedroom swiftly escalated, surpassing even that of the area by the fireplace. Chapter 59, A Visitor. On a leisurely weekend in the cellar office bedroom, Snape sat propped against the headboard, clad in thin, loose gray pajamas, one hand holding a book while the other gently stroked the long, cascading hair of the person nestled against him. Shuirong, dressed in matching pajamas, lay on him, her cheek resting on his chest, eyes closed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, exuding a relaxed and languorous demeanor. Snape was reading to her at her request, his deep voice resonating close, accompanied by the rhythmic vibrations of his chest, creating an exceptionally soothing atmosphere in the warm and tranquil setting. At least for Shuirong, who had just awakened, the cozy ambience was lulling her back into drowsiness. She took a deep breath, nuzzling against his chest with her eyes still shut, wrapping her arms around him, and letting out a contented sigh. Snape paused in his reading. Shuirong, eyes still closed, inquired, what is it? He remained silent, merely moving his hand from her back to her cheek, gently brushing his knuckles against her warm, flushed skin. Shuirong opened her eyes, still a bit hazy. Snape smiled, the vibrations from his chest prompting her to lift her head slightly, just as he leaned down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. Shall we get up and have something to eat? Shuirong blinked. I'm too tired to move. Snape cleared his throat lightly, a smile playing at his lips as he leaned in to kiss the corner of her eye. Shall I bring something in for you? Shuirong sighed. Let us avoid eating in bed. I'll get up and change. Observing Shuirong's half-closed eyes and her drowsy demeanor, Snape sincerely suggested, shall I help you change? Shuirong's eyes, which were still not fully open, suddenly widened in astonishment as she shot a fierce glare at a certain individual. With a swift motion, she turned to her side and rolled off him, wrapping herself in the quilt like a cocoon, revealing only her head as she gazed at him. "You change first, and wait for me outside once you're done." Observing her weary and listless demeanor, Severus Snape, devoid of any ulterior motives, refrained from arguing. He rose and began to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. Peeking out from her quilted roll, Schweron widened her eyes. As Snape was halfway through unbuttoning, he glanced over at the quilt. The quilt, blushing, rolled over to present its back to him. The sound of rustling fabric filled the quiet bedroom, creating an atmosphere laced with a peculiar intimacy. Donning his familiar Slytherin attire, Snape circled around the bed and lowered himself to gently peel back the quilt, retrieving Schweron, whose cheeks were flushed, and kissed her cheek before turning to leave the bedroom, closing the door behind him. By the time Schweron emerged in her long dress, the house elves of Hogwarts had swiftly delivered the food. After a quiet meal, she felt she was finally completely awake. Although the weekend was nearing its end, she believed it was time to prioritize their plans. Thus, the two settled back onto the sofa by the fireplace and opened the notebook Schweron had used during the holidays. Ultimately, they decided to focus their research on a potion to alleviate the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse, even though they were no longer the potion's master and his assistant. Both experienced individuals embarked on their scholarly discussion. It was not until just before the Christmas break that Schweron first set foot in the headmaster's office this academic year. Behind the desk, Dumbledore's smile was unchanged from the years she had seen him before. "Ah, it has been a while since I last saw you here, Schweron. It is rare for you to remember to visit this old man. I suspect you might need my assistance rather than merely wanting to share tea and conversation." Schweron took a seat opposite Dumbledore, smiling slightly. "As expected of you, Headmaster, your judgment is remarkable." Dumbledore sighed dramatically. Without company to share tea and conversation, the elderly can feel a touch of loneliness. Schweron raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I thought you would be quite busy since the vacation began. Yet you seem not to have forgotten your solitude." Dumbledore pressed his forehead gently. "Ah, Schweron, do not speak of it. Let this old man enjoy a brief respite." Schweron chuckled. "I have read the reports from the Daily Prophet a few times during my free moments. Skeeter has truly made strides. It seems that applying pressure reveals her potential. She has transformed into a courageous journalist, unafraid of authority in her pursuit of truth. It is a pity that there are no Pulitzer Prizes to bestow upon her in the wizarding world. Speaking of her progress, has she not received any guidance from you, Professor Dumbledore?" "I cannot believe she would seek advice from her old adversary," Dumbledore replied. "Not yet, but it may become necessary." Unaware of the underlying implications, Schweron responded. "For the time being, yes, let us observe her development. I fear that if the ministry continues on its current path, you will inevitably need to adopt a different approach." Dumbledore composed himself, his expression remaining unchanged. "We shall address that when the time comes." Schweron regarded Dumbledore thoughtfully, in a certain sense. "I would have thought that as the victor, you would not be so averse to meeting your fallen rival." Dumbledore smiled. "Schweron, let us discuss what assistance you require." Schweron then smoothly redirected the conversation. "Over the Christmas holiday, Severus and I wish to visit St. Mungo's." Dumbledore, taken aback, inquired, "How so?" Schweron candidly explained. For this matter could indeed be considered beneficial to Dumbledore. "We intend to research potions related to alleviating the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "That is commendable. Severus possesses the experience, as you well know." At this, Schweron could not help but grimace slightly, her teeth clenched. But she quickly regained her composure to calmly explain. "Thus, based on our genuine experiences, we have conducted some preliminary research. However, to delve deeper, we require more examples or data references, akin to the improvements we made to Lupin's Wolfbane potion." Dumbledore was well aware of their previous assistance to Lupin. Thus, he recognized the validity of Schweron's words. "More references. No wonder you wish to go to St. Mungo's." He sighed. "I will write to St. Mungo's to inform them of your willingness to research specialized potions for their patients. They will certainly welcome your efforts. Additionally, I will reach out to a few individuals for their opinions, such as Madame Longbottom. Perhaps she will allow you to meet." Schweron, having fought alongside members of the Order of the Phoenix, had some understanding of the situation. She was aware of the Longbottoms, driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, and of Neville Longbottom's parents. She paused, sighing. "Rest assured, Headmaster, we will be very cautious." Dumbledore had no concerns in this regard. Although Snape was indeed not the most amicable person, Schweron's presence would suffice. Dumbledore could not help but smile slightly. "Schweron, I trust you and Severus. I look forward to seeing your results." Schweron met Dumbledore's gaze. "We will conduct our research diligently, but I cannot guarantee the extent of our findings. When you speak to the families, please do not raise their hopes too high. I worry about giving them unrealistic expectations that we may not fulfill." Dumbledore nodded. "Do not worry, Schweron, I understand. Thus, during the Christmas season, Snape and Shui-Rong did not remain at the school, much to the disappointment of the young witches and wizards who had hoped to witness fresh gossip as they had in previous years. They anticipated observing new developments. It must be said that Shui-Rong's judgment had been somewhat off. The gossip surrounding the two of them had reached an enduring fervor among the students, particularly those in the upper years. Any young witch or wizard who had experienced Snape's educational methods would be astonished to learn that the head of Slytherin had a fiancée with whom he shared a harmonious relationship, and even displayed tender and considerate expressions and actions. This revelation sparked immense curiosity and surprise. They began piecing together the events and interactions between the two over the past few years, attempting to construct a comprehensive narrative of the conquest of the Dungeon Serpent King. Indeed, a conquest. Compared to Shui-Rong's unwavering support and positive attitude towards Snape, his behavior had long been deemed poor in the eyes of most students. It certainly did not resemble that of a suitor. Moreover, neither the students nor even Snape's fellow professors could fathom the scenario of him actively pursuing a lady. Such a notion was far too difficult to imagine, verging on the impossible. And while the majority of students, even Slytherins, could not help but emerge as valiant participants in sharing information and piecing together stories, a seventh-year Hufflepuff, the victor of last year's Triwizard Tournament, steadfastly pulled his in-the-know girlfriend, Cho Chang, aside, opting for silence on the matter. The lyrics from that night of revelry, while significantly enriching the speculations of the young wizards and propelling the narrative to an exhilarating climax, still left Diggory with the conviction that life itself held greater importance. Autumn wholeheartedly concurred with his perspective. Thus, while the other young sorcerers fervently speculated on the methods by which their esteemed Professor Snow might have confessed her affections to the head of Slytherin, a pair of young lovers would exchange knowing glances, communicating silently through expressions that conveyed, "Your guesses are rather conservative. Professor Snow is indeed a formidable character." As for the students endeavoring to piece together the saga of the conquest of the Basilisk King, Professor Snape remained blissfully unaware, although Snow was privy to some details. Compared to Snape's demeanor, which was gentler only towards Snow yet formidable towards others, Snow, despite having exhibited a somewhat aloof presence in the previous academic year, was generally perceived as an amiable and patient interlocutor by most of the young wizards. Inevitably, a few bold souls dared to pose inquiries directly to Snow herself, predominantly from Gryffindor, such as the Weasley twins. Their interest in tales of romance was rather minimal, yet they had staked bets on the answers to certain questions, with quite a number of individuals placing wagers, albeit discreetly, avoiding Snape's watchful gaze when approaching Snow. Even the audacious Fred and George Weasley would not dare to interrogate Snow in Snape's presence, for despite their penchant for mischief and challenges, they still valued their lives. When Snow was first interviewed, she felt no ire, for even the Weasley twins had posed their questions with commendable restraint, leading her to find the situation rather amusing. Meanwhile, the lively atmosphere that enveloped Hogwarts, with Snow in the midst of it all, remained unbeknownst to Snape, who was presently in the headmaster's office, engaged in conversation with the venerable Professor Dumbledore. As the intermediary for communication and transactions between Snape and the other party, Dumbledore was well informed about the exchanges taking place. He gently stroked Fawkes, the phoenix who had just returned. Due to the considerable distance and the gravity of their correspondence, the messenger had ultimately transitioned from an owl to Dumbledore's phoenix. On Dumbledore's desk lay a letter that Snape had perused earlier. The other party would soon be visiting Hogwarts to deliberate on matters relating to the transaction initiated by Snape. "Severus, are you certain?" Dumbledore inquired. Snape responded with unwavering certainty, casting a somewhat incredulous glance at Dumbledore. "I had assumed our illustrious headmaster was aware of this from our very first communication." Dumbledore confessed, "Indeed. I have been concerned about this matter since your initial approach. I have kept it from Snow, fearing that once she learns, she might set my beard ablaze." Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of schadenfreude evident. "Protecting your beard is not within the purview of our transaction, Headmaster." Dumbledore sighed. "Very well. I concede that you are correct. There is nothing to worry about. I share your faith in Snow's affections for you." A rare softness graced Snape's demeanor as he confidently replied, almost with a touch of pride, "Of course." Dumbledore chuckled, his gaze fixed on Snape. "And you, Severus?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, remaining silent, though the upward curve of his lips deepened slightly. Dumbledore smiled wistfully. "Oh, how delightful it is to witness you both in such a state, filled with love for the future." Chapter 60, A Happy Tale Shall Not End. As another summer approached, Harry, having nearly completed a tranquil academic year, suddenly realized how remarkably serene this year had been. In his first year, he confronted Voldemort, who attempted to seize the Philosopher's Stone through the guise of Quirrell. In his second year, he faced the Basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets and Tom Riddle's diary. only to discover later that it was the first Horcrux to be destroyed. In his third year, he contended with the wrongful accusations against his godfather, who escaped from Azkaban, ultimately clearing Sirius's name and regaining a beloved family member, albeit while grappling with the threat of Dementors. In his fourth year, he encountered the Death Eaters disrupting the Quidditch World Cup, participated in the Grand Triwizard Tournament, and witnessed the chaotic yet swift conclusion of a fierce battle that ended in Voldemort's demise. This year marked his fifth year, an uneventful one. The greatest challenge Harry faced this year was the OWL examinations. Just as he began to feel a touch of unease, he quickly realized that the daily light-hearted banter with his friends, coupled with the worries of assignments, essays, and exam results, was precisely the essence of school life, punctuated occasionally by the trivial anxieties of adolescence that kept him awake at night. If there was anything particularly noteworthy about this academic year, it was that Neville unexpectedly took a 2-day leave from school, returning with red-rimmed eyes, yet brimming with an exhilarating enthusiasm for exam preparations. He even became Hermione's ideal study partner during her usual exam-induced anxiety, much to Harry and Ron's chagrin as they endured her frustrated glares. It was during this time that Hermione, who frequently explained concepts to Neville while studying, later revealed to the boys that their defense against the dark arts professor and teaching assistant had provided St. Mungo's with some newly researched potions, still in the optimization phase, with most of them administered to Neville's parents after obtaining consent. By the time of the exams, although his parents had not fully recovered, they could occasionally utter their son and mother's names during fleeting moments of lucidity. No one knew what words were exchanged among the 4 family members embraced in that ward filled with cries of joy. However, when Madame Longbottom personally brought her grandson back to school that evening, she made a point to thank Neville solemnly in the cellar. Afterward, Neville intensified his study efforts, aiming for a commendable report card to show his parents, who were on the mend during the holidays. Dumbledore, who accompanied Madame Longbottom to the cellar and witnessed the emotional gratitude exchanged between the grandmother and grandson towards Snape and Snow, lingered in the cellar for a while after they departed. He couldn't help but remark, "All one needs to do is strive for better grades. I must say, this is truly commendable." Snow glanced at Snape, who had moved to the side to organize the shelves. The defense against the dark arts professor, unaccustomed to such fervent expressions of gratitude, maintained his stoic facade, yet Snow could sense his discomfort. She turned back to Dumbledore, saying, "I believed it should be this way. The children should focus on their studies, striving for improvement, fretting over grades, and experiencing the trivial trials of adolescence. That is sufficient. As for challenges and hardships, they will have ample opportunity to confront the harsh realities of adulthood after graduation." The old headmaster exhaled a sigh of relief. "You are indeed correct." After a while, Dumbledore recalled to mention before his departure, "I just brought up that you two are planning to travel during the summer holidays. What a pity. I believe not only Mrs. Longbottom wishes to invite you, but many others would like to pay a visit as well." Severus, standing nearby, shot a warning glare at Dumbledore from behind Shuero. However, Shuero shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just an opportunity to escape the spotlight. Neither Severus nor I particularly enjoy overly boisterous gatherings and fervent socializing." Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, glanced at Severus behind Shuero and remarked, "Ah, indeed, it is quite an opportune moment." Once Dumbledore had departed, Shuero leaned closer to Severus, tugging at his arm. "Fortunately, Dumbledore, didn't he inquire further? I couldn't he even articulate where we're headed. Are you sure you want to tell me? I'd like to know how to prepare my luggage." Severus, taking her hand, drew closer and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Leave everything to me." Shuero was originally indifferent, as she had stated, merely wishing to escape the chaos and revelry. She was unconcerned about the destination since the wizarding world in Europe was entirely novel to her, ensuring that any place would not be dull. Yet, Severus was remarkably tight-lipped this time, taking it upon himself to handle all arrangements while revealing not a whisper of information, which only heightened her curiosity. Unfortunately, Severus was resolute in maintaining his secrecy until the very end. As the academic year concluded smoothly, with graduates departing amidst tears, and young witches and wizards boarding trains back home, the two of them returned to Spinner's End, with the departure day looming on the horizon. Shuero remained blissfully unaware of any details regarding their destination, even though she was aware that they were to set off the following day. Severus still engaged in mischief that evening. They had previously conducted experiments on the legilimency, and Shuero's expectations had proven accurate. Severus could not truly delve into her memories and thoughts, but he could sense her emotions when she was unguarded. Shuero had always found this rather futile, as she seldom concealed her emotions in his presence. However, she never anticipated that he would resort to such a seemingly trivial skill at this moment. Feeling flushed and weak, Shuero sensed his probing of her emotional responses while she bit her lip, refusing to speak. In a flurry of embarrassment and irritation, she reached out to scratch him. Yet he remained unperturbed, merely eliciting a low, amused chuckle from him. The mischievous night became increasingly arduous, as she found herself devoid of the opportunity to feign indifference, let alone plead for mercy. Thus, the next day, it came as no surprise that she failed to awaken. She even slept through what could be described as a laborious journey. Naturally, she was oblivious to the familiar faces she encountered along the way, faces she hadn't seen in years. When Shuerong finally opened her eyes, she found herself in a tent, neatly clad in bed, with Severus seated beside her, watching. Blinking, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. Although she could not yet see the landscape beyond the tent, her heart raced inexplicably at that moment. "Where's this, Severus?" she inquired. Severus did not respond directly, but leaned in to kiss her forehead, gently guiding her to sit up. "Shall we not venture outside?" Taking a deep breath, Shuerong bit her lip and ultimately decided to heed his suggestion, stepping toward the entrance of the tent. As she lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, she was greeted by a cerulean sky, blazing sun, arid desert, and vast wilderness. In the distance loomed snow-capped mountains and a rushing river. Shuerong stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to move for a long while. Behind her, Severus simply observed, refraining from urging her onward or intruding upon her moment. Hot tears welled in her dry eyes, and her breathing became erratic. Her lips trembled, yet she could not articulate a single coherent word. She recognized that this place was not her home, but its resemblance stirred within her the only remnants of longing she had abandoned. A comfort she had forced herself to forget. She had thought she would never see it again in this lifetime. As she shifted her gaze, she spotted several familiar figures in the distance. They stood watchful, reminiscent of the times they had appeared before her, hoping she would promise never to tread upon this land. Now, as she met their gaze, though still tinged with caution, they smiled and clasped their hands in greeting. At this juncture, despite the many assurances offered, and with Severus willing to stake his soul on an oath, they were still cautious, permitting her only to tread upon this snowy expanse. These guardians were merely present, while throughout this barren land, many others remained vigilant, just in case. In other places, with other people, at least for the time being, she could not yet meet them. If this endeavor succeeded, if all went well, perhaps in the future, she could. Severus approached Shuerong, who was now trembling and weeping. He gently wrapped his arms around her. Startled, she grasped his hand, her eyes scanning him urgently. "What have you done? What did you exchange? What did you promise? How could they allow you to be here? Are you unhurt?" Severus pressed her head against his chest. "I shall not engage in foolish bargains," he murmured softly. "I am confident the triggering conditions will not come to pass." He did not elaborate, yet Shuerong understood entirely. Clutching the fabric of his shirt tightly, she found it difficult to discern the tumult of emotions surging within her. She simply allowed all her feelings to pour forth in his embrace for the first time, perhaps for the first time in this world. She wept openly in his arms, as if releasing all the grievances and pain she had repressed. Her voice grew hoarse. He did not stop her, merely holding her back, soothing her gently. As the sun set and the moon rose, darkness enveloped the night. The high-hanging moon illuminated the barren landscape brightly. They did not wander far, merely ascending a nearby peak. The wind atop the mountain was fierce, the night breeze carrying a chill that struck hard against them. Standing at the summit, Shuerong gazed out at the silvery expanse beneath the moonlight, unable to suppress the ache in her eyes. Behind her, Severus watched as she slowly bent down, facing east, in a gesture of reverence, kissing the ground beneath her feet. This was their first attempt to reach this place, the first time the guardians of this land accepted her return, with goodwill, yet still necessitating caution and vigilance. Ultimately, they did not linger long. The tent upon the wilderness stood for merely 3 days. Yet, this did not evoke feelings of defeat or disappointment. For this was merely a beginning. Next time, and the time after, in a few years, and in many more years, she would still have the possibility of witnessing this land she so deeply cherished through her own eyes. Shortly after this journey eastward, they held their wedding. Shuerong only realized at that moment that he had been patiently waiting to mention the matter of their nuptials, all in anticipation of this moment, waiting for the occasion when he could successfully bring her home to witness it all. While it may seem that time is of the essence, the preparations for the wedding remain remarkably thorough. Shuerong once again discovers that he has indeed undertaken a considerable number of tasks without her knowledge. For instance, he reached out to an old friend who undoubtedly possesses the requisite skills and experience to assist in organizing such a grand ceremony. Shuerong was quite taken aback upon learning that Mr. Malfoy had contributed significantly to the arrangements. Nevertheless, their wedding did not extend invitations to many, as both individuals prefer to eschew the chaos of large gatherings. Aside from their colleagues from Hogwarts, many attendees were acquaintances from that fateful battle, though some, like Mr. Black, resolutely informed his godson that he was attending solely out of gratitude towards Shui Rong, with no interest in the groom whatsoever. Of course, the groom himself harbored a strong disdain for him, were it not for the fact that it was his own wedding. He might have relished the opportunity to petrify the obnoxious dog and cast him aside, indifferent to his so-called blessings. Fortunately, Mr. Black was not alone. With Dumbledore keeping him in check, and with Lupin and Harry by his side, he managed to offer his blessings and gifts in a relatively calm manner without instigating a quarrel with Malfoy at the wedding. The Malfoy family brought along a few familiar faces, who seemed somewhat out of place among the crowd, yet, as the ones who had exerted the most effort in organizing this wedding, they felt no discomfort. Draco, facing a throng of Gryffindors, did not feel overshadowed. Of course, this was also due to the fact that no one dared to cause a scene at such a momentous occasion. Even Dumbledore, observing the harmonious coexistence of both factions, could not help but marvel at the strength of the bride and groom. As the bouquet was tossed, it was caught by Tonks, who was not particularly close to Shui Rong, amidst a chorus of cheers. It seemed that this joy and happiness could indeed spread to more people through the simple act of a small bouquet, ignoring the excited and curious gazes surrounding them. In the splendid sunlight, the groom cupped the bride's slightly flushed cheeks and gently leaned down to kiss her tenderly. A cacophony of cheers erupted, and even Draco could not resist comparing the volume of applause with Harry. The happiness that belonged to them, and to everyone, would endure. A perfect story would not conclude. Epilogue 01, From the Sky. October 31st, 1981. This night witnessed a multitude of unforeseen events. While Sirius Black brazenly attempted to draw attention to himself as a target outside, Peter Pettigrew betrayed the Potter family, and Voldemort arrived at the doorstep of their home, with a wary Severus Snape hastening towards the scene. A blinding flash of gold streaked across the darkened sky, crashing down before the door amidst screams and shouts. In a moment of carelessness, having not kept his wand at hand, Mr. Potter, caught unarmed against Voldemort, could only shout for his wife to flee. The golden light, hurtling from the horizon, struck the Dark Lord, who had brandished his wand and appeared poised to deliver the killing curse. Then came a resounding explosion, a powerful shockwave that toppled Mr. Potter, leaving a deafening roar in his ears. As he was hurled into the air, he strained to turn his neck towards the direction of the second-floor room where his wife and son should be. The thunderous noise and blinding light were impossible to ignore. Snape, who was still some distance away, reacted swiftly, rushing toward the source of the ominous commotion, his jaw clenched tight, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he prayed fervently. He was the first to arrive. Upon his arrival, he beheld the Potter residence partially collapsed, teetering on the brink of ruin. He could make out a shallow pit where the door had been. Most importantly, Snape spotted Lily Potter standing intact in the pit, clutching a seemingly terrified, whimpering infant. For a moment, he was too relieved to care about the surrounding chaos. His legs weakened as he nearly stumbled. After a journey fraught with tension, his heart finally relaxed, and he became acutely aware of the peculiar sensation in his arm. Lily was the first to notice him, her form covered in dust and looking quite disheveled. Yet there was no sign of blood. Clutching her wand, she hadn't even taken the time to cast a cleaning spell on herself. Upon seeing Snape, after a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly called for assistance. "Severus, help us, please, take a look at her." It had been a long time since Snape had faced Lily directly. Even after their rift on that fateful day, it was as if he still sought to watch over her, and she, in her heart, still regarded him as a trusted friend in times of crisis. Suppressing a torrent of emotions, Snape followed Lily's gaze. Beside the shallow pit knelt James Potter, bloodied and clutching his chest, appearing injured and in pain. While in the pit lay a young woman of Eastern descent, clad in a flowing red gown, her body permeated with the scent of blood. Dark red stains blooming from her chest. Her eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a palpable aura of dark magic. Snape, cautiously approaching with his wand drawn, widened his eyes in shock. This aura, although Mr. Potter did not greet him with warmth, he nonetheless, spurred by his wife's urging, recounted the events he had witnessed firsthand. This woman fell from the sky and struck Voldemort. Snape stared incredulously at his adversary, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. Yet the truth was undeniable. This mysterious woman had plummeted from above, colliding with their doorstep, striking the Dark Lord who was poised to kill, triggering an explosive shockwave. By the time Potter, having been flung and likely suffering broken ribs, climbed back to his feet and rushed to check on Lily, all that remained at the entrance was the unconscious woman in the pit. Voldemort had vanished, leaving behind only fragments of his wand, shattered into pieces. Potter pointed to the remnants of wood in the pit. "Those are Voldemort's wand, broken into several pieces." A powerful implication, for the Dark Lord would not have abandoned his wand in such a state unless he had fled voluntarily. Thus, Snape trained his wand on the woman below. unwavering despite his reluctance, edging closer to Potter's side. This angle afforded him the chance to shield Lily and her child from behind. Lily, still cradling the baby, refrained from bravado in this dire situation and remained back. Worry etched across her face as she gazed at the woman in the pit. No matter what, she saved us. If she hadn't fallen so suddenly, she would not be injured and bleeding. The house is destroyed, and I've lost all my potions. We've tried several spells on her, but they had no effect. We can't even move her. If this continues, she'll die. Severus, do you have any potions with you that might help? Please, save her. Snape did not refuse Lily's plea. He crouched beside James Potter, still gripping his wand, cautiously casting a couple of spells, but as Lily had mentioned, there was no visible effect. Even the levitation charm barely stirred the hem of her dress. He cautiously picked up a small vial with one hand, attempting to draw closer to the woman lying on the ground. Mr. Potter, who was clutching his chest in pain, seemed to disapprove of this timid action, letting out a derisive snort. Yet he ultimately refrained from further comment, his attention fixated on the potion. Suddenly, the woman, who had been motionless with her eyes tightly shut, appeared to be roused by an unseen force. She opened her eyes with a jolt, her gaze ablaze with a dazzling purplish gold light, reminiscent of the brilliance that James Potter had witnessed moments earlier. In a swift motion, she seized Severus's arm with surprising strength, so rapid that even he, perpetually on guard, could not evade her grip. Despite the apparent acceleration of blood flow from her wounds, her grip was formidable. Severus found himself unable to break free. Just as he instinctively aimed to retaliate with his wand, a searing pain shot through his arm, abruptly disrupting his plans. He lost his balance from his crouched position and sank to his knees. Were it not for the presence of his arch-nemesis nearby, he might have cried out in agony. The dark mark concealed beneath the fabric of his arm burned with an intensity akin to that of a branding iron. It felt as though a dull blade was methodically carving into the flesh of his arm, a torment that seemed to pierce his very soul, causing even a battle-hardened wizard like him to lose his grip on his wand. It clattered to the ground, rolling over her, now stained with her blood. The excruciating pain compelled him to crush the vial in his hand, shards of glass embedding themselves in his palm, mingling with the dripping potion and blood. Severus, hey, nosebleed. You. The distant voices of Lily and that insufferable fool seemed to echo as if separated by a veil. When Severus, drenched in cold sweat, finally regained his senses and collapsed onto the ground, he found that the woman, who had been holding on to him, had released her grip at some unknown moment. Her once radiant eyes, now closed again, gave the impression that nothing had ever transpired. If not for his wand, still besmirched with blood, and his other hand punctured by the shattered vial, he might have believed it all an illusion. Severus found himself transfixed, his gaze lingering on the arm she had gripped so tightly. There, he felt. Severus had arrived the quickest, but the commotion was too tumultuous. Others were not long in following. By the time Severus had force-fed 5 vials of potion to the now harmless mysterious woman and witnessed some semblance of healing, all the expected figures had arrived. Notably, Dumbledore and Black, after confirming that only Mr. Potter had a few broken ribs and some scrapes. While the Potter family emerged largely unscathed, little Harry Potter had once more succumbed to slumber in his mother's arms. Everyone's focus naturally shifted to the woman on the ground, whose bleeding had just begun to staunch. She was ultimately taken to St. Mungo's by Dumbledore. Severus, remaining silent, departed alone after Black had taken the Potters away for safety. He scarcely paid attention to Sirius Black and James Potter, who had finally grasped the situation and were intent on tracking down Peter Pettigrew. Although the ordeal had been harrowing, Lily was unharmed. After leaving, Severus neglected to wipe the blood from his wand. Bowing his head, his fingertips trembled slightly as he painstakingly unfastened the buttons of his sleeve, rolling it up to reveal a reddened, even slightly bloodied arm. Yet, there was no dark mark, not a trace of it. In that moment of gripping, the mysterious woman had cleansed him of the dark mark that had once bound him. It was not merely the visible traces that had been removed. Severus distinctly felt that the shackles upon his very soul had been eradicated, leaving no remnants. In the days that followed, the wizarding world was in disarray. Voldemort's demise was confirmed, and among the Death Eaters, some collapsed in surrender while others descended into madness. The events of that night circulated, with Peter Pettigrew joining the ranks of the Ministry's wanted list alongside other Death Eaters. His previous affiliation with the Order of the Phoenix drew particular attention, and a remorseful Black tirelessly assisted in capturing fugitives day and night. His childhood friend, James Potter, who had narrowly escaped death, and the soon returning Remus Lupin, reunited and busied themselves. Severus had already been summoned to the Ministry for questioning, almost without needing Dumbledore's extensive assurances. For his arm bore no dark mark typical of a core Death Eater. This revelation shocked many, including Lucius Malfoy, who had relied on wealth and influence while claiming to be under the Imperius curse. After all, Malfoy was acutely aware of Severus's true identity. He knew well that Severus had once borne the Dark Mark. However, he contemplated that once the chaos before him was resolved, he would need to reevaluate his old friend. Whether Severus had managed to deceive the Dark Lord or possessed the ability or connections to rid himself of the Dark Mark was crucial, especially since Malfoy did not genuinely believe this was Dumbledore's doing. Of course, many believed that the matter of the Dark Mark was fundamentally tied to Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard, so when Dumbledore later declared Severus to be an undercover agent, it was met with widespread belief. The notion that the greatest white wizard wielded the magical prowess to outwit the Dark Lord and plant a spy sounded like an enthralling contest of equals. Dumbledore likely harbored other thoughts as well. Upon learning that the Dark Mark had been removed from Severus by the mysterious woman, who had been publicized by the Ministry as the sorceress who defeated Voldemort, the great wizard evidently began to reconsider his previous notions. He probably spoke with Lily, leading her to personally escort a reluctant James Potter, cradling the lively Harry Potter, to visit Severus and express their gratitude. Although Severus sensed that James would rather duel him than offer thanks, he still felt a pang of guilt, one that bore no relation to either Potter. The prophecy he had overheard and relayed to the Dark Lord now seemed largely ineffectual, yet it had nearly cost Lily her life. Lily was evidently aware of this, even if James appeared oblivious. Otherwise, even with Lily's presence, he would certainly not have been so composed. However, after dismissing the Potters, she reassured him that it was all right, that she did not bear a grudge, and that even without his revelation of the prophecy, their family would still have faced Voldemort, as absolute safety was an illusion. Moreover, he had attempted to risk himself for her protection, and she stood here, unharmed. Lily was delighted that her childhood friend had ultimately found his way back, standing once more alongside her in the same battle. They did not broach the subject of their past rift, but Lily believed that Severus's willingness to risk becoming an undercover agent during Voldemort's zenith reflected a shift in his perspective, rendering further discussion unnecessary. She was unaware that Severus had indeed experienced a flicker of doubt, yet it had not yet culminated in a transformation of belief. Initially, he had acted solely to safeguard her. Regardless, the two estranged friends had reconciled in the wake of a life-and-death crisis. Their conversation inevitably turned to the enigmatic hero still in St. Mungo's. Lily remarked that she had visited several times, yet her friend remained unresponsive. The healers at St. Mungo's informed her that the effects of the healing charms and potions were so negligible that they were nearly inconsequential. Substantial quantities would be required to witness even a modicum of improvement. Severus moved his arm, now devoid of the Dark Mark, and ultimately suggested a visit to St. Mungo's. Perhaps he could assist in preparing some more potent potions as a gesture of gratitude for her saving Lily's life and cleansing him of his Dark Mark. Lily was taken aback by Severus's proactive suggestion, but she quickly nodded in agreement and arranged a time for him to accompany her on the visit. As they chatted, she playfully handed her lively son to Severus for him to hold. Severus, maintaining a long face, struggled to suppress his distaste for the miniature version of James in front of the not-so-smiling Lily. Consequently, young Harry Potter, held awkwardly in Severus's arms, began to wail loudly. Severus's brow furrowed even tighter. Damn Potter, just as insufferable as his father. Extra 02, Oblivion. What have I done to you before? Severus. This was the first question posed to him by the mysterious young woman who had just awakened when he arrived at St. Mungo's with Lily as promised. Upon hearing her words, Severus could not help but slightly clench his fingertips. She indeed knew, she could perceive it. Days had passed since that fateful night, and Severus had certainly not relaxed since the disappearance of the Dark Mark. He never believed in gifts without a price, especially from a woman already heralded as a mysterious hero in the magical world, shrouded in enigmas. True to his instincts, after 2 days of cautious observation and introspection, he discovered that his magic had once again undergone unnatural fluctuations since stabilizing in adulthood. He found it difficult to ascertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental, but the unpredictable alterations beyond his control heightened his vigilance. He felt compelled to comprehend the situation, rather than seeking Dumbledore's assistance. He preferred to conduct his own research first. His agreement to visit the enigmatic hero at St. Mungo's stemmed not only from Lily's invitation to mend their long-broken friendship, but also from his desire to glean information from this significant variable. After leaving the unlikable little Potter at home with his father, Lily accompanied Severus to St. Mungo's. Upon their arrival, they overheard the healers mention that the mysterious great hero in the special ward had awoken, and that they had already notified Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. They arrived just in time, as Lily, being a frequent visitor, was not hindered by the Ministry's Aurors stationed at the door. As they entered, they saw a woman clad in loose garments, her long hair cascading past her waist, gazing through the window with her back turned to them. Upon hearing their entrance, she turned around, her complexion still pale, yet her dark eyes sparkled vibrantly, so different from the encounter of that fateful night. A smile adorned her face. Even in the presence of two individuals she was theoretically unfamiliar with, Severus remained on high alert. She seemed almost like two different people from that night. He vividly recalled the moment she opened her violet golden eyes, exuding a cold indifference tinged with a hint of ferocity, in stark contrast to her current approachable demeanor highlighted by her dark eyes. It was Lily who stepped forward to greet her warmly. Yet Severus could keenly sense her gaze frequently drifting towards him. Then, after Lily also noticed and proceeded to introduce them, Severus heard her inquire, "What have I done to you before?" Severus, lips pressed tightly together in contemplation, remained silent, while Lily glanced between them. "Does Severus have any issues?" The woman's eyes fell upon Severus. "I sense my essence within him." Lily blinked in surprise. Severus narrowed his eyes. The woman paused. "It's not as simple as attacking you. It feels complex, yet I cannot quite remember." Severus furrowed his brow and uttered his first words to her. "You do not remember?" The woman appeared relaxed, about to say something, when she suddenly halted, looking towards the door. The door swung open again, revealing the white-bearded headmaster of Hogwarts. "Good afternoon, everyone." Dumbledore entered with a cheerful smile. "I hope I am not interrupting." The woman by the window hesitated to speak, observing the reactions of the two who entered before her in response to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore," she greeted with a smile. "I have heard the healers mention you. They immediately said they would notify you upon my awakening." Dumbledore chuckled. "I hope you are not displeased by this old man's presumption." The woman smiled back, glancing at Severus, who had fallen silent with furrowed brows after Dumbledore's arrival. "Shall I continue from where we left off? I believe Professor Dumbledore would want to know as well." Dumbledore cast a glance at Severus before chuckling and stroking his beard. "Thank you for indulging this old man's curiosity. Truthfully, there is not much to discuss." The young woman shrugged. "I apologize for not introducing myself. I mainly do not remember my origins. The only vague impression I have is of a dark void filled with a malevolent soul's presence, seemingly intent on attacking me. I must have been resisting, as a small part of me appeared to be attempting possession." As she spoke, her brow furrowed, displaying a sudden surge of loathing as if responding to some deep-seated instinct. She inhaled deeply, blinked, and continued to struggle with her recollection. "It seemed to reach a climax, where I appeared to gain the upper hand in a delicate balance, poised to vanquish that small portion. Suddenly, a similar yet significantly weaker presence approached, lacking overt malice but originating from the same source as the malevolent soul fragment. It did not attack, yet I was compelled to remain vigilant. It felt as though I had to sacrifice a bit more to achieve complete victory. I suspect that portion pertains to past memories, laden with potent emotions capable of wielding considerable power in the clash of souls." Severus's hand, resting at his side, twitched slightly. She turned to Dumbledore, who appeared to extract some crucial information from her words, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "So, who am I? Where did I come from? Why am I here? How did I end up in this state? I do not know. I do not remember. Perhaps someone who witnessed my arrival here can help me piece together what transpired? For instance, perhaps I could learn what it was I instinctively sought to vanquish." Lily's expression grew more serious. She glanced at Dumbledore before speaking. "James saw you descend from the sky. He didn't get a clear look. If you say you were vanquishing Voldemort, I have yet to thank you. You suddenly appeared and defeated him. We did not witness that process, as James was also thrown back by the blast. By the time we saw you, you were the only one left." Severus sensed Dumbledore's subtle gaze directed at him. His lowered arm tensed slightly. The entity she spoke of vanquishing was indeed likely Voldemort, and like Dumbledore. Severus felt that the mention of the soul fragment hinted at something critically significant. At that moment, as the true party involved, he was acutely aware of the truth. She spoke of a primal instinct to remain vigilant due to his proximity. It was he. By a twist of fate, his nearness compelled her to confront her past memories, paying the price of her own history to vanquish the fragment of Voldemort's soul, simultaneously cleansing herself of the dark mark that had once marked him. It is likely that this encounter had wrought some subtle, yet presently indiscernible, influence on him, the ramifications of which remain to unfold in the future. Hogwarts is set to welcome a renowned potions teaching assistant in the upcoming academic year, the mysterious woman who triumphed over the Dark Lord. As for her role as the assistant in the potions class, it is worth noting that she is, in truth, quite ignorant of magic. Severus Snape, appointed by Dumbledore as the potions professor and Slytherin head after the war, finds himself primarily responsible for overseeing this enigmatic heroine. While she possesses a faint awareness of spells and potion effects, her responses are minimal. Ordinary potions cannot provide her with healing. Rather, they require a significant increase in dosage to be effective. Notably, Snape later observes that the potions he personally brews seem to have a more pronounced effect on her. He is undoubtedly the most suitable caretaker for the hero, and, remarkably, for various reasons, he rarely declines Dumbledore's arrangements. Shui Rong. That is the name she later chose for herself. Reflecting on this name, Snape recalls the day when Lily invited her to dinner as a gesture of gratitude upon her discharge from St. Mungo's. He attended with his temporary ward, watching as, despite the pressure from Lily and the savior of their lives, Potter and Black, though visibly irked, attempted to ignore him. Snape found a rare sense of pleasure in their discomfort, even as he felt the very air around him grow increasingly tainted by their presence. Alongside a certain werewolf, who also accompanied them. Shui Rong was the name she first uttered that day, a makeshift self-introduction. Are you saying it means snow? Melting? James Potter chuckled as he raised his glass. Then it's like nothing remains, ha ha ha. The insufferable Potter received a sharp elbow from Lily. Shui Rong, who had named herself thus, responded with calmness, even nodding in agreement. Indeed, ephemeral things ought to vanish. I feel I should let myself be like that. A silence fell over the table. Shui Rong tilted her head and smiled. It's just a name. I couldn't think of anything else at the moment, so I'll use it for now. Lily interjected. Rong, you. Shui Rong replied with a smile. Isn't it nice to forget? From the vague feelings I have. It seems there's a heavy past behind me. Perhaps forgetting is a good thing? While I am intellectually curious about my past, emotionally, I seem to resist recalling it. So, let it be. Forgetting is a blessing, as if I'm living anew, embracing a fresh start. James Potter, snapping back to the moment, raised his glass earnestly. Right. Who cares about the past? You are our great hero now. Thank you for saving us, for saving the entire magical world. Should you ever need our assistance, don't hesitate. Sirius Black chimed in, draping an arm over his friend's shoulder as he raised his glass. James is right. Whatever you need, just ask. If anyone bothers you, let us know. We have your back. As Black spoke, he cast a significant glance at Snape, who responded with a heavy, disdainful snort. Is that so? Shui Rong smiled. Thank you. The trio then lifted their glasses in a toast with Remus Lupin, while Black reached for the bottle to pour into Shui Rong's glass. She hesitated, raising her hand just as Snape's voice broke through from across the table. One would hope that someone who knows their wounds have yet to heal would exhibit a modicum of wisdom and caution, realizing that alcohol is presently ill-suited for them. Snape paused, casting a scornful glance at the other three, especially at Black, who was poised to pour. Clearly, not everyone at this table possesses such common sense. Eagerly expressing gratitude, while simultaneously engaging in something akin to poisoning. Truly, an astonishing display of gratitude. Hey, it's not. Lily shot a fierce glare at Black, who nearly stood. Severus is right. Gentlemen, you should remember that Rong's injuries are not yet healed and require long-term potion treatment. Sirius set down his drink, declaring, if you wish to drink, you can do so among yourselves. Shui Rong looked toward Snape, who raised an eyebrow. I do not wish your carelessness to affect the efficacy of the potions I provide. Shui Rong blinked. Oh, all right. Following a dinner that was neither overly exuberant nor particularly dreadful, Shui Rong moved to Spinner's End. She had spent a considerable time at St. Mungo's, even having dealt with several rounds of ministry officials under Dumbledore's guidance. She had been delivered to St. Mungo's in a state of unconsciousness on Halloween, and by the time she was discharged, Hogwarts was already on summer break. Thus, the temporary guardian and ward had ample time to acclimate to one another before their impending colleague relationship. Snape felt gratitude toward Shui Rong for inadvertently saving Lily and cleansing his dark mark, coupled with a curiosity to study the changes within himself through her instinctually retained knowledge, skills, and powers. Shui Rong, in turn, appreciated Snape's efforts. Though he rarely spoke kindly, he nonetheless took the trouble to prepare potions for her treatment. Together, they embarked on a shared existence under the same roof, both harboring a degree of gratitude and curiosity toward one another. Snape instructed Shui Rong in the fundamentals of the magical world and potion lore, while she, having forgotten nearly everything, instinctively explored the fluctuations of her powers to showcase to Snape for study. Although their initial interactions were somewhat clumsy, one lacking patience and the other having forgotten much, the two, possessing good memories and comprehension skills, soon reached a satisfactory level of mutual understanding. By the time school commenced, Shui Rong had begun experimenting with potion brewing through analogies of her power, while Snape sought to master the changes and growth of his own magic. After a pleasant holiday together, the young wizards of Hogwarts welcomed a potions professor and assistant who had developed a nascent rapport. Extra 03, Heartstrings. As the teaching staff arrived before the students, the potions teaching assistant faced a predicament shortly after her arrival at the castle. Upon emerging from the headmaster's office fireplace and meandering down the stairs, she encountered a minor mishap near the 8th floor corridor. Clutching her head, she leaned against the wall and fell to the ground, Yet the situation did not seem dire, for she retained enough clarity to summon Snape, who promptly sought out the headmaster. The swift arrival of Dumbledore and Snape unveiled a startling revelation. A fragment of Voldemort's soul resided within Hogwarts Castle. To be precise, a Horcrux. Dumbledore had already begun to confirm this after hearing Shui Rong recount the tale of the soul fragments at St. Mungo's for the first time. However, in his investigation of antiquated historical information, Dumbledore had not anticipated that one lay right under his nose. Shui Rong found it difficult to articulate the precise location. Yet it was more than sufficient for the headmaster of Hogwarts. Before the commencement of the new term, he personally ensured that the young wizards arrived before the other staff members could take notice, escorting Severus Snape and Snow Rome to the room of requirement. Until the evening feast following the sorting ceremony, Snape's demeanor was far from favorable, and Snow Rome appeared even worse. Their expressions, though distinctly different, reflected their respective plights. In the chaotic vastness of the space, it was the reactions of one particular individual who was beset by a splitting headache and drenched in cold sweat that guided the search for that elusive object. At present, Snow Rome proved to be invaluable to Snape beyond their professional relationship. He still required her assistance in studying his own magical fluctuations and control. Simultaneously, she, having absorbed much of the knowledge of the magical world through his teachings, was fortuitously not among the dull-witted giants, and their rare yet somewhat pleasant interactions had begun to bear some weight. Consequently, it was evident that Snape harbored some anger regarding previous matters. However, even so, he had to concede that, upon fully comprehending the nature of Horcruxes, he agreed on the paramount importance of identifying and eradicating them, deeming it worth a certain sacrifice. According to Snow Rome's later account, it was not the fragments of Voldemort's soul that posed a threat to her. Rather, it was the familiar aura that stirred the sealed memories within her mind. Her discomfort stemmed more from an instinctive resistance to recalling the memories of that fateful night, rather than from any genuine harm. Nevertheless, prior to the feast, he expressed a degree of ire towards her, accusing her of squandering his efforts in concocting healing potions. She neither felt anger nor sadness, nor did she experience guilt. Instead, she smiled, her pallor still betraying the remnants of her cold sweat, and assured him that she would be more cautious in the future, effectively silencing all of Snape's subsequent remarks. After having encountered a Horcrux, Dumbledore quickly became engrossed in his work. He sought Snape's assistance, requesting that the genuine Death Eater recall any potentially useful details he might have heard or seen in the past, while also looking to reconnect with some old acquaintances for additional information. In truth, as the head of Slytherin and Potions Master, Snape was already burdened with considerable responsibilities. The aftermath of Voldemort's demise continued to reverberate through the magical community, and Hogwarts was no exception, especially in light of the fact that many families were facing scrutiny, and some had already seen members imprisoned in Azkaban. Several students no longer attended Hogwarts. At the start of the term, among the 4 house tables, Slytherin's was the most desolate, its atmosphere markedly oppressive, particularly in contrast to the jubilant celebrations evident in the other 3 houses. Snape was indeed a carefully chosen head of Slytherin by Dumbledore. In such a tumultuous environment, candidates willing and able to maintain order within Slytherin were exceedingly rare, even considering Snape's youthful age compared to the other heads. Without the dark mark, which most considered a sign of his disassociation from the Death Eaters, some viewed Snape as a traitor to Slytherin. In reality, managing the chaotic sentiments within Slytherin was far more challenging. Not to mention, under Dumbledore's suggestion, though Snape, motivated by a personal interest in studying his own situation, did not refuse, he found himself almost bound to the mysterious hero who had vanquished the Dark Lord. Describing those initial days as arduous would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps due to the emergence of a certain butterfly, he ultimately avoided bearing the heavy burden of sin alone, and the young head of Slytherin appeared rather vivacious. Of course, this description stemmed from an unguarded comment made by Snow Rome, which earned her a fierce glare from the Potions Master. A more precise descriptor might be irritable. While Snape remained composed and reserved compared to most, there were moments when his suppressed emotions became strikingly evident. As the individual who spent the most time with him, the potions assistant, possessing another mysterious hero identity, claimed to have aided him significantly, creating a more stable and cooperative working environment. In Snow Rome's own words, she adeptly lowered her stance, managing to keep the troublesome students in line without truly harming them, compelling the Slytherin wizards to recognize that if they lacked the ability to resist, they ought to remain silent and obedient. Throughout an entire academic year, the head of Slytherin finally reached a point where he could comfortably deduct points from other houses, particularly Gryffindor, without overly fretting about his own students' mischief. The bond forged between the two, through their intellectual and strategic exchanges, evidently deepened during this period. During the vacation following the conclusion of the academic year, Snow began to successfully manifest the effects of spells, notably finding it easier to grasp the intricacies of dark magic, which she attributed to the lingering influence of the soul that had once grappled with her. Rarely, she took a fleeting moment to express gratitude to the vanquished Voldemort for his unwitting contribution to their burgeoning friendship through his own soul. The hero who had triumphed over the Dark Lord found that casting dark magic came effortlessly, prompting concern or wariness in others present, yet Snape merely arched an eyebrow, soon engaging in a pleasant study of certain aspects of dark magic alongside her. Viewing his previously familiar domain through a different lens bore fruitful insights. As for Snape, with Snow's assistance, he successfully harnessed and integrated the power emanating from beyond his own magical essence. Pleasantly surprised to discover a resurgence in the stagnated growth of his magical abilities as an adult, and began to cultivate an interest in another system of magic. During this holiday, they both achieved notable advancements in each other's realms, supporting one another as they ventured forth onto broader paths. This newfound synergy allowed Snape to maintain a relatively good disposition when Lily invited him to attend the birthday celebration of young Harry Potter, whom he found neither charming nor particularly clever. Of course, he wished the gathering could have been devoid of the foolishness of the Potters and the Blacks, for in comparison, even the rather inarticulate young Potter became tolerable. As for Lupin, he was completely disregarded by Snape. Another indication of Snape's favorable mood that day was his rare lack of sarcasm upon witnessing the trio of individuals he typically found irksome, as he could not even spot the fourth member of their original group, who had been captured and sent to Azkaban by the three. Snow was also invited and embraced the now considerably grown little Harry, who, unlike before, did not shy away from Snape, but instead laughed merrily in her arms. Lily observed this with delight, while even James Potter joined his two friends in praising their son for his keen judgment. Only Snape remained aloof. The sound of a cold snort made Mr. Potter, nestled in Shui arms, tremble slightly. Then Black shouted, intimidating Snape into confronting his beloved student, insisting on a duel in the yard. Eventually, the situation escalated into a 2-on-2 confrontation, with both sides displaying commendable synergy. However, compared to Snape's intimate familiarity with his adversaries, James Potter and Sirius Black's unfamiliarity with Shui fighting style and their ignorance of Snape's transformation after more than a year apart proved to be a critical disadvantage in this duel. Ultimately, as Lupin, who had remained on the sidelines and refrained from joining the fray, pulled up his slightly bruised friends, Lily held the mesmerized little Harry beside her, casting a disapproving glance at the chaotic yard, which had been half destroyed, even suggesting that Shui should have been more ruthless. In fact, even Snape rolled his eyes at Lily. The only one who did not share in this was Shui, as she was the sole individual who exercised restraint, causing no damage to their yard during the skirmish. Thus, she was also the only one who indulged in dessert after dinner. On the other side of the table, Snape, who did not partake, exaggeratedly rubbed his mouth in a pitiful manner towards Lily, while Black, seated in his chair, shot daggers at Snape, and even Lupin, who had merely been swept along by Potter and Black as a loyal friend, had no share. In the face of such disparity, Shui savored her treats with delight, even taking home a generous portion when she left with Snape. Although she faced some favoritism from her friends, Snape's spirits remained high as he returned to Spinner's End, having successfully trounced his two sworn enemies. Indeed, it could be considered a near annihilation, even if it was not solely his doing, but rather a collaborative effort with Shui. Regardless, Snape was in remarkably good spirits, so much so that upon his return, he uncorked a bottle of fine wine, a smile playing on his lips as he settled onto the sofa. Shui took a plate and placed a selection of the treats she had brought back beside him. It turned out that the best way to elate him was to let him win such a skirmish. Snape glanced at the delicacies she had set down, his lips still curved with satisfaction. I assumed our dear teaching assistant also shares in the joy of victory. Shui shrugged. Victory is indeed delightful, but I dare say I am not as elated as you. Snape snorted softly, raising his glass to his lips without further elaboration. Shui did not press on. It was not a particularly difficult matter to surmise. Snape evidently harbored profound personal grievances against the Naut Rio of what had once been a quartet. In truth, Shui could discern even more, such as his attitude towards Lily Potter. Nevertheless, she settled onto the opposite couch, propping her chin in her hands as she regarded Snape. Severus, during our duel today, I observed that your spellcasting speed and frequency greatly surpassed that of Mr. Potter and Mr. Black. The results of your prior research and experimentation are evidently promising. This first practical test after your success confirms that your magical flow is remarkably smooth. Correct? Snape turned his gaze towards her, reclining back into the sofa, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. The evident enhancement of his abilities was, indeed, a source of great pleasure, particularly as it was validated by the utter defeat of his foes. Shui Rong exhaled softly, looking at him with genuine admiration. Truly, your comprehension and practical prowess far exceed that of others. It is no wonder you achieved success so swiftly. Snape regarded her. I hope the others you compare me to are not arrogant fools or the dim-witted oafs of Hogwarts. Shui Rong chuckled. My social circle may be limited, but I have encountered others, such as many Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. For instance, Snape interrupted, and Shui Rong blinked. I was merely offering you a sincere compliment. Oh, and just to clarify, in case you might challenge it, I adhere to the virtue of honesty, and I speak only the truth, both in a practical and emotional sense. Snape pressed his lips together, slightly turning his face away. No matter how much he appreciated such straightforward yet heartfelt praise, he retorted coldly, I trust you are not anticipating a similar response from me. Indeed, Shui Rong interjected with a smile, interrupting him before he could finish what might have been a potentially sarcastic remark. I am indeed hoping for your praise. Did I not contribute? I coordinated beautifully during today's duel. Snape's lips moved, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at her with a hint of rigidity. Since you are already quite aware, I believe it is unnecessary for me to do. Shui Rong cheerfully interrupted. Come on, praise me. I genuinely wish to hear you say it. Snape, I think Shui Rong, don't even think of saying something like others would gladly laud the great hero of the wizarding world. I do not care for that. I merely wish to hear you commend me. Snape, Shui Rong, hurry up. Snape, silently setting down his wine glass, Snape rose, his hair concealing his slightly flushed ears. It's getting late. We should rest. Watching someone hastily ascend the stairs, Shui Rong couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. Extra 04, the Daily Prophet. When Shui Rong returned from outside, Snape, unusually unoccupied, was standing before the sofa in the living room, perusing a newspaper. He stood rather than sat, and it appeared he had just experienced some emotional upheaval from reading something unexpected. Upon her entrance, Shui Rong noticed him quickly toss the newspaper onto the sofa, shielding it with his body. She blinked, momentarily bypassing this curiosity, and, while extracting a notebook from her tote, approached him with a smile. Transitioning to a serious topic, the newly developed potion has shown impressive results. I happened to encounter Madame Longbottom at St. Mungo's, and she engaged me in conversation, which delayed my return a bit. I observed firsthand and inquired about the detailed circumstances from the healers at St. Mungo's over the past few days, and I took notes here. Shui Rong walked up to Snape, standing before him, naturally offering the notebook. Furrowing his brow, Snape seemed to avoid her gaze for reasons unknown, hesitating slightly before accepting the item. Before staying at Snape's place, Shui Rong had spent considerable time at St. Mungo's, where she encountered many long-term patients undergoing treatment, such as the Longbottoms. When the Potter family visited her, they would often stop by to see the tormented couple. Shui Rong understood that Dumbledore likely wished for her to grasp certain aspects of the magical world from the outset. She had not opposed it, and had thus witnessed the sorrow and suffering of many amidst the turmoil instigated by Voldemort. She had to admit that, as Dumbledore had hoped, she had indeed been affected. After observing the plight of those who deserved to be called heroes, it was challenging not to be moved and difficult not to attempt to provide assistance once she acquired some abilities. Initially, after learning a great deal about potion making alongside Snape, she had begun to experiment with remedies and alleviants, merging her instinctual knowledge with her insights, without intending to involve Snape in her endeavors. Let us not dwell on the fact that her intentions were merely driven by an inability to let go. Severus Snape was far too occupied. Teaching was but one facet of his responsibilities. He had to contend with the resistance of the Slytherin students while simultaneously establishing his authority. Furthermore, under Dumbledore's demands, he was compelled to seek intelligence from certain Death Eaters who had evaded punishment. Both tasks were crucial and of paramount importance, particularly the latter. For given that Snape had recently shed his dark mark, should Voldemort indeed rise again, he would undoubtedly be among the first to face reckoning. Thus, quelling Voldemort's resurgence was not solely for the sake of a tranquil existence, but also for the preservation of his own life. Therefore, Shui Rong had no intention of soliciting Snape's assistance. However, upon discovering her arduous endeavors, the young potions master expressed profound dissatisfaction at her audacity to assume that her rudimentary potion-making skills were sufficient to navigate the complexities and hazards of developing new potions. Ultimately, the outcome was that Snape, having just extricated himself from the vexations of Slytherin's troublesome trolls, joined and spearheaded the research on the healing potion Shui Rong envisioned. She had to concede that each time she beheld Snape immersed in potion research, effortlessly engaged and seemingly delighted, her guilt overburdening him with additional work diminished considerably. It appeared that delving into a new facet of his beloved field genuinely brought him joy, at least more so than engaging in social pleasantries with those represented by Malfoy. As Snape perused his notebook with earnest focus, Xuerong tilted her head, attempting to glimpse the newspaper he had obscured on the sofa behind him. Although he did not raise his gaze, Snape sensed her movement and subtly shifted his body. Xuerong, not wishing to press the matter, turned to pour herself a glass of water, casually initiating a conversation. Today at St. Mungo's, I inadvertently stirred up a bit of trouble. I never expected to encounter several visitors with pets. The ensuing chaos caused by their pets darting about was quite unexpected. I believe I overheard that 2 cats had escaped and were yet to be found when I left. Settling into another sofa with her cup, she took a few sips and mused, "Why are small animals so fearful of me? This applies to both ordinary and magical creatures. Even your potion ingredients seem to share this apprehension." By the time Xuerong turned to pour her water, Snape had already concealed the newspaper behind him. Now seated back on the sofa, he lifted his gaze from the notebook to regard her. Indeed, her peculiar ability to repel creatures had prevented him from procuring live materials for some time, a regrettable loss during the confinement of troublesome trolls. However, the necessity for pre-prepared materials had significantly increased the expenditure for Hogwarts potion classes, much to the chagrin of a certain headmaster, who had been exceedingly busy since confirming the existence of Horcruxes. Fortunately, the Board of Governors had not sought to complicate matters further. Funding, after all, was still approved. Xuerong sighed, appearing genuinely remorseful. "I adore fluffy little creatures too. Now, I can hardly even approach them, let alone touch them. Speaking of which, Severus, do you think I could learn to become an animagus?" Snape furrowed his brow slightly, pausing momentarily. And perhaps due to an inexplicable sense of unease after reading the Daily Prophet, he refrained from embellishing his response. "After the term begins, you may consult Professor McGonagall." Xuerong's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly cloud with concern. "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Having leaves in my mouth for an extended period feels rather odd. It wouldn't affect the taste of food and drink, would it? Though, it is British cuisine." She had long since begun to experiment in her own small kitchen. Snape moved his lips slightly, but swallowed his words. Lowering his gaze once more to the notebook in his hands, Xuerong set her cup down, resting her chin on her hand. "But since we're on the topic, I can't help but wonder, if I could transform into an animal, what would it be?" As she spoke, she turned to glance at Snape. She was genuinely curious what animal he might become as well. Though Snape remained focused on his notes, he could not help but ponder her question. Perhaps a cat, like Minerva? Yes, quite charming, and he found the idea appealing, but it felt somewhat off. A dog? No, best to avoid that. Xuerong cleared her throat softly, internally dismissing the notion of a deer. Moreover, she believed it prudent not to disclose this to Snape. Recalling an occasion when she had accepted Lily's invitation and witnessed James Potter and Sirius Black transform into a stag and a dog, respectively, playfully frolicking with young Harry, she had felt an impulsive desire to ruffle the dog's fur. As for the deer, she thought better of it. The texture was not particularly pleasant. The dog, while larger in size, was less than endearing. However, she managed to restrain herself, setting aside her psychological barriers. She struggled to imagine stroking Black's canine head and expressing her fondness. She could only envision the plethora of sarcastic descriptors Snape would employ. Unfazed, Xuerong continued to speculate. A rabbit? A cow? A horse? Oh no, that would be ill-fated, combining a cow and a horse. Snape pressed his lips together. He had a notion that he deemed rather fitting, but one that Xuerong had yet to mention. A bird. Yes, a flying creature. Xuerong's eyes sparkled, unfettered by confines. "I could soar through the skies. When in human form, I could fly without a broom. It truly sounds splendid." Snape, with his head lowered, allowed a faint smile to tug at the corners of his mouth. She had finally hit upon the idea. However, his thoughts were more specific than hers. Xuerong, propping her chin, gazed at Snape, who had relaxed his guard after her casual remarks, and mischievously decided to launch a surprise inquiry. Was that the Daily Prophet from today? Caught off guard, Snape's movements with the notebook faltered momentarily. Yet, he maintained the pretense of examining the notes, not lifting his gaze. Xuerong, however, chuckled. "Oh, I've already seen it. I happened upon someone reading it at St. Mungo's and borrowed it for a look." In truth, Xuerong had noticed the peculiar glances directed her way during her visit to St. Mungo's. While she was accustomed to being regarded as a hero or a celebrity, today felt distinctly different. She sensed a palpable curiosity behind their gazes, which she traced back to one of the healers who, upon encountering her, had not yet managed to conceal the Daily Prophet. Naturally, she had taken the opportunity to read it herself. Snape finally succumbed to the urge to lift his gaze. Though his fingers tightened around the notebook, Xuerong sighed as she rested her chin in her hand. That Rita Skeeter is something else. Her contributions to the Daily Prophet are far beneath her talents. I believe she would excel at writing sensational novels. In today's magical community, she would undoubtedly find a market for her work. Snape's grip on the notebook tightened further. Shuerong, seemingly oblivious, continued her lament. I think it would be wise to suggest that she consider a career as a novelist. Her current narratives could easily be repackaged into metaphorical tales under a different guise. There is indeed a heightened sense of mystery surrounding this. Such content, which demands readers to engage in thoughtful analysis and imaginative interpretation, is likely to gain considerable popularity. She could even assert that she harbors no substantial thoughts on the matter, allowing readers to concoct their own interpretations. What a splendid way to distance herself from the situation. This is rather intriguing. Perhaps I could contemplate a different approach and engage in a minor transaction with her, ensuring that I remain uninvolved in any future arrangements. Severus Snape had initially felt uplifted, only to be confronted with her lengthy suggestions regarding the friendship of the true culprit. I believe you should be more mindful of your reputation as a hero in the magical community, rather than providing such ideas to that damn journalist. Shuerong nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. How could she write such nonsense without any factual basis? Snape pursed his lips, once more lowering his gaze, half of his face shrouded in shadow. Yet, Shuerong's voice continued to resonate. I have no romantic entanglement with Sirius Black. I have only met him to attend Lily's gatherings. We have never even spoken privately. What a ridiculous and fervent pursuit by that insufferable wizard. This was also Snape's immediate reaction upon reading the article. His already intense hatred for Black surged once more, almost compelling him to apparate directly to confront the dog. However, this fictitious report did not merely concern Shuerong, a still celebrated hero of the magical realm and the noble-born rebel Black. Perhaps, as Shuerong pointed out, their limited interactions rendered the content merely a fleeting mention, though intriguing. Its brevity was undeniable. What Rita Skeeter had pinned was more extensive. Snape had braced himself for Shuerong to express her anger over a more detailed depiction of another segment. Yet, her words came to an abrupt halt. After voicing her discontent regarding Black, she ceased speaking. Snape lifted his gaze to look at her, only to find her sipping water from her cup, taking small, measured sips. Shuerong, he began. She looked up, smiling. Snape slightly parted his lips, but upon meeting her bright, laughter-filled gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Should he inquire why she refrained from discussing her perspective on the portrayal of her ambiguous interactions with the stoic and composed spy? Should he question her thoughts on the text that suggested, contrary to the majority of witches' views, that our heroine seemed more inclined towards the head of Slytherin, with whom she spent more time? Before he could voice his questions, Shuerong, seemingly aware of his confusion, smiled brightly and provided an answer. I believe the bulk of her fabrications lie within that segment. As the person involved, I find the other parts quite acceptable. Snape's fingers nearly crushed the pages of the notebook he had held tightly in his hand for so long. Shuerong pondered for a moment and added, at the very least, I am genuinely furious about the distortions regarding Black. Snape remained silent. He felt as though he might resort to a mental blocking spell. Severus. Shuerong blinked at him, observing his effort to maintain a stoic expression. You seem rather displeased. Would you like me to assist you in writing a letter of protest? Snape paused, rising from the sofa. With notebook in hand, he turned and headed towards the basement, as if eager to resume his potion studies. Yet, he still left a response behind. Mind your own business. Extra 05, tightly gripped. The influence of the Daily Prophet is indeed significant. At this juncture, Rita Skeeter's audacity had not yet reached its zenith, although she had crafted a sensational tale about the great hero Shuerong to capture the public's attention. She remained cautious in her approach regarding a mysterious adult who seemed to have truly vanquished the formidable Dark Lord. While she presented the story in a highly ambiguous manner, she nonetheless endeavored to portray a predominantly positive image, not just for Shuerong, but even for the two male wizards featured in the narrative, refraining from excessive embellishments and instead crafting a deeply affectionate characterization. This article was truly a captivating tale of a love triangle. As for the three individuals mentioned in the report, Sirius Black found himself the subject of jovial mockery from his close friend James Potter, who jokingly waved the Daily Prophet in front of him. However, after the laughter subsided, Mr. Potter, amidst Black's vehement denial, asserted that good friends should help one another. After all, Black had aided him in pursuing Lily, and now he was more than willing to assist Black in winning Shuerong's heart. In a fit of rage, Black transformed into a large black dog and lunged at his well-meaning friend. Remus Lupin, unlike James Potter, did not truly believe in the ambiguity between Black and Shuerong, sharing Lily's sentiments. In truth, Shuerong harbored no such feelings for Black. If anything, the other half of the article suggested that, rather than Lupin merely harboring a vague possibility, Lily, after reading the article, felt as though she had suddenly been reminded of something. She then recalled the interactions between Shui Rong and Snape, reflecting on how even Professor Dumbledore had mentioned their mutual support during their busy times in Slytherin. Considering the atmosphere she had witnessed between the two over the past 2 years, she had to admit that the changes were not particularly pronounced, which explained why she had not immediately recognized the connection. After witnessing little Harry sneak out to watch the Prongs versus Padfoot showdown with Lupin, Lily displayed a moment of realization. Following this, she was nearly compelled to write a letter to congratulate her old friend. 2 days after the article's publication, Snape did receive a letter. However, it was not from Lily, but from another old acquaintance, Lucius Malfoy. During this period of upheaval, Malfoy, curious about Snape's efforts to eliminate the Dark Mark, found their relationship mending quickly, as Snape harbored intentions to glean more information concerning Horcruxes. In this correspondence, Malfoy subtly expressed concerns regarding the professional ethics of certain contributors to the Daily Prophet, offering assistance should Snape wish to engage in a conversation with one of the contributors. The time following the Dark Lord's disappearance may not have been extensive, but for the old aristocracy, even while still in a necessary phase of concealment, the situation had improved significantly, with certain connections and powers now able to take action. Thus, Malfoy felt emboldened to extend such an offer. Nevertheless, Snape did not reply to this letter. In truth, he was uncertain how to respond. Whenever he contemplated taking action, such as expressing his discontent towards Skeeter, he was invariably reminded of Shui Rong's statement about her sole anger being directed at the portion concerning Black. The repercussions of the article lingered into the new school year. With the commencement of the academic term, even the young Slytherins could not resist stealing glances at Snape and Shui Rong whenever they appeared together, let alone the students from other houses. For the first time, Snape perceived that these little trolls could torment him beyond mere absurd essays and dreadful potions. This year, their scrutinizing gazes further diminished the points for the young head of Slytherin. Within just a few days of the semester's start, the points from the other 3 houses swiftly dwindled. In stark contrast, Shui Rong, the other party involved, appeared remarkably composed, under the watchful gaze of numerous young wizards. Snow Rong, exhibiting an uncharacteristic calmness, made her way to the headmaster's office. However, her stay was brief, as she departed alongside Dumbledore. Notably, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, resolutely refrained from approaching her. After exiting through the fireplace, Dumbledore had to personally apparate with Snow Rong. Fortunately, her proficiency in magic had significantly improved over the past 2 years, allowing her to wield spells to some extent. Otherwise, even Dumbledore would have found it challenging to transport someone over a long distance via apparition. Snow Rong was brought to a coastal cave. As the day waned and night enveloped the surroundings, she returned to Hogwarts, her forehead still beaded with cold sweat. Initially intending to stealthily pass by a certain potions professor's office to reach her common room, she was startled when the previously closed door suddenly swung open. Standing just inside was Severus Snape, his wand in hand, and his expression one of stern anticipation, as though he had been waiting for quite some time. Blinking, Snow Rong found herself compelled to enter under the weight of his formidable gaze. The door slammed shut behind her, and at that moment, several spells were cast upon her. Remarkably, she remained composed. After all, Dumbledore had already checked her for any substantial harm before her return. Yet, Snape's expression was far from pleasant. For Snow Rong's pale countenance appeared particularly stark in the dim light. One could only hope that our illustrious star of the magical world would deign to explain to her oblivious colleague why she had vanished for an entire day. Missing potions class, without a word of farewell. Snow Rong hesitated, her mouth opening in uncertainty. Snape's face darkened further. It seems your untrustworthy colleague is not worthy of being informed. In truth, Snape could deduce the answer without her response. For it was not only Snow Rong who had been absent the entire day, but also Dumbledore, who had been exceedingly busy for over a year. The only matter that could compel these two to leave in secrecy was evident to Snape: Horcruxes. However, aside from Dumbledore and Snow Rong, Snape was the most knowledgeable about Horcruxes, yet he found himself conspicuously excluded from the matter this time. In the past, when the venerable old headmaster toiled outside, Snape had not perceived any issue. After all, he was the greatest white wizard. Even with Snape's recent leap in power, he acknowledged Dumbledore's prowess. Yet Snow Rong was different. Despite having once dealt a stunning blow to the Dark Lord, the memory of her agony when confronting the Ravenclaw diadem, which had been turned into a Horcrux, was still fresh in his mind. No one could guarantee that she would emerge unscathed from such an encounter again. Evidently, certain heroically inclined individuals had paid no heed to this concern. Snape felt his mounting fury stem not only from the perceived concealment, but also from a disdain for someone who appeared indifferent to their own safety. As Snow Rong observed Snape's sardonic smile in response to her perceived unworthiness, she prepared to turn and dismiss him. A few words could not adequately convey her thoughts. But the pressing issue was to ensure that the increasingly furious man before her would allow her to finish speaking. If she failed to clarify matters now, emotions would only escalate. Thus, she swiftly reached out and, before Snape could react, threw herself into his embrace. Her arms encircled his waist, her forehead gently resting against his shoulder. This unexpected, soft embrace dissolved the words that had been lodged in Snape's throat, leaving his anger momentarily abated. As she nestled against him, her voice muffled yet tender, she whispered, "I'm sorry. I was a bit inconsiderate. Please don't be angry, all right?" Snape's mind, still reeling, struggled to respond. Snow Roan continued, honestly explaining, "I acknowledge that Dumbledore suggested you accompany us, but he also believed that your role as head of Slytherin, alongside Minerva and the others at Hogwarts, was equally valuable. Should any unusual occurrences arise, you would be here to maintain order." Allowing him to feel secure about my solo venture. Regaining his composure, Snape's brow furrowed deeper at her words. However, Snow Roan pressed on before he could interject. "Dumbledore mentioned there might be some arrangements in place that posed certain dangers. It's not that I don't trust you. He does as well. I just selfishly wish to shield you from peril. I had no intention of underestimating you. I told Dumbledore we should assess the situation first. If it proved too complex for just the two of us, we would summon you. You know his phoenix avoids me. So it was convenient for you to remain in the castle, ready to be brought to us if needed. In the end, we managed just fine. And it wasn't truly dangerous, just a bit troublesome, which is why we returned late." Snape's brow remained resolutely furrowed. "You." Snow Roan sensed the tension in his muscles, and her hands gently patted his back in a soothing gesture. "All right, I admit my fault. I tried to orchestrate things according to my own ideas, believing that keeping you away from danger and the shadows of the past was for your own good. I didn't consider your thoughts and feelings, or whether you would have preferred to make such decisions for yourself. I apologize. I should have consulted you." Snape took a deep breath, grappling with the tumult of emotions within him. He briefly reflected on his past, pondering whether he had ever truly experienced moments of being protected, cared for, and valued. His thoughts were interrupted by her long sigh as she buried her face deeper into his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. "Severus, can we not be angry anymore?" Snape exhaled slowly, feeling the pent-up anger dissipate, at least for the moment. "Perhaps we can postpone the anger for today," he conceded. Snow Roan remained nestled against him, refusing to lift her head. "Although we faced no real danger, it has been a long day, and I feel utterly exhausted. Could we wait until I've recovered before you express your anger?" Snape nearly chuckled in disbelief at her request. Anger was not something that could be scheduled at will. Yet, after a brief pause, he replied, "Given your fatigue, it would be wise to return to rest promptly." Finally, a soft smile graced Snow Roan's lips. Her breath warm against his shoulder, prompting Snape to instinctively turn his face away. "Just let me stay like this a little longer. And then I'll go back to rest, all right?" Snape replied, "I assume I am not a miraculous potion that can restore your energy." Despite his words, he slowly raised a hand to gently support her back. Snow Roan smiled again, falling silent and refusing to release her embrace. Soon, Snape found himself transitioning from merely resting his hand on her back to wrapping his arms around her waist, ultimately holding her tightly in his embrace. She truly appeared fatigued, gradually relaxing and allowing her weight to rest against him, until, in that position, she drifted off to sleep. Had it not been for Severus Snape's swift reflexes and tight embrace, she would have undoubtedly slipped to the floor the moment she relaxed her stance. After contemplating the potential destruction of her door lock should he return her to her own quarters, Snape ultimately resolved to carry her to his private office instead. Once he had gently laid her on the bed and tucked her in, he swiftly retreated, not daring to linger in his own bedroom. Returning to his desk, he bowed his head, gazing at his hands, allowing his mind to drift into emptiness for a considerable time. Eventually, the figure seated behind the desk seemed to arrive at a momentous decision, gripping his wand tightly and initiating a spell in the dimly lit, silent office. Expecto Patronum. A silvery light erupted as a somewhat hazy orb emerged from the tip of his wand, rapidly transforming into a magnificent shape far exceeding his expectations. An elegant neck arched, slender wings unfurled, and a beautiful bird took flight within the shadows of the office, circling around Snape, who stood momentarily entranced with his wand still in hand. A crane. Just as Snape regained his focus, he waved his wand once more before the Patronus could soar in another direction. The shimmering guardian vanished, and silence reclaimed the room. Yet, some hearts remained restless. Snape closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. In the moments when his reason had failed to catch up, certain feelings were silently relinquished, while others were tightly grasped within his palm. He looked down at his hands again, his fingers slightly splayed before gradually tightening once more. Indeed, he was determined to hold on tightly. Extra Chapter 06 Something felt amiss. When Shui Rong awoke in Snape's bed, she was momentarily bewildered. This was indeed a place she had never visited before. Yet she quickly collected her thoughts. After all, she distinctly remembered dozing off against Snape the previous day, making the current situation rather easy to decipher. Sitting up, she rubbed her temples. Although she hadn't spoken falsehoods yesterday, she had certainly not divulged the entire truth. A day of mere exertion would not leave her so fatigued. In truth, it was she who had consumed the potion from the stone basin in the cave by the sea. Dumbledore was supposed to drink it. But after examining and analyzing the potion, Shui Rong had volunteered instead. Her reasoning was sound. Her unique circumstances granted her a certain resistance to potions. And whenever she truly required a potion, Snape had to provide her with a specially increased dosage to enhance its effects. Additionally, having lost her previous memories, her current recollections lacked any points that could plunge her into despair. Ultimately, who could say whether Voldemort had any additional schemes following the potion? Retaining Dumbledore, an immensely powerful wizard who understood magic and Voldemort far better than she did, was undoubtedly a more rational choice. Thus, she drank the potion, neglecting to administer it to Dumbledore, as she had anticipated. Contrary to her expectations, she did not experience any disillusioning visions of despair. Rather, she simply felt increasingly fatigued and slightly nauseous. Unlike the previous encounters near the Horcrux, this discomfort manifested as a dizzying pain, as if the potion's effects were swirling chaotically in her mind, unable to find any despairing point to latch onto. Nevertheless, Shui Rong felt a sense of loss. Even witnessing the grandeur of the greatest white wizard firsthand felt like a missed opportunity, as the pendant box they ultimately acquired was not a true Horcrux. Before drinking the potion, she had believed she had adapted to her current state, thinking that her lost memories had stabilized and would no longer be stirred into chaos. Yet, it turned out that they were not even facing a genuine Horcrux. The potion had been consumed in vain, and she had wasted an entire day, failing to notify Snape and missing her classes. What a significant loss it was. Upon returning, Dumbledore had taken the false pendant box to study it. Identifying RAB would not prove difficult. The tone of the note indicated that the author was likely not merely an enemy of Voldemort, but rather a core Death Eater, considering that they could have discovered such a closely guarded secret. Furthermore, those capable of such actions were evidently not the sort to be loyal, but rather the type who would turn against Voldemort when the opportunity arose. Unlike the likes of Bellatrix Lestrange or the Malfoys during Voldemort's rise to power, as the possibilities narrowed, it would not be challenging to consult the list Dumbledore had previously obtained and confirm the identity of the individual behind the initials. In fact, Shui Rong sensed that Dumbledore, after reading the note, wore a contemplative expression, suggesting he had formed a hypothesis, merely awaiting confirmation. However, she chose not to involve herself in the ensuing matters, leaving the spirited and vigorous headmaster to his own devices. As her brief reverie came to an end, Shui Rong rubbed her face and descended from the bed. After a quick wash of her face, she pushed open the door to leave. It was still early, with ample time before class began. Upon stepping out, she found Snape seated at his desk, grading papers. When he lifted his gaze towards her upon hearing her entrance, Shui Rong smiled, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Apologies, Severus, for intruding upon your space. Did I keep you up all night?" Despite having indeed spent the entire night awake, Snape's demeanor appeared remarkably composed. Rising from behind his desk, he waved his wand, and a small table moved steadily toward them, bearing 2 plates of breakfast. Only then did Shui Rong notice the faint aroma of food that she had previously overlooked. Standing a few paces away from her, Snape parted his lips, ultimately opting to softly utter, "Please, have breakfast first." Shui Rong blinked, sensing an indefinable shift in his demeanor, yet she found herself at a loss for words. However, given his attitude, it seemed, "Are you no longer angry about yesterday's events?" Snape paused, inhaled deeply, and raised an eyebrow slightly as he regarded her. "As long as you remember your promise to inform me when you plan to act." Shui Rong blinked again. Had she truly promised this? In her apology, she recalled mentioning that she should inform him to let him decide, but informing him did not preclude her from voicing her own objections, did it? Had she indeed committed to acting together? Reflecting carefully, she thought, Before she could finish, Snape had already turned and moved toward the table with the breakfast. "Please, have breakfast first." Shui Rong swallowed her words, silently taking a seat on the opposite side of the table. The breakfast spread included eggs, sausages, bacon, toast, and tomatoes, a rare but delightful assortment. Moreover, Shui Rong was pleasantly surprised to find that the milk was not cold. It was not merely warm, but rather at the perfect temperature she adored. As she sipped the milk, blowing gently to cool it before taking small sips, she caught Snape across the table observing her with a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The enjoyable breakfast soon came to an end, and the time for class was drawing near. Severus Snape had initially intended to allow Shui Rong to remain behind and rest, free from the obligation of accompanying him. However, upon her query regarding whether his displeasure had led him to dismiss her as his assistant, he swiftly acquiesced. Thus, after a day's absence, the potions classroom once again welcomed the presence of the young assistant. The fortunate fourth-year wizards attending class that day encountered a potions professor who was markedly more composed than the day before, deducting less than half the points from those unfortunate souls who had attended previously. Yet, it soon became apparent to the young wizards that the esteemed head of Slytherin had merely shifted the venue for point deductions outside the potions classroom. This revelation primarily stemmed from a group of rather gossipy young witches and wizards who speculated about Shui Rong's whereabouts during her absence from Hogwarts. Pondering what could have caused such a low-pressure atmosphere from the potions professor, many conjectured that she might have met with another suitor mentioned in the Daily Prophet, the dashing and sunny Sirius Black, suggesting they could have gone on a date, thus placing him ahead of their own Professor Snape in the race for her affections. Unbeknownst to them, Professor Snape, having overheard their conjectures, demonstrated the alarming velocity at which points could be deducted from their house standings. As many young wizards felt their spirits significantly wounded, with some houses teetering on negative point totals, the head of Slytherin found himself overwhelmed with thoughts of vengeance. Meanwhile, someone did seek out the subject of the young wizard's speculation, Sirius Black. However, it was not Shui Rong who approached him, but rather Albus Dumbledore. Swift in his actions, Dumbledore, having formed a reasonable hypothesis concerning the individual who had left behind the mock locket and its accompanying note, sought out Black. Ultimately, within the confines of the Black family's ancestral home, where Sirius had seldom returned, he and Dumbledore listened to a tale about a hero named Regulus Black. As recounted by their house elf, Creature, the true locket was destroyed before the eyes of both Black and Creature, and, despite their mutual disdain, the two lamented together in a moment of shared grief. As Snape and Shui Rong remained engrossed in their duties at Hogwarts, teaching and grading papers, the number of individuals privy to the secret of the Horcruxes had increased. Dumbledore sighed. He preferred that fewer people were aware of such matters. However, the heroism of Regulus could not remain hidden from his brother. His bravery deserved recognition from his family. Dumbledore, even without knowledge of the true location of the locket being in Creature's possession, understood that Creature, having been in close proximity to Regulus, would possess at least some clues. To coax the truth from the house elf, Sirius's assistance would be essential. Thus, Black became aware of the situation, and he certainly did not conceal it from his dear brother. Despite the potential danger and complications, James Potter, after much deliberation, chose not to inform Lily, who was caring for Harry. By the time Dumbledore regained his composure, Black had already recruited 2 others to his cause. Fortunately, the 3 adults, aware of the gravity of their mission, recognized the importance of discretion. Dumbledore thus gained 3 loyal allies, albeit their contributions regarding the investigation into the inner workings of the Death Eaters were somewhat limited. However, their assistance proved invaluable as they returned to the seaside cave to search for Regulus's remains, alleviating Dumbledore's burden considerably. While Dumbledore was occupied with the 3 gentlemen, the atmosphere in the dungeons of Hogwarts grew markedly calmer, at least after having deducted numerous points from the young wizards for disrespecting professors. Severus Snape quickly regained his composure upon returning to his office. Shui Rong had anticipated that, being in close proximity to Snape, the very focus of the previous point deductions, she might be fortunate enough to witness his unique brand of sardonic wit. However, this was not to be. Pausing for a moment, she settled at her designated desk in Snape's office. Glancing at him as he seemed prepared to grade the papers left behind, she opened her notebook and retrieved 2 books from a nearby shelf. Snape, noticing her intent to continue researching potion studies, paused, set down his quill, and waved his wand. Shui Rong watched as a vacant stool floated to the fireplace, transforming midair into a rather comfortable single armchair. With the chair's formation complete, the flames in the fireplace flickered higher, igniting more vibrantly. As winter approached, the dungeons had become particularly chilly, making the warm glow of the fireplace all the more inviting. Turning to look at Snape, Shui Rong caught a hint of curiosity in his expression as he observed her. He seemed to imply that such mentally taxing research was not urgent. With a blink, she considered his suggestion. Perhaps you might contemplate resting a little longer, he proposed. In truth, Shui Rong had opened her mouth to respond. But upon noticing the earnestness etched on his face, she hesitated, glanced at the newly formed sofa, and ultimately relented. Very well, thank you. Snape silently exhaled in relief as he watched her close her notebook and tidy her books before rising from her desk to settle into the chair by the fireplace. Only when he saw her relax, closing her eyes and exhaling deeply in comfort, did he finally release his grip on his wand. Meanwhile, Shui Rong, after a moment of stillness with her eyes shut, opened them again, slightly turning her body towards Snape. He no longer bore the anger he had displayed when deducting points from the young wizards. Rather, he appeared to be in quite a decent mood. She noticed that several papers, which had previously caused him to frown, had not garnered a single today. Shui Rong couldn't help but ponder whether anything extraordinary had transpired from the previous night to today. He seemed somehow different. As she mused, Snape, having completed grading the last paper, lifted his gaze and met hers, their eyes locking in a moment of shared focus. Then, she averted her gaze, leaning slightly on the sofa, turning her back to him. Something was indeed amiss. Shui Rong closed her eyes, breathing steadily, though her heart raced. Previously, when their eyes met, Snape would often be the first to look away, sometimes appearing uncomfortable under her gentle gaze. But today, just moments ago, as she pondered, she felt a gentle weight upon her, like a soft blanket being draped over her shoulders. Though she couldn't fully comprehend the situation, the warmth of the fire enveloped her as she lay against the back of the sofa, facing away from the other occupant of the office. A subtle smile gracing her lips. After a considerable interval, as the breathing of the person by the fireplace had steadied, the individual seated behind the desk rose silently. His movements were light, barely making a sound, ensuring not to disturb the slumbering figure. He stood before the sofa by the hearth, gradually lowering himself into a half-squat. Gazing at her face, slightly flushed from sleep, partially buried in the blanket. He refrained from speaking or reaching out, merely observing her, a faint, silent smile gracing his lips. His hands, resting on his knees, tightened as if grasping something tightly. In the supplementary Chapter 07, Snow Rong entered the office, a space she knew intimately, and immediately perceived a slight alteration. On her desk, a vase held a bouquet of blooming roses. Seated at his desk, Snape paused, glancing at her as she approached the vase. Snow Rong, momentarily taken aback, turned to Snape, raising a hand to point at the roses. "Are these mine?" Snape pressed his lips together, maintaining a calm tone. "It is evident, it is on your desk." Snow Rong blinked, her surprise lingering. The quill in Snape's hand appeared nearly to break under the pressure of his grip. Suddenly, she laughed, her eyes sparkling, and leaned forward slightly under Snape's gaze. Gently inhaling the dew-kissed roses. "They are lovely, but who placed them here?" Snape cleared his throat uncomfortably, averting his gaze without answering. He understood she could hardly be unaware of the answer. It had been a while since the little wizards had been confined, and this office rarely saw anyone but the two of them. Moreover, who could possibly have done this in his presence? It was inconceivable, just as Snape surmised. Snow Rong was indeed well aware of the question she posed. Thus, she did not insist on an answer from him. She circled around and sat behind the desk, casually opening a nearby notebook, her head remaining aloft, while her other hand reached forward, elbow resting on the table, fingertips delicately brushing the soft petals of the roses in the vase. Snape turned his head to watch as she gently caressed the petals, a smile creeping onto his face as he relinquished the quill, which had nearly snapped, and allowed a genuine smile to emerge. Snow Rong's spirits soared, and this elevation in mood intensified before she departed the office. As she prepared to leave, Snape, having efficiently completed an excess of work, broached a topic she had not anticipated. "In a couple of days, over the weekend," Snape's voice was steady, "I wonder if you might be interested in exploring Hogsmeade." Snow Rong looked at him, slightly surprised. Their eyes met. His lips were pressed tightly, yet his gaze was earnest and unwavering. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, raising her brows in a smile. "That sounds delightful. I've only been to Diagon Alley twice and have yet to see what Hogsmeade is like." Snape exhaled, the tension dissipating, and a wave of joy surged within him. Thus, he found himself feeling even more elated, as he had confirmed once again that Snow Rong genuinely appreciated the flowers he had given her. When she left, she took the vase along with the roses, despite their vibrant colors being a rare sight in his office. As the Christmas holidays approached, a thick blanket of snow enveloped Hogsmeade. The village, dressed in white, exuded a lively atmosphere rather than solitude, as Hogwarts' little wizards filled the streets. However, this weekend was somewhat extraordinary. The little wizards soon noticed two Hogwarts staff members strolling through Hogsmeade. Typically, it was not unusual for professors to unwind with a stroll, indulging in food and drink when not teaching. The little wizards had encountered such scenarios before. Yet, today, they witnessed an unusual pairing, their potions professor and the assistant, walking side by side. The two even engaged in quiet conversation, with the assistant's face glowing with a radiant smile, while Snape's expression was surprisingly gentle. Of course, upon realizing they were being observed, Snape's glare, more ferocious than when he deducted points in potions class, silenced the whispers and gasps of those watching. Despite Snow Rong's amiable nature, which led her to wave at the little wizards who looked her way, none dared approach her, a fact that contributed to the ongoing gossip surrounding them. Nevertheless, despite the lack of close observations, It was evident that the buzz surrounding their relationship would escalate after this evening. Mr. Black's chances of winning her affection would plummet, while the notoriously difficult-to-approach head of Slytherin would make significant strides in his pursuit. As they walked together, observing the bustling little trolls nearby, Snape pressed his lips together, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He turned to the smiling Snow Roan beside him. Will it be too loud? Snow Roan shook her head naturally. Not at all. While I do prefer quieter surroundings, there is something delightful about the occasional bustle. Snape remarked, You appear disinterested in these shops. Snow Roan replied, Not at all. I simply think that if we were to squeeze into the shops, the little wizards, who seldom get a chance to enjoy themselves, would be left wanting. I'll refrain from intruding. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Snape's brow remained furrowed. Snow Roan chuckled. Besides, the snowy scenery here looks quite different from Hogwarts, and since it's my first time seeing it, I think just walking and observing is quite enjoyable. Snape chose not to respond further, yet his brow remained slightly knit. Snow Roan glanced at him, contemplating, as if steeling herself for something. She then plucked a small snowball from a passing tree branch and, taking Snape's hand, placed the tiny snowball into his warm palm. The loosely packed snow quickly began to melt, leaving a shallow, clear trace of water in his hand. Snow Roan looked up, her eyes sparkling. Don't overthink it. See, I've placed snow into your hand. Before Snape could grasp the deeper meaning of her words, she released his hand and took a few steps forward, turning her back to him as she pointed in a direction. Is that the 3 broomsticks? I've been rather curious about butterbeer. During the Christmas holidays, Snow Roan and Snape received an invitation from Lily, which was hardly surprising, since that fateful night when Severus Snape and Lily managed to mend their long-broken friendship. And given that Shui Rong had, albeit unintentionally, rendered a life-saving service to their family, it became customary for Lily to invite them over for dinner during the holidays. Occasionally, she would even arrange outings with Shui Rong alone, and after a couple of visits to Diagon Alley, they preferred to explore the shopping centers in the Muggle world. Although Shui Rong lacked memories of the past, she appeared quite familiar with the non-magical realm, and their shopping excursions were always filled with engaging conversation. However, this time, there was a subtle difference. Though the invitation letter was penned by Lily herself, the request directed at Shui Rong originated from Black. Black, of course, had not forgotten Dumbledore's account of their acquisition of Regulus's relics. Apart from his deep gratitude towards the venerable headmaster, he wished to formally express his thanks to Shui Rong for her assistance. Hence, he resolved to extend a sincere invitation. His close friend, James Potter, wholeheartedly supported this decision, while Remus Lupin, who pondered the implications a bit more, offered a mild objection that ultimately bore no weight. Even without being informed of the Horcrux matter, Lily could easily perceive that these 3 gentlemen, particularly 2 of them, and most notably her own husband, were concealing something significant from her. After careful consideration, the considerate witch decided not to press the issue, respecting her husband and friend's discretion. She feigned ignorance regarding Black's dubious reasons for inviting Shui Rong, and even proactively suggested hosting a dinner at her home. However, Lily firmly opposed Black's proposal to invite only Shui Rong, a notion vigorously endorsed by her husband, Potter. With clearer thoughts than Lupin, Lily felt an overwhelming urge to confront Black. The fervor surrounding the article in the Daily Prophet was still palpable. Lily had already tested the waters several times, and it seemed that the somewhat oblivious Black had not realized he was being probed. After confirming that Black did not harbor the infatuation described by Rita Skeeter towards Shui Rong, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, without hesitation, Lily, determined to assist her other dear friend, expressed her discontent with Black's ill-timed and, albeit unintentional, provocative maneuver. She decisively insisted on including Snape's name among the invitees, effectively quelling the 2 adult wizards in their raucous protest, while her son, having been swept up in the commotion, joined the fray with his other 2 friends. Lupin, who had not participated in the chaos, found himself aligning with Lily's thoughts, a rare occurrence before the dinner officially commenced. It is worth noting that the wizarding world had enjoyed a period of tranquility for over 2 years. After assisting Dumbledore and other members of the Order of the Phoenix in resolving post-war issues, Lupin had intended to take a break to find suitable employment. Given that his circumstances differed from those of his 2 affluent and reputable friends who had passed their Auror examinations. However, just as he was about to depart, he learned about Black's brother and the Horcruxes, prompting him to remain. With a sigh, Lupin steeled himself. Every time Snape visited, Potter and Black were exceedingly unruly. When Lily and Shui Rong were present, it was somewhat manageable. However, the moment the 2 men diverted their attention or stepped away, their banter often escalated into a full-blown altercation, especially considering Snape's inexplicable improvement in skill. Ever since their last official duel, which had wreaked havoc in the yard, Lupin had reluctantly taken on the task of intervening during Lily's absence. Though he was largely unsuccessful, he often found himself alerting Lily to return before matters escalated. Yet today, Lupin experienced a rare moment of ease. The arrangement of guests was different from usual. Black, still intent on expressing his gratitude to Shui Rong, had pulled her aside for a conversation after dinner. Dumbledore had mentioned that Snape was also in the know, so discussing it in his presence should have been inconsequential. Nevertheless, in what seemed like an attempt to avoid Black's intense gaze, Snape could not follow them outside. Instead, he was drawn into the kitchen by Lily, leaving Potter and their son, along with a relieved Lupin, exchanging glances in the living room. Lily, having drawn her childhood friend into the kitchen, finally mustered the courage to voice a question she had long withheld. Severus, was that report in the Daily Prophet concerning Shui Rong true? Faced with Lily's piercing gaze, Snape swallowed hard and, under her silent encouragement, nodded slightly. He did not speak, nor did his movements convey much, yet from his expression and eyes, Lily discerned a profound seriousness and sincerity, the exceptional Gryffindor which felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping in joy. This is splendid news. Look at you, Severus. What discerning taste you have in a partner. Snape's lips curled into a faint smile. Lily then, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, when did this happen? Snape. Lily slowly began to retract her exhilarated smile. Severus, have you not yet directly expressed your feelings to Shui Rong? She had never considered any other possibility. After reflecting on past details she had overlooked, she concluded that Shui Rong's sentiments were likely aligned. If her old friend mustered the courage, a beautiful story would surely unfold. Snape thought. Perhaps it could not be said that he had never made his feelings known at all. It was just that. Lily, observing her friend's hesitant expression, took a deep breath. Once Shui Rong managed to extricate herself from Black's overly enthusiastic company and collided with Potter, who was now a heavier burden as he grew. She exchanged pleasantries with Lupin before returning inside. Lily immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere between her two friends. Shortly thereafter, she grasped Shui Rong's hand, leaving the latter somewhat bewildered. As they departed, Shui Rong found herself laden with an abundance of sweets, far more than usual. Lily had decided to forego dessert for everyone except Shui Rong, packing it all for her, including snacks for Potter and his son for the following day. Little Harry gazed in confusion as his beloved treats became irrelevant to him, tugging at his father's sleeve and earnestly asking, Dad, what have you done to make Mum angry? Mr. Potter protested his innocence, firmly believing the blame lay with Harry's godfather, claiming he was merely an innocent victim of circumstance. Harry's godfather, however, steadfastly refused to accept responsibility, insisting it was undoubtedly Potter who had upset his wife. Thus, the two friends quickly found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. Yet, Harry soon realized that his mother was entirely unperturbed, as she sighed in exasperation over the Slytherins' indirect ways. Epilogue 08, Acceptance. Upon returning from Lily, Severus Snape had yet to take action when there was a stir from Dumbledore's end. Horcruxes. This was a matter of utmost importance, and Snape did not voice his grievances regarding this sudden interruption. The Dark Lord's immortality posed a significant threat and peril to both him and Shui Rong. It was for this reason that Shui Rong had taken the initiative to involve herself in Dumbledore's endeavors, even going so far as to deliberately conceal her intentions from him last time, and naturally, this time Snape would not decline to accompany her, just to be on the safe side. Thus, even Dumbledore, the instigator of the operation, felt a slight urge to sigh, yet on the other hand, he was filled with a sense of satisfaction. The presence of talented young individuals, drawn in for various reasons, brought him, an old man, hope for the future of the magical world. Ultimately, a fair number of individuals gathered outside the dilapidated old house. Leading the charge, Dumbledore, who had gathered the most information and insights, was flanked by his potions professor and assistant, Sirius Black. Having previously uncovered the truth about his brother Regulus while handling the locket, had resolutely expressed his desire to assist in the obliteration of Voldemort's Horcruxes, aiming to fulfill his brother's long unattained wishes. Naturally, his close friends James Potter and Remus Lupin were also eager to stand beside him. Although tensions existed between certain parties, both sides understood the gravity of the situation, and it was rare for them to collaborate towards a common goal. As they approached the old house, Dumbledore confirmed that his investigations and suspicions were indeed accurate. Shui Rong, who had been unable to fully validate her experiences in the coastal cave last time, began to experience a headache as they neared the old residence. The potion Snape had prepared for her offered little relief, despite respecting her wishes and not intervening. Snape's expression remained frightfully grim as he held Shui Rong close, his concern palpable. Not to mention, he had shot several fierce glares at Dumbledore, his superior. They successfully located the Horcrux, a ring. Subsequent events would reveal the necessity of having so many individuals present that day. As two members of the six-person team faltered at a critical moment after discovering the Horcrux, they fell under its influence, one being Black, burdened by guilt over his brother, and the other, Dumbledore, who had been perceived as the most reliable ally. The remaining four, at that moment, were devoid of any overwhelming regrets or desires for resurrection, and they scrambled to awaken the two ensnared individuals. Dumbledore, though nearly tempted to don the ring, managed to regain his composure quickly after Snape had forcefully intervened. Nursing a slightly swollen forehead and dripping with cold water from his beard, promptly eliminating the Horcrux. Meanwhile, as Dumbledore focused on neutralizing the Horcrux, the two brothers struggled to restrain the writhing Black, barely managing to keep him from getting too close to the cursed ring. Once the Horcrux was destroyed and Black regained his senses, Snape wasted no time, abandoning the other four, who appeared somewhat fatigued and disheveled, and hastily departed with the pallid Shui Rong in his embrace. With the holiday still ongoing, they did not return to Hogwarts but instead ventured back to Spinner's End. Upon entering, Snape placed Shui Rong gently on the sofa in the living room, his countenance dark as he turned to head toward the basement, only to be halted by someone gripping the hem of his cloak. Severus, Shui Rong called from the sofa, gazing up at him. Are you angry? As one of the only two individuals who had witnessed the Horcrux's impact on Shui Rong, Snape sincerely wished for her to refrain from participating in any further encounters with it. Although she had only experienced a headache following their last escapade, who could guarantee her safety in future endeavors? He hoped she would distance herself from such dangerous possibilities, just as she had previously concealed her actions from him when accompanying Dumbledore. Taking a deep breath, Snape turned to her, looking down as he couldn't resist lifting a hand to smooth a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. No, I merely intend to fetch something. Shui Rong quickly interjected. You don't need to take any more potions, do you? Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. That thing is destroyed. It doesn't hurt much anymore, right? A good night's sleep will do. I have experience. Upon hearing the word experience, Snape's expression darkened again. Shui Rong proposed, or would you, Professor Snape, be willing to share a couple of glasses of your fine wine? Snape furrowed his brows deeper. You have a headache, and you wish to drink wine? Shui Rong blinked innocently. It's not that severe. I just want to celebrate a little. Snape replied, celebrate? Shui Rong continued. Voldemort's original soul may indeed be formidable, but even the strongest have their limits. He cannot infinitely split his soul. I have a vague recollection of the essence from that night. I estimate that splitting it 6 or 7 times should reach the limit. By that measure, we are likely past the halfway mark. Snape inhaled deeply once more, ultimately refraining from expressing his agreement or disagreement. He did, however, comply with her wishes by not retrieving the potion, instead preparing a simple dinner. Thus, at a dinner table laden with only sandwiches, Snape faced a glass of red wine, while Shui Rong was served warm milk. Under Shui Rong's reproachful gaze, Snape, who had worn a grim expression all day, managed a rare smile. Yet, he still felt compelled to clarify. Eat, then rest early. Shui Rong, sipping her milk, replied. I don't wish to sleep so early. Snape countered. Celebration can wait until you feel better. After finishing a few sips and setting the cup down, Shui Rong asked, so, for the last 2 days of the holiday, we shall do nothing? After waving his wand to tidy the table, Snape, feeling a flutter of anxiety, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled while gazing at Shui Rong. In the midst of her slightly puzzled expression, he stood up, cautiously approaching her. One hand resting on the table, the other on the back of her chair. His movements were deliberate, seemingly granting her ample opportunity to evade or decline. However, as her eyes widened slightly in surprise and she remained still, he held his breath and gradually leaned closer, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. The soft sensation lingered for a moment, and as he withdrew, Shui Rong had yet to fully process the encounter. Snape's breath remained somewhat labored with tension, his arms rigid against the sides of her chair. His gaze met hers, and within her eyes, he discerned a blend of surprise, realization, and the budding warmth of a smile. Indeed, no hint of rejection. Good night, he uttered, only then realizing his voice was somewhat hoarse. He did not rise, remaining bent close to her. As Shui Rong's smile began to form, Snape silently exhaled in relief, and a slow smile crept across his face. In that moment, she reached out, seizing the fabric of his cloak before he could react, pulling him down towards her. A touch as delicate and fragrant as flower petals brushed against his lips. The suddenness left Snape momentarily dazed. Yet, the contact was fleeting. She quickly released him, deftly slipping away from his grasp, while he remained momentarily entranced. Good night, she called as she departed. As Snape rose and turned, he glimpsed only her figure dashing up the stairs. In the tranquil embrace of Spinner's End, the rest of the team was much busier. Albus Dumbledore, for instance, had not known a moment's respite since he first encountered the Horcrux in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, which had been brought to him by the melting snow. The venerable headmaster tirelessly scoured the past of Voldemort, seeking clues to uncover other potential Horcruxes. As for Black, although he had witnessed the destruction of the Locket Horcrux, this time he faced the Resurrection Stone Ring, a Horcrux he would later learn to be one of the Deathly Hallows. He experienced a clarity of the Horcrux's influence that had eluded him before, feeling a pang of guilt for having hindered their efforts, which only fueled his determination. He sought tasks from Dumbledore daily, eager to eliminate the Horcruxes swiftly. Potter and Lupin confronted the Horcruxes for the first time, having witnessed their dear friend and beloved headmaster succumbing to their effects. Their apprehension deepened, rendering them all the more cautious and diligent. Thus, the Gryffindor team harmoniously busied themselves. After encountering the Ravenclaw diadem and the Slytherin locket, Dumbledore had nearly concluded that Hufflepuff's cup had also fallen prey to Voldemort's malevolence. They simply did not know its whereabouts. Regrettably, the only other Horcrux found thus far was the Resurrection Stone Ring, and Dumbledore understood that the other two Deathly Hallows had not transformed into Horcruxes, leaving him without a trail to follow. Consequently, in recent days, they had been exploring various angles and channels to uncover clues regarding Hufflepuff's cup. This endeavor proved to be no simple task. After several days of fruitless labor, Dumbledore, accustomed to such setbacks, remained unfazed. However, the three young newcomers were evidently still adjusting. Then Black proposed a rather audacious idea that left Dumbledore wide-eyed: to scour the estates of the Death Eaters who once followed Voldemort. Of course, Black did not suggest they simply knock on doors. He had thoughtfully devised a plan, identifying which properties could warrant a legal search by the Ministry of Magic and which might allow for a more covert investigation. Mr. Potter wholeheartedly supported his friend's proposition and even added that many families stored their valuables in Gringotts, which might also warrant exploration, though it would require considerable preparation. Dumbledore pressed a hand to his forehead, still tender from the earlier encounter with Snape, but as the pain subsided, he recognized the practicality of these suggestions. They would need to strategize, opting for a more discreet approach. They could not proceed as openly as proposed. Before long, the brief holiday slipped away. While Dumbledore tugged at his beard and hair, contemplating further plans, the other two, who had taken the opportunity to rest, appeared much more at ease. On the newly placed love seat, Snow melted with her eyes closed, leaning against Snape as he read to her. They seemed merely to sit side by side, their hands gently intertwined. Snape sat upright, while Snow relaxed, her head tilted against his shoulder. Her left hand rested in her lap, while Snape held the book aloft with his right hand, his deep voice the only sound filling the room. Unbeknownst to Snow, as he read, Snape's gaze frequently wandered to her left hand resting before him. After an indeterminate time, Snow stirred, prompting Snape to pause. When silence enveloped them, she nuzzled her head, keeping her eyes shut. "Severus?" she murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Snape lowered the book and gently took her left hand from her lap. Snow opened her eyes to find his right hand enveloping her left, his thumb softly caressing her knuckles. She turned to him, querying, "What is it?" Snape, his gaze downcast, inhaled deeply and met her eyes. "Tomorrow, we return to Hogwarts." Snow nodded, "Hom." A flicker of nervousness crossed Snape's features, yet he remained resolute. "Before that, I wonder if you would accept this." "Curious," Snow inquired, "a gift?" "Absolutely." Snape hesitated, his eyes igniting with fervor as he gazed deeply into hers, making her feel an urge to retreat. "You agreed?" Snow pondered for a moment, briefly hesitating before ultimately nodding. Snape swallowed hard, swiftly retrieving a small box from his pocket and deftly opening it before her. Inside lay a ring adorned with a sapphire. Snow's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, Snape's movements did not falter. Despite his fingers appearing somewhat stiff, he quickly slipped the ring onto her left ring finger before she could fully comprehend. Coming back to her senses, Snow wiggled her fingers. "This." Snape clasped her hand firmly, lowering his head to place a kiss at the corner of her eye. "You have already agreed." Snow's heart raced, her mind swirling. She swore when she had agreed. She had not anticipated this. Was it too soon? They had only just. "Severus." His kiss traveled from her eye to her lips. There can be no turning back now. Epilogue 09. As the holiday drew to a close and the young witches and wizards resumed their classes, they soon realized that the wager they had placed before the Christmas break, which still had room for negotiation, seemed to have reached a conclusion in just a few short days. Astonishingly, it was indeed the potion's master, with his close proximity, who emerged victorious. This conclusion was not merely drawn from the frequent sighting of the potion's master alongside the assistant professor. They had often been seen together before. However, upon returning from the Christmas break, it was clear that the assistant professor now sported a ring on her hand. Furthermore, several groups of young witches and wizards claimed to have seen the potion's master and his assistant walking hand in hand near the Black Lake in the castle grounds. At that moment, The two central figures of the conversation, indeed, appeared to be quite cozy together. In the office beneath the castle, they settled on the sofa before the fireplace. Snow, eyes closed, languidly leaned against Snape, her hands clasped in his. They had just taken a stroll by the Black Lake, where an exuberant Snow had even convinced Snape to help her build a small snowman. Thankfully, there had been no one around. Otherwise, the sight of the potion's master squatting on the ground, rolling snowballs, might have startled a few innocent passersby. Even after casting a warming charm upon their return, Snape still drew her close to the fireplace, holding her hands in his, gently rubbing them together, reluctant to let go. Once he was satisfied with the warmth of her hands, Snow, without opening her eyes, wrapped one arm around him, drawing him even closer. Snape paused momentarily, a smile tugging at his lips as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. As the snow melted, she gently opened her eyes, moved her body, and tilted her head back, bestowing a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth, while smiling at him with eyes that sparkled with mirth. However, as his gaze shifted, intent on leaning down for a closer look, she nestled her head back against his shoulder, content to remain still. Severus, Rome. With her eyes still closed, she remained motionless. After her moment of confusion, Severus fell silent once more. Curiously, she opened her eyes and looked up at him, only to be met by the quick descent of his head as he captured her lips in a kiss. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but the arm that held her firmly prevented her from retreating. Regaining her composure, she tilted her head back and slowly closed her eyes once more. At that moment, within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, the two individuals, each occupying their own chambers, remained blissfully unaware of one another. On the nightstand in Snow Rome's room lay a modest, yet exquisite decoration. A crystal gel encased a bouquet of roses along with the vase, allowing the fiery blooms to be admired from any angle, their beauty reminiscent of flames in full bloom. Similarly, on Severus's bedside table rested a petite bottle. Enchanted, it contained a half-melted snowball, suspended in crystal-clear water, forever frozen at the moment it had rested in the palm of his hand. Before long, these treasures would be discovered by their rightful owners. As the young witches and wizards grappled with disbelief, many of those who had participated in the wager found themselves utterly destitute. Meanwhile, the professors, though taken aback, swiftly conveyed their congratulations, some even presenting gifts. Notably, even the elusive Dumbledore, whose presence had become increasingly rare within the castle, took the time to express his well wishes. Of course, alongside these blessings, Dumbledore had other matters to attend to. For instance, he needed to assign tasks, compelling the previously idle head of Slytherin to become industrious once again. Dumbledore refined and expanded upon Black's ideas, realizing that he had considerable resources at his disposal, his old friends, the ever-compliant Fudge, and former members of the Order of the Phoenix. Thus, he planned to orchestrate a surprise inspection by the Ministry of Magic on several family estates, discreetly informing certain individuals of the impending operation through Severus, ultimately aiming to provoke them into revealing potential weaknesses and clues. As for the Ministry, the Aurors would willingly absorb Black and his comrades into their ranks, fully aware of their true intentions. This was a scheme in which Snow Roan could not partake, as her contributions would be limited to assisting the potion's master with some of his instruction and night patrol duties. Including Dumbledore, none were surprised by the Malfoy family's involvement. Yet they had not anticipated that the Malfoys possessed a Horcrux. Initially, it was believed that their connection would be akin to that of the Black family and the Slytherin locket. However, it turned out they had retained a Horcrux directly, although the Malfoy family likely remained unaware of its true nature. Moreover, they were shocked to discover that this Horcrux was not the Hufflepuff cup as they had presumed. Regardless, the act of disposing of Lucius Malfoy's somewhat unstable diary, sending it to Knockturn Alley, prompted a collective sigh of relief among the informed parties. Following this new lead, they commenced an investigation into whether other Horcruxes might be hidden among the belongings bestowed upon Voldemort's subordinates, such as the cup they had long sought. Ultimately, before the school year concluded, Dumbledore found himself compelled to brave Gringotts, eliminating yet another Horcrux that had been deduced through their inquiries. Thus far, they had destroyed 5 Horcruxes: the Ravenclaw diadem, the Slytherin locket, the Gaunt ring, the diary, and the Hufflepuff cup. The investigation continued, as they could not ascertain whether additional Horcruxes remained undiscovered, nor could they determine the exact number Voldemort had created. In this regard, the beleaguered Mr. Black found himself cursing nearly every day, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Yet, after the cup, they encountered a prolonged period devoid of any significant discoveries. Life, having returned to its tranquil state after a brief flurry of excitement and activity, allowed for the pursuit of previously contemplated endeavors and an opportunity to uncover delightful surprises that had eluded their notice. In Spinner's End, as Severus emerged from the basement, He beheld Snow Rong seated at the table, casually flipping through an unfamiliar book with one hand, while the other busily scribbled notes on a piece of paper. He caught sight of her profile, slightly flushed, as her eyes sparkled with a gentle laugh. However, just as he took a couple of steps closer, the sound startled her, prompting her to leap to her feet, dropping her pen, and hurriedly concealing the book and notes behind her. Taken aback by her sudden movement, Severus paused, a hint of perplexity furrowing his brow. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he continued towards her. Under his inquisitive gaze, Snow Rong's cheeks deepened in color, her eyes darting left and right, avoiding his gaze entirely. "Severus, didn't you say you'd only be out for dinner?" Severus halted before her, casting a glance at the items she had so thoroughly concealed. "Progress has exceeded expectations." Snow Rong responded with a simple, "Oh." Severus lowered his gaze. Still puzzled, "What is it?" Snow Rong tilted her head, blinking this. Severus inquired, "Do you not wish for me to know?" Snow Rong hesitated. "Well, it's not anything serious." Severus raised an eyebrow, then, taking a deep breath, Snow Rong reached behind her to retrieve the book she had hidden, presenting it to Severus. He glanced down, noting it was indeed a novel he had never seen before. However, his brow soon furrowed in discontent. Previously, at her request, Severus had read several adventure biographies to her, so her small hobby did not surprise him. Yet upon recognizing the author's name, Rita Skeeter, his expression darkened considerably. This was a name he found disturbingly familiar, a notorious fabricator of tales, and he vividly recalled her previous articles. Reflecting on that incident, Severus suddenly remembered Snow Rong's remark that Skeeter would be better off writing novels. He flipped through the pages of the book, casually scanning its contents. It was a thin volume, the story brief, yet it followed the familiar structure of an adventure tale set in the wizarding world, albeit infused with a rather intricate romantic subplot. With her heart racing, Snow Rong swallowed hard, ready to explain as Severus's page-turning slowed. Though she still averted her gaze, "I am uncertain whether you still recall, but I previously believed it was quite a disservice for her not to venture into writing any melodramatic novels. Subsequently, I must confess that I offered a rather small suggestion to Miss Skit, acknowledging that it may have contained a hint of intimidation. Not long ago, the Ministry of Magic made significant moves, and she, in her pondering, seemed to have overthought matters and became somewhat frightened. Consequently, she hesitated to continue penning sensational news articles, opting instead to heed my counsel. This led to the publication of her work at the end of last month, which, I have heard, has received commendable sales. As Lily informed me that many witches have taken a liking to it. Miss Skit has since earned a considerable sum and gained a modicum of fame, though it pales in comparison to the gratification derived from manipulating public opinion through journalism. It nonetheless provided her with a taste of success while appearing benign and non-threatening. Recently, she even took the time to write to Shui Rong, expressing her gratitude, and enclosed a copy of her novel. Coincidentally, it arrived this afternoon after lunch. At that moment, Severus had already retreated to the basement, busy with his tasks. The poor owl, too timid to approach, trembled as it dropped the package on the street outside and promptly took flight. With some idle time on her hands, Shui Rong decided to unwrap the package and take a glance. Severus, noticing the thin volume, inquired, "Do you find it enjoyable?" Shui Rong shrugged. "It's passable, I suppose." Indeed, it presents a more nuanced emotional depth compared to the adventure tales prevalent within the wizarding community, which explains its modest popularity among witches, yet in Shui Rong's eyes, it still fell short of her expectations. She could not recall her past, but she had an inkling that her former self must have indulged in numerous sophisticated literary works, endowing her with certain discerning tastes. In a moment of impulsiveness, she began to jot down some inspiration while pondering. At this thought, she shifted slightly in her seat, ensuring to conceal the other sheets of paper on her desk more securely. It was evident that Severus remembered the presence of those items as well. Severus raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. "Are you writing to that Skit?" No. Shui Rong hurriedly refuted. "I'm merely writing for my own amusement. I have no intention of sending it to her. After all, Rita Skit is not a person of trustworthy character. Currently, she is merely temporarily intimidated. And who knows how she might react once the calm persists. Shui Rong cannot afford to provide her with any material that could be twisted into sensational narratives." Severus arched an eyebrow further, intrigued. "May I take a look?" Shui Rong froze, her face growing increasingly flushed under his gaze. Eventually, she raised her hands to cover her crimson cheeks. Observing her lack of refusal or movement to stop him, Severus slowly extended his hand, all the while watching her reaction as he retrieved the few written sheets from behind her. The text was sparse, allowing Severus to read swiftly and soon. His own ears tinged with a slight blush. However, compared to the other ear, which had turned a deep shade of red while Shui Rong's hand still shielded her face, he appeared remarkably composed. Clearing his throat softly, Severus remarked, "These, you." Still concealing her face, Shui Rong's voice emerged muffled. "They are just typical scenarios one would find in ordinary romance novels. It's quite normal." Severus queried, "Do you enjoy them?" At this, Shui Rong nearly erupted in exasperation. "Stop talking about it. It's just a novel. All based on whimsical fantasies. After all, it's merely a story, just a narrative." Severus smirked. "Fantasy?" Shui Rong pressed her face tighter into her hands. "Please, don't ask. I beg you. I didn't mean anyone else." Severus erupted into laughter, first softly, then growing louder. Despite still covering her face, Shui Rong felt the warmth and joy emanating from his laughter. She then sensed his hand grasping her wrist, gently pulling her hands away from her face, yet she remained averted, her eyes cast downward, unwilling to meet his gaze. With a face as crimson as if it might bleed, Shui Rong felt him lean closer, their breaths intertwining, and soon, a soft sensation graced her lips. She heard his voice, husky and low, "You needn't worry. I am here, and you may do anything you wish." Extra. Future professor. When Harry Potter was 4 years old, he was enthusiastically embraced by his mother, who was pulling along his rather reluctant father to attend the wedding of 2 of her friends. At that time, young Harry could hardly comprehend why the ever-stern and seemingly irritable Mr. Snape appeared to be an entirely different person that day. Years later, when Harry reflected on this vague childhood memory, he could not help but shiver, unable to adapt, unable to accept. When Harry was 6, his mother informed him that, akin to Ginny, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family they often visited, he had a delightful little sister named Vivian Snape. However, during her infancy, young Harry could hardly catch a glimpse of her, as Mr. Snape, with great authority, forbade him from getting close. It was only when she grew a bit older that, under the encouragement of both his mother and Shui, Harry was allowed to play with his newly walking sister. All the while, he could feel Mr. Snape's watchful gaze scrutinizing him. At the age of 9, through Vivian, Harry became acquainted with another child, a brother he had some familiarity with, which ignited a rivalry that began even before their enrollment at school. Yet, in the face of this adversary, Harry often felt a rare sense of superiority. He discovered that whenever they engaged in a tussle, emerging disheveled and dirty, his father and godfather praised him for his prowess and offered to teach him more combat techniques, while his opponent could only accept a lecture in disappointment. Although his rival's father gave him a harsher glare than his own, what did it matter? After all, he could not best his father or Sirius. At 11, when Harry was set to enroll, the most excited person in the household was not him. As his mother diligently prepared his belongings, his father and Sirius, who had come specifically for him, flanked him on either side, while Remus, having returned to England just before his 11th birthday, whispered various rule-breaking tactics to the two. However, they kept silent about the many secret passages they had discovered during their own school days. The 2 adult wizards chuckled, having made a wager on whether Harry would uncover a secret passage within his first week at school. Both assured Harry not to worry too much about breaking school rules, as they were confident he would be sorted into Gryffindor, and Mr. Potter boasted that he would carefully hide the letter of complaint from Professor McGonagall, ensuring Harry's mother would not see it. During dinner, as they discussed the professors, the adults engaged in lively chatter about their familiar head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, while also adding bits about other professors. Yet, when the subject turned to the head of Slytherin and Potions professor, the other 3 wizards fell silent. Harry instinctively shrank back. Only Harry's mother remained remarkably composed, encouraging her son to seek advice from Snape or Snow if he encountered any perplexing potion-related queries upon starting school. In his heart, young Harry silently resolved to take a laid-back approach to potions. The prospect of consulting Snape seemed far less appealing than being struck by a bludger, and seeking Snow's guidance would only lead to an unfortunate outcome should Snape discover it. After the sorting ceremony, Harry joyfully settled beside his longtime acquaintance, Ron Weasley, and greeted Neville Longbottom, whom he had previously met during a visit to St. Mungo's with his parents to see the brave souls they spoke of. Over the years, Neville had grown considerably more cheerful, likely due to the progress made in potion treatments that had allowed his parents to regain consciousness and return home, albeit with significant lingering effects on their magical abilities. Nevertheless, they were a content family. After greeting Hermione Granger, who sat beside Neville, Harry overheard Ron curiously whisper, "Harry, why isn't Snow here?" Ron had encountered Snow once in his childhood during a visit to the Potter household, though he was not as familiar with her as Harry was. Harry, aware of the reason, explained, "Viviana is starting school today, so Snow is attending to her and won't be at the feast. My mom is also with my dad, looking after Viviana on her first day." Ron found this somewhat novel, while Harry considered it quite ordinary, having attended a Muggle school himself before turning 11. Due to his mother's insistence, both Lily Potter and Snow were adamant that even young wizards should receive a foundational education before entering Hogwarts, encompassing language, logic, mathematics, and basic knowledge. However, it was only this year, upon learning about Viviana's school and tuition, that Harry realized just how lucrative Snape and Snow's potion research was. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision not to seek Snape's counsel regarding potions. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, among the faculty, curiosity regarding Snow's absence was also palpable. The greatly transformed Quirrell, upon his return from travels, stuttered a question, which Snape, seated nearby with a grim expression, chose not to answer. However, Professor Flitwick, conveniently positioned between the two, kindly provided a response akin to Harry's earlier explanation. Snape and Snow were a rare couple at Hogwarts, with Viviana having grown up in the castle, making her familiar to nearly all the professors. The charming little girl, with her bright eyes and endearing smile, easily won the hearts of most, including Professor McGonagall, who often delighted in giving her little biscuits. Many professors, including McGonagall, had remarked to Flitwick how fortunate it was that Viviana resembled her mother rather than her father. After the birth of their daughter, the couple rarely stayed at the school, commuting daily via the fireplace in the headmaster's office, prompting Dumbledore to chuckle as he stroked his beard, likening himself to a gatekeeper. As Flitwick answered Quirrell, Snape, with his head down, frowning while cutting a meat pie, remained silent. This could also explain why, as the head of Slytherin, he was obliged to attend a banquet he found uninteresting, given that his wife and daughter were together, which surely dampened his spirits. In truth, most, including Harry, were unaware of the full reasons behind Snow's absence. Indeed, it was Viviana's first day at school. But that was not the sole reason for Snow's non-appearance. Earlier, upon catching a glimpse of Quirrell in Diagon Alley, Snow had experienced a sudden, excruciating headache after years of stability. Had it not been for the considerable time elapsed, she might have struggled to conceal her distress and avoid drawing attention. Consequently, both Snape and Dumbledore, who was informed soon after, could surmise who Quirrell had brought along, or rather, what he had brought with him. To ensure caution, Dumbledore had urgently set up a trap within Hogwarts Castle before the start of the school year, even coordinating with a select few in preparation for what could potentially be the final confrontation. This was also why Snow abstained from attending the opening feast. The classrooms and offices were far apart, and opportunities to dine in the Great Hall were scarce aside from this occasion. At other times, she could reasonably avoid encountering Quirrell to prevent inadvertently attracting attention. Of course, Snape's firm resolve to avert any unnecessary discomfort for her also played a role. Later, during the Halloween feast, as Harry bravely battled a troll, a group of individuals, including Snow, who possessed the most experience in vanquishing Voldemort's soul, collaborated to utilize the Philosopher's Stone and alchemical circles, ultimately defeating Voldemort's main soul, which had attached itself to Quirrell's head. Following this, Dumbledore retrieved the two-way mirror, expecting an answer from his old friend Moody, currently in Azkaban. He received the response he had longed for. Some Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban had suddenly gone mad, and Moody, having personally investigated, reported that the dark mark on their arms had transformed into ordinary scars devoid of magical traces. Voldemort was dead. He had not had the chance to create more Horcruxes, as they had eradicated all of them years prior. Victory had come, albeit unbeknownst to many. Outside, in the restroom, 3 despondent Gryffindor wizards, chastised by Professor McGonagall, were unaware that Voldemort had completely vanished. Even Snape, who had long since rid himself of the dark mark years ago, felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. Yet, it was just a moment. Amidst the excitement, particularly before Voldemort's main soul disappeared, Sirius, who had passionately called out Regulus's brave actions in an attempt to make Voldemort restless, found himself moved to tears. Ignoring Dumbledore's reflections and the other 3 irritating Gryffindors embracing one another, Snape, with Snow still perspiring from her earlier headache, scoffed and quickly exited the room. The following day, young Harry was pleasantly surprised to encounter his father, along with Sirius and Remus, within the walls of Hogwarts Castle. After being warmly embraced and greeted, Remus mentioned that Dumbledore needed to speak with him and headed to the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, buoyed by an inexplicable sense of elation, Mr. Potter and Mr. Black eagerly discussed with Harry the tale of his valiant confrontation with the troll. Even though Professor McGonagall had primarily wanted to ensure that they taught Harry the importance of self-preservation and seeking help from professors rather than being overly brave, the two praised Harry's bravery and ruffled his hair in approval. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the rarely solitary Snape in the corridor. Snape, citing the raucous behavior of Mr. Potter and Mr. Black in the hallway, deducted 10 points from Harry. In response, the 2 parents of the deducted points immediately protested, brandishing their wands and demanding a duel. Meanwhile, Harry, who had not even touched his wand, was penalized an additional 3 points for the intention of using magic in the corridor. Then, soon, the Gryffindor house received a howler, which was quite peculiar as it was addressed not to the students, but to their parents. Mr. James Potter was chastised by his wife, leaving him dejected, a spectacle that even Professor McGonagall found somewhat amusing. Consequently, Harry Potter gained notoriety at Hogwarts, even attracting the derision of his childhood nemesis, Draco Malfoy, who made a special trip to mock him. However, this incident was swiftly overshadowed by another newsworthy event. Their defense against the dark arts professor was to be replaced. Many upper-year students speculated on the reasons for this year's turnover. Yet this development brought a modicum of joy to Harry. For the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts was none other than Remus. He resolved to rekindle his enthusiasm for the subject that had previously waned due to Quirrell's ineptitude. Alas, poor Harry remained unaware that he might only have a fleeting year to cherish this newfound passion. Remus intended to stay only for this year, as he was applying for a position at the Ministry of Magic, rumored to offer a more flexible schedule that suited his circumstances. If all went well, he would not remain at Hogwarts the following year. Shuirong leisurely sipped her cup of hot tea while observing Snape on the opposite side, deftly organizing their belongings. With no potions class that afternoon, they were to return home that evening. Previously, they had remained at the castle to confront Voldemort, relying on Lily to look after Vivian. Indeed, Snape was not in the best of spirits due to Remus's ascension to the defense against the dark arts position, yet his current concerns lay elsewhere. After packing their things, he approached her, brow furrowed, gently caressing her face with a hint of tenderness. You should rest for a few days upon returning. I will speak to Dumbledore about it. Shuirong shook her head. I'm fine now. After a good sleep, I feel much better today. She attempted to divert his attention to another topic. Speaking of which, it was actually my suggestion to Dumbledore to bring Remus in after Quirrell. I've heard about the curse on this position, and although Voldemort is thoroughly defeated, it's best to err on the side of caution. I think it would be more prudent to navigate this already somewhat occupied year and start fresh next year. As for Remus, well, he wouldn't last a full year anyway. Upon hearing this, Snape raised an eyebrow, swiftly grasping the implication. The candidate for next year was becoming increasingly evident. Shuirong chuckled, but I do hope that when the time comes, the defense against the dark arts professor will assist with potion materials as well. Oh, and in brewing some potions needed for the medical wing. I believe the newly promoted potions professor would greatly appreciate the help from the defense against the dark arts professor. The future defense against the dark arts professor chuckled softly, taking the cup from the hands of the future potions professor, leaning down before her, his fingers trailing along the neckline of her garment with a gentle caress. I am quite curious to know what kind of gratitude he may receive in return. The future potions professor blinked, raising her hands to entwine around his neck, leaning in to lightly nip at his lips. They still had ample time before Vivian finished her classes. There was no urgency to rush back. They could indulge in a little more rest in the bedroom. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.